Chapter 97, C101 Badassium. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 5 chapters ahead at chapter 106. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After dropping that hint about the old Stark Expo model, as no one seemed to pick up on the hint that Howard was broadcasting in the video, Tony had the model brought over as they all got to work trying to decipher what it meant. Peter didn't stick around for long, as he knew that Tony could figure it out on his own, but it was already a done deal with all of the helping hands he had at his disposal. As he returned home that night, Peter found May sitting in the living room, laughing at the video of him in his lawyer's suit from earlier in the day. The newscasters were talking about whether Tony Stark should hand over his invention to the government or not, but most seemed to be on the side saying that it's his property and he can do what he wants with it. Of course, as long as he doesn't break any laws in the process, which is almost impossible as Tony's a member of the Avengers. He would have to commit some villainous acts, and the UN would need to get involved for Stearns and Hammer to get what they want. Though that's obviously not happening.
Welcome back,
May says as she pauses the TV and gestures to the kitchen.
I made dinner if you're hungry.
Sounds good. I haven't eaten since breakfast.
Peter says as he rushes into the kitchen to fill his stomach.
You know, I remember telling you to become a lawyer, but I didn't think you'd do it without going to college.
May follows behind him.
Well, Tony needed help.
Peter shrugs as he sees some juicy-looking ribs on the countertop and starts eating them then and there.
Can the government take his armor?
May asks curiously.
No, he's an Avenger. We work outside the construction of any government. This was all just a big farce. I'm certain that Senator Stern is getting an earful from the president for all of this.
Peter says as he cleans the bone and moves on to another rib.
If it was a farce, then why didn't you guys just leave instead of going along with it?
May asks as she hands Peter a napkin for the barbecue sauce that covered his hands and lips.
Because it was live on camera.
Peter says with a shrug.
It wouldn't look good to the public if I went in and dragged Tony out, so we just had to beat them at their own game.
May nodded in understanding as she walks over and uncovers a bowl filled with cooked vegetables.
Here, don't forget your veggies.
Thanks.
Peter says with a full mouth, accepting the food gladly. In the days to come, Tony and the gang ended up figuring out the secret of the model and started working on making the new element that Howard thought up. Peter helped here and there, but even in this world, Tony was the real brains behind figuring it all out. Of course, Peter already knew the answer, but just giving it would be too easy, so he mainly focused on hints to lead them in the right direction. Now, Tony and the rest were rigging up his workshop with all sorts of equipment to actually make the element. While this was all happening, Peter was receiving daily reports from Scythe about Ivan Vanko's movements. Apparently, he's trying to find transport out of Siberia, which wasn't an easy feat for a man with no connections or money. Scythe hasn't mentioned anything about the energy whips and arc reactor that Vanko is supposed to have, but since he's looking to leave his home, that means his equipment is probably finished already. Vanko is definitely on the warpath.
Now I just need to figure out where he'll attack Tony and make sure some Avengers are there to intercept.
Peter thought as he still planned to use this as a test for the less experienced members. Vanko may be a villain, but he was fairly weak. In the second Iron Man movie, the public was in a frenzy about Vanko having similar tech to Tony's suit, as they were told everyone was years behind, but Peter always found that really dumb. Vanko's weapons were nothing more than some energy whips and an arc reactor, which happened to be a weaker version of Tony's. Not to mention that gap would infinitely widen when Tony upgrades his reactor with badassium. The difference in quality between the two suits was absolutely night and day. Speaking of upgrades,
Where have you been?
Tony asks with a healthy bit of sass in his voice as Peter enters the workshop, where he and everyone else had been working.
Lazing around and watching TV.
Peter says without an ounce of shame.
What about you? Oh, nothing.
Tony says with a thick layer of sarcasm.
Just tirelessly building a F***-seeking particle accelerator for hours on end so I can save my life. Nothing special.
Peter was loving this whole situation. He couldn't count the number of times that the responsibility and work were thrown on his shoulders, so seeing Tony annoyed right now was like icing on the cake.
Cool, we gonna fire this baby up.
Peter acts oblivious as he walked over and admired their work. Wires were all over the place, and there was a big metal tube that was connected in a circle around the entire room.
Hey, let's fire it up.
Tony exclaims, gaining everyone's attention. Professor X, Beast, and Banner helped a lot so they would stay to see the results of their hard work.
You do the honors.
Charles says as he gestures to a lever that was connected to the whole rig through many wires. Walking over, Tony reaches out and grasps the lever, pausing for just a second before ripping the lever backward. Instantly, the whole thing powers up, and a blue laser shoots through the particle accelerator's tubing. When the blue laser made its way fully around the tubing, it reflected off a mirror-like piece of metal and shot out of the tubing and toward the center of the room. Suspended in the air where the laser was headed was a triangle-shaped piece of metal. As the laser hit the metal triangle, it seemed to charge up and glow brighter and brighter by the second. Soon, Tony flipped the lever a second time and the laser died off, though the triangle was still glowing in place at the center of the room.
That was easy.
Peter commented, gaining a scornful look from Tony as he walked over to the triangle. Using some metal pliers, Tony took the glowing metal piece out of its holders and held it up for a closer look.
Congratulations, sir.
Jarvis says from the nearby speakers.
You have created a new element.
Without uttering a single word, Tony took the triangular element and placed it in a nearby arc reactor. The arc reactor casing closes and accepts the element, glowing a bright baby blue soon after.
Sir, the reactor is compatible with the modified core.
Jarvis' voice fills the room once again.
I will run diagnostics. Now.
Tony says as he yanks his own reactor out of his chest and switches it out with the new one.
Sir, we are unclear as to the effects.
Jarvis tries to dissuade him, but Tony doesn't listen.
I don't want to hear it, Jarvis.
Tony says as the new arc reactor glows brightly, and the black veins on his chest begin to recede and disappear.
Wait!
Banner says as he runs over.
That tastes like coconut.
Chapter 98, C102 Monaco. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 5 chapters ahead at chapter 107. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Tony exclaims as the light of the arc reactor blinds those in the room. Since every part of his body is enhanced, Peter could still see and was surprised to witness the black veins on Tony's chest recede and disappear. It was like the new reactor was affecting his body and cleaning the toxicity from his blood in some way. Peter didn't understand how it could actually do that, though, and he wasn't sure anyone else in the room did either, including Tony himself. Once the light dimmed and they all could see, Tony stood there breathing heavily with a layer of sweat on his body. He looked far healthier than before. His skin was clearer and had a pinkish hue to it instead of the pale whiteness that it was before. The effects of palladium poisoning seemed to just disappear in mere moments. He almost looked a few years younger as well.
I need to study badassium. It could help with both the super soldier serum and the resurrection elixir.
Peter thought as he observed the shocking result.
Tony!
Banner asks as he makes it to Tony's side.
Are you okay? Yeah.
Tony replies as he checks over his body.
Good.
Banner sighs in relief as he smacks Tony upside the head.
You idiot, you could have gotten yourself killed. Look what happened to me and learn from my mistakes. Always double, triple, quadruple, and quintuple check before doing anything, especially when you're dealing with something like a new element.
While Banner was yelling and lecturing Tony for his idiotic behavior, Peter walked over to Tony's computer and started looking into potassium. It didn't take long for the others to notice his actions.
What are you doing, Spidey?
Tony asks as everyone turns to see Peter scrolling through the PC.
I'm looking at the structure of your new power source.
Peter says as his eyes are glued to the screen.
Why?
Banner asks as they all walk over.
Because if you haven't noticed, Tony is completely healed. Even the poisoning in his blood is gone. Test his toxicity levels and you'll see.
Peter says and Tony grabs a device with a needle attached to it, poking his finger with it. Toxicity 0%.
SH*T, he's right.
Tony mutters as he shows the test to everyone else.
The new element somehow healed and purged the poison from your body.
Peter says as he turns to Tony.
Did any liquid or something exit your body? No.
Tony says as he feels around and checks himself over.
Then it wasn't purged, but destroyed in some way.
Peter says, getting everyone else interested in the mystery as well.
That's amazing.
Banner says as he thinks this could help solve his Hulk problem.
This could be a cure for cancer.
Beast comments from the side and he was right. This could be a way to cure a lot of diseases. If the element could destroy poison and heal Tony's body, then it could possibly destroy other bodily afflictions as well.
Yup, we need to do some testing, but cancer isn't the only disease this could cure.
Peter says as he turns to Tony.
It could also help our little side project as well.
Of course, Peter was referring to the super soldier serum. He just didn't want Beast and Banner to know about it just yet.
We should run some tests on Tony to make sure he's all right before jumping into this.
Peter says as he forcibly detaches himself from the computer.
Those tests can also help us understand the effects of the new element, whatever you want to call it.
With that, everyone jumped to work and started running diagnostics and tests to make sure Tony was okay. During this time, Tony had nothing to do as they worked, so he came up with a name for the element. Of course, many didn't agree with such a joke of a name for something so important, but Tony's father was the founder of all of this, so they couldn't force Tony to change his mind. After the tests were finished, they found that Tony's body was completely healthy, almost too healthy. Tony is a big drinker and smokes on occasion, not to mention the drugs he's taken during his partying years, so seeing such a healthy liver and lungs was crazy. His body is in perfect condition. To further test this, they had Tony drink heavily and found that the damage to his liver was healed in an instant. The arc reactor would radiate its energy through his body and slowly heal any damage. Thankfully for him, this didn't speed up his liver, so he could still get drunk all he wanted. Tony just doesn't have to worry about the ramifications anymore, which wasn't good for Tony, who was already a big drinker.
I'll have to watch and make sure he doesn't start overly drinking.
Peter thought, as he didn't want his friend to become an addict. They also found out that Tony's body heals faster than before. It's not anywhere near as fast as Peter or someone like Deadpool that could heal at crazy rates, but he could heal about 3 times faster than the average human. Nothing that can be called super, but certainly a good improvement. A week later, the Avengers were invited to the annual Grand Prix in Monaco. No one wanted to go but Tony, as he already planned on attending for the fun of it. Though Peter knew that this would be when Vanko attacked Tony, both from the movie and the hand members that were currently tracking his every movement. Ivan Vanko doesn't empty his bladder without Peter knowing about it after all. Seeing that this would happen, Peter took the opportunity to accept the invite and form a team that would accompany them. Nightcrawler, Wolverine, Sabretooth, and Storm would be the team. Mystique was a possibility, but her power is better used for espionage, which wasn't needed in this situation. Speaking of Mystique. Flashback. After the Senate Armed Services Committee meeting, Peter called Mystique for a mission. It would be her first mission as an Avenger. Waiting in one of the many meeting rooms in Avenger Tower, Peter sat with a manila folder in hand. Only a minute later, a beautiful blue woman came strutting into the room naked. At first, Mystique wasn't comfortable showing her true form in the tower, as she's used to constantly hiding. The only person that saw her real form constantly was Magneto, but thankfully she's gotten more comfortable in the tower.
Do you need something?
She asked as she waltzed in and looked at Peter questioningly.
Yes, you have your first mission. Congrats.
Peter says as he slides the file across the table.
Hammer.
Mystique says as she opens the file and skims through it.
Yep, his involvement with Tony's hearing was odd. I want you in his circle. Assistant, bodyguard, whatever, just get close and inform me of his every move.
Peter explains.
I can get that done.
She says as she closes the folder.
Good, if you need more information, feel free to ask Jarvis. He can get you information on the people you need to switch out with.
Peter says as he stands up to leave the room.
Just remember no killing or hurting the people you switch with.
I know.
Mystique rolls her eyes as she and Sabretooth have to deal with warnings like this all the time.
I'll send them on a vacation like the last guy.
She understands the warnings when it comes to Sabretooth, though, as he is far more wild and bloodthirsty than she could ever be.
Good, thanks for the help. Let me know if you need anything. I should have brought my suit.
Tony says as they pull up to the hotel they would be staying at in Monaco in a limo.
Oh, relax.
Peter says from beside him.
There's 5 superpowered Avengers here with you. You don't need your suit for this trip, just enjoy yourself.
Tony was having a bit of a panic attack without his suit in arm's reach. Peter specifically dragged him here without the suit on purpose. He had to literally drag him kicking and screaming. Let's just say that there was a fight and Tony didn't win. Tony was like a man that borrowed from the mafia and lost it all, twitching and looking over his shoulder at every possible moment.
Tony, relax.
Peter says soothingly.
Look, I understand you feel unsafe, but that's all in your head. You need to get over this. Look around you.
Gesturing across the limo, Tony could see Sabretooth, Wolverine, Storm, and Nightcrawler. Sabretooth and Wolverine were glaring at one another, but that's a problem for later.
Including myself, we have enough power in this car to take over a country. Breathe and ask yourself, am I really in danger?
Peter says as he pats Tony on the shoulder.
You're smart enough to know this.
Chapter 99, C1 3 Brotherly Love. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead at chapter 107. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After Tony started to calm down, thanks to Peter's words, the group got settled into their hotel rooms. While this was happening, Peter had to constantly police Logan and his brother Victor. The two have had bad blood between one another long before Peter came around, not to mention the fact that Logan doesn't remember that Victor is even his brother in the first place. Logan was mad and watchful of Victor because of his experiences fighting Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants, while Victor was said off that his own brother would completely forget that he existed. Yeah, they didn't have the best relationship. Victor was a very bloodthirsty and almost evil person, but they were brothers to the end. The fact that Logan, which wasn't even his real name, looked at him like a stranger constantly irked something inside Victor. So much so that a fight broke out soon after they checked into the hotel.
Those F***seekers just won't quit.
Peter mutters as he hops to his feet and runs to the door with Tony following behind. Outside in the hallway, Sabretooth merely threw his bag in his room and proceeded to make his way over to his brother's room, where he would lay in wait outside like some deranged stalker. This wait didn't last long as both brothers had an animalistic sense and could smell, hear, and sense the other nearby. Logan knew he was outside the door, but instead of acting rationally and contacting Spider-Man to resolve Sabretooth's odd behavior, he instead extended his metallic claws and growled as he rushed to the door, yanked it open, and leaped outside to fight. He knew why Sabretooth was there and was glad to give him exactly what he wanted. A fight. They both have been heavily guarded throughout the entire trip by Spider-Man, who wouldn't let them so much as argue. making this moment feel like a long time coming. Hours of tense staring and reprimands from their boss finally culminated in this very moment.
Rog!
Logan roars as he leaps out of the room and stabs his claws in Victor's direction. Victor, being used to fighting his brother throughout the years they've been alive, saw this coming a mile away and retreated backward, causing Logan to embed his claws into the walls of the hotel hallway. Not letting this stop him for a single second, Logan ran at Victor with his claws still in the wall, cutting through it like butter as he closed the distance between him and his most hated enemy. Seeing his brother rushing at him like an angry bull, Victor's own bone claws ejected from his fingernails. Sabretooth didn't get the same adamantium upgrade his brother received all those years ago, though that doesn't mean he didn't want it. Who would want to fall behind their sibling after all? No, Victor demanded the adamantium procedure be done on him as well. Sadly for him, he couldn't merge adamantium to his skeleton because the procedure would have killed him. Sabretooth's healing factor just isn't as powerful as Logan's. Wolverine's insane healing ability was the only reason he survived that procedure in the first place. As his brother rushed at him with the intent to kill, Victor glanced between Logan's metal claws and his bony ones and felt extreme jealousy even to this very day.
I should have just forced Stryker to do the damn thing.
Sabretooth thought as Logan's claws exited the drywall and swung towards his chest. Lifting his foot, Victor Spartan kicked his brother in the chest, causing Logan to launch backward. Though before he was sent to far back, Wolverine's claws managed to graze Sabretooth's chest, tearing through his clothes and leaving 3 long cuts where each one touched along the way.
Oh,
Victor grunted in pain. This is another reason Sabretooth felt so annoyed with his brother's adamantium upgrade. Not only does it give him an unbreakable advantage, but he couldn't block the damn things. Adamantium is the strongest known metal, and when sharpened to this degree, it can cut through anything like a 1,000-degree knife through room temperature butter. Every attack would have to be expertly dodged or redirected somehow. Blocking was simply a losing tactic. As Logan flew backward, he crashed back first into a hotel room door and broke the whole thing off its hinges, landing inside the hotel room.
Asa,
what the F***CK?
A high-pitched female scream rang out as a man's voice cursed soon after. Logan looked to the side and could see 2 naked people on the bed. A beautiful blonde woman riding cowgirl on top of a balding middle-aged man. Not only that, but the man's arms and legs were handcuffed to the bed, and the woman had a small whip in hand. Obviously, these 2 weren't praying to Jesus or reciting Quran in here. They were shameful sinners indeed. Ignoring these 2, Logan jumped to his feet and ran out of the room, where his gut met the clawed fist of his brother, which sent him into the hallway wall. As the wall dents and crumbles a bit, a nearby hotel room door opens, and out comes Spider-Man. Seeing the destruction left by his 2 subordinates' battle, Peter was annoyed beyond belief. After keeping them in check all this time, for them to have the nerve to do this while he was away for barely 20 minutes.
OSH*T.
Tony muttered as he could tell that Peter has had enough of dealing with them.
Webhead.
Without a word, Peter kicked off the floor and lunges forward. Shooting a web at the 2 brothers that were brawling along the hallway, Peter pulled them apart before yanking Logan's body back toward Victor, smashing the 2 together and sending them flying down the hall together.
I've had enough with you too.
Peter talks normally, knowing that they could hear him even if he whispered. Walking over to them at a normal pace, Peter watched as they stood up and turned to see the person that sent them flying.
First, I have to babysit you all the way here, and now you have the audacity to fight like a bunch of animals.
Peter says as he gets closer and closer.
Look, we're sorry, just calm down, okay?
Logan tried to use reason for once, forgetting about his earlier fight with Victor. He has a plethora of experience challenging Peter to a fight and knew exactly where this was headed.
Hey, F***CK him.
Victor says to his brother as he glares in Peter's direction.
I've been waiting for an opportunity like this. Let's gut this overgrown spider.
Sadly, Victor doesn't have that well of experience. He only fought Peter once and Magneto got involved before it could really get anywhere.
no, you don't get it, we won't win, and it won't even be fun.
Logan tries to stop Victor, but it was too late. Peter shot a web at the floor in front of him and yanked on it, launching himself forward and appearing before Sabretooth.
Learn when to shut your mouth.
Peter says as his fist collides with Victor's face. Crack, crack, crack.
Wait, I give up.
Logan says with his hands up as Peter turns his attention toward him.
Take your punishment like a man.
Chapter 100, C104 Truth and Punishment. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead at chapter 108. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Sabretooth grunted as he woke from his forced sleep.
What the hell?
Rattle rattle asterisk. The sound of chains shaking could be heard as Victor tries to move, opening his eyes to see a dark room with one other person in front of him. Wolverine. After knocking the two out at the hotel, Peter portaled them to an abandoned warehouse, tied them in chains, and left to deal with the mess they made.
Ugh!
Victor grunted loudly as he tried and failed to break the thick layer of chains that bound his entire body. Trying for a while longer, Sabretooth gave up and looked toward his brother, who was still knocked out and tied in a similar way to himself.
Hey, wake up!
Victor called out but received no response.
Mother of asterisk ucker.
Wiggling over like a worm, Victor positioned himself close to his brother and nudged his head with his foot, as it was his only body part besides his head that was unchained.
Wake up, dumb asterisk SS.
Sabretooth yelled as Wolverine began to stir.
What the?
Logan yells as he tries to move away, but soon finds his body trapped in chains as well.
What the F asterisk CK?
Even his hands were positioned in a way that made his claws completely useless. His hands were outside of the chains and angled in a way that he couldn't himself free.
Good you're awake.
Victor says as he turns to look at his brother.
Now, help me figure a way out of this. Ah, you two are awake, good.
Peter says as he crushed the plastic, takes it in his hands, and throws the remains at the two brothers.
We just got done covering up the bullsh asterisk T you idiots caused. Tony had to pay off the hotel staff, owners, and witnesses. Meanwhile, I stole the security tapes because you idiots decided to fight right in view of multiple cameras. F asterisk CKU.
Sabretooth says venomously as he wiggles in his chains.
Unchain me so I can tear your head off and SH asterisk T down your neck. Yuck kinky.
Tony comments from the side.
Yeah, no thanks.
Peter says as he walks over.
You two need to resolve your issues because this type of behavior can't happen during future missions. Are we giving them counseling now?
Tony asks jokingly.
If we have to.
Peter says as Sabretooth starts wiggling in his direction, intending to bite his ankles.
Seriously, what are you, a child?
Whack. As soon as Victor brought himself in range, Peter wound his foot back and kicked his head like a pro soccer player, sending him rolling across the floor and crashing into Logan.
All right, I'll give you two a helping hand to kick this off.
Peter says as he looks down at both of them.
Logan, meet Victor, your brother. What?
Logan exclaims in confusion as he looks at Victor.
Hey, little brother.
Victor greets as the damage to his face from the kick slowly heals away.
If you'll remember, when you two were joining the Avengers, you were put through extensive tests and questioning.
Peter explains as Logan looks to him for answers.
Victor explained a bit of your backstory together during that. We also received information from his comrades. Not to mention your blood tests showed that you two are related. Half-brothers to be exact. I can't remember.
Logan says in shock, causing Victor to scoff at him.
Yeah, I know.
Victor says in distaste.
Well, it's probably for the best that you don't remember. From what I've heard, Victor has been a fairly sh*TTY brother, but I'm sure you can imagine.
Peter says, getting a nod from Logan and a glare from Victor.
I'm sure you still want to remember though. I would feel the same.
As Peter says this, he shoots some webs at the two, sticking them to the ground so they have even less of a chance to escape. They could do nothing but lay on the floor and look at one another.
What's that for?
Logan asks.
You two will spend the night here talking and resolving your issues.
Peter says as he opens a portal behind Tony.
We'll see you two in the morning for the races. Wait, don't you F***seeking leave me here.
Victor yells, but Peter just waved as they walked through the portal, leaving the two alone in the quiet warehouse.
So,
Logan says, unsure of what to say at this point. Sabretooth says venomously as he wiggles in his chains. Unchain me so I can tear your head off and sh*T down your neck. Yuck kinky.
maybe I should get him a therapist when we get back.
Peter thought as he worried about his friend's state of mind.
An official Avengers therapist doesn't sound like a bad idea either. It shouldn't hurt for the team to have someone to talk to.
After all, superpowered individuals with mental problems is a possible villain in the making. So many problems could come from that. Next morning, after a good night's sleep, Peter portaled back to the warehouse and found both Logan and Victor staring at each other in silence.
How was your night?
Peter says as he steps out of the portal. Before either brother could say another word, a portal opened in the center of the warehouse, and out walked Peter and Tony. Peters held 2 VHS tapes in hand, while Tony was tucking his checkbook back into his suit jacket's inner pocket. Ah, you two are awake, good, Peter says as he crushed the plastic, takes it in his hands, and throws the remains at the two brothers. We just got done covering up the *T you idiots caused. Tony had to pay off the hotel staff, owners, and witnesses. Meanwhile, I stole the security tapes because you idiots decided to fight right in view of multiple cameras. F***CKU, Sabretooth says venomously as he wiggles in his chains. Unchain me so I can tear your head off and sh*T down your neck. Yuck kinky.
Sure, but I want to make something clear.
Peter says as he walks over.
If you cause trouble again, no matter what it is, the punishment will be worse than a night in a warehouse. I'll lock you two up in a room with a therapist for weeks. You'll be forced to talk about your feeling and understand each other. Wouldn't that be nice? God, no.
Logan mutters as his brother pales. There's one thing that too gruff
Manly.
men are afraid of, and that's exactly what Peter just described. Logan and Victor would rather die than express their feelings and look deep within themselves.
Then don't cause any more trouble. You're brothers after all. Act like it.
Peter says as he breaks the chains that held them in place.
Let's go. You two need to get ready for the races.
A limo pulled up to an expensive-looking restaurant which was surrounded by photographers and press. This restaurant has the best balcony view of the race, where everyone who is someone or has connections would sit, eat, and watch the race. As the door to the limo opened up, a surprising group of people exited one after another. First, it was Tony Stark, but the next person shocked everyone. A blue man exited the limo, Nightcrawler. The world hasn't been exposed to many of the Avengers members just yet. Yeah, Nightcrawler was at the UN meeting last year, but that wasn't shown to the public. Neither did he stick around long enough during the Abomination incident to end up on the news. As every Avenger exited the car and walked inside, the flashes of cameras surrounded their every movement, especially Nightcrawler and Spider-Man. Walking inside, Pepper Potts met up with them as they would all sit together. She was here on Stark Industries business as she is becoming the CEO.
Tony, hey pal.
Someone called out to them as they were walking past the many famous and rich people toward their table. Peter could even see Elon Musk seated at a table across the room. Sadly, Elon wasn't the one calling out to Tony.
Justin Hammer.
Tony says as he turns to see Hammer walking over with a woman at each side. One seemed to be his date by the dress she was wearing, while the other looked to be his assistant.
How are you doing, buddy?
For some reason, Hammer was pretending to be Tony's friend.
You're not the only rich guy here with a fancy car.
While Tony and Pepper were reluctantly speaking with Justin Hammer and his date, the assistant that accompanied them looked toward Peter and winked.
Mystique.
Chapter 101, C-105 Raceway Battle. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead at chapter 109. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Spider-Man,
Justin Hammer turns his attention from Tony to Peter.
it's good to see you again. Ahem,
Peter decided to play dumb and mess with him.
who are you?
If he wants to play friends and smile for the crowd, then Peter would make this uncomfortable for him. Boy, did those 3 words work like a charm. Hammer went from having a fake friendly smile on his face to a look of shock and anger. He thought that he could make friends with the Spider-Man and the Avengers through Tony, especially after the failure of stealing the Iron Man suit, but that for sure wasn't happening.
Justin Hammer.
He says, pointing to himself.
We met at that committee meeting a week or 2 ago. Not ringing any bells.
Peter says as he puts on a thoughtful face.
You pretty much called me incompetent the whole time.
Hammer was really trying to get Peter to remember.
Oh yeah.
Peter says as he puts on an almost dismissive look.
Well, it was nice meeting you again, but we should get to our table. The race will be starting soon.
Without waiting for a reply, Peter walked off toward the balcony and took a seat at an open table, where he could see the track where the race would take place on. It didn't take long for the rest of his group to take the same excuse as Peter and follow along. They would rather do anything than deal with such a fake person after all. Tony was grinning like a madman, happy that Hammer didn't get what he wanted and was embarrassed at the same time. As they all ordered food and the cars started to pour out onto the track, Peter received a message from Scythe, stating that Vanko was sneaking in through the employee entrances.
How is he sneaking in with 2 giant electronic whips and all his equipment?
Peter thought in doubt.
Is he that skilled in infiltration, or does he have some sort of plot armor?
Of course, Peter was kidding about the plot armor, but he was confused about how a poor Russian scientist could do such a thing.
Maybe all big-name Marvel villains get a jack-of-all-trades type of buff that helps them commit their crimes.
Peter thought with an uncaring shrug. At the end of the day, it really didn't matter. While the cars were starting to line up on the track, Tony tried to sneak off to the bathroom, but Peter stopped him by grabbing his shoulder.
You are not racing.
Peter says, knowing that this would put him in danger from his movie knowledge.
What? I'm just going to the bathroom. Relax.
Tony says with a laugh as he shrugs Peter's hand off and strolls away.
Maybe I was wrong.
Peter thought. Maybe the reason that Tony joined the race in the movie was that he was dying and fulfilling some sort of bucket list. Now that he's healed and running better than ever before, the thought of putting himself in a dangerous situation for the fun of it was stupid. After a while of waiting for Tony's return, Peter learned just how dumb he was to believe in his friend. The restaurant they sat in had flat-screen TVs everywhere for the race, and they showed the image of a dressed-up Tony Stark hopping into a race car with the Stark Industries logo prominently displayed all over its body.
I shouldn't have believed in him.
Peter mutters and gets an understanding nod from Pepper, who was more than used to these kind of things happening by now.
Want me to go get him, boss?
Nightcrawler asks between bites of bread that the waiter brought, as he could just teleport Tony back in a matter of seconds.
No, let him have his fun. They'll be ready to help if he crashes, please.
Peter says after a moment of thought.
He's certainly reckless enough for that to happen.
Pepper mutters. She may act like this doesn't faze her, but Pepper was fairly nervous about Tony's well-being. She and Tony have always had a romantic connection with one another, but she refused to admit it due to his playboy attitude and lifestyle. Who would want to date a man that would cheat on you after all? As all of the cars lined up and engines start roaring, the race is counted down and takes off with the wave of a flag. Tony is surprisingly quite skilled at race car driving as he passes a few cars before finding much more skilled opponents in the front half of the race. While the race is happening, a man dressed in orange pit crew clothing walks beside the track. Without a care for his safety, the orange-clad man steps over the barricades and onto the raceway. A car whizzes past the man as he takes off his jacket and unfurls two thick metallic-looking whips, which were held in each hand and connected to a harness on his chest. As his jacket falls to the ground, a circular panel on his chest harness lights up and ignites the whips in blue electricity.
What the?
Pepper mutters in confusion as she watches this happen. Peter watched as well, confirming that it was indeed Ivan Vanko, Whiplash.
Kurt, go and take all of the racers to safety. Start with Tony, please.
Ignoring all of the cars that were in the lead as they pass him by, careful not to run over the lunatic that's trying to kill himself on the track, Vanko winds his arm back and strikes out at a car. Tony's car.
Hey, boss.
Nightcrawler greets as he touches Tony and disappears just in time for the car to crash into the ground and catch on fire. As Tony and Kurt appeared back on the balcony, Pepper rushes to Tony and started hugging him, but that didn't last long as she began to hit him and complain about taking unnecessary risks.
Just going to the bathroom, huh?
Peter says jokingly.
Have.
Tony laughs awkwardly as his heart rate slows, calming down from the life-threatening situation he was just in. Ignoring Tony, who was still getting an earful from Pepper, Peter turned to the Avengers and gave out some orders.
All right, this just went from a vacation to an active situation. Let's see how you all handle it.
Peter says as they all straighten their backs a bit.
Kurt, deliver your comrades to the enemy and then get back to evacuating the racers and anyone else that could get in the way. Remember, I want him captured alive. You're on camera, so act like it.
Storm stays quiet as usual and nods to her orders, while Sabretooth and Wolverine simply grunt in affirmation, though they were excited to fight someone that wouldn't absolutely demolish them like Peter.
You got it.
Kurt says as he takes hold of the group, and they disappear in a puff of blue smoke. Sitting back down, Peter watched the TVs, which were following Vanko's every move, and saw the team appear before the enemy. Kurt didn't stick around and disappeared, leaving the fighting to the rest while he did, as he was told, and got the racers off the track.
Are you not going to help them?
Pepper asks as she fawns over Tony, looking for any injuries. She may not want to admit it, but she loves the guy. Even after yelling at him for so long, she still cares enough to make sure he's all right.
Nah, they need the training anyway.
Peter says with a shrug.
They haven't had a big enemy to test themselves on just yet, so this would be their chance to shine. Are you sure they can handle it?
Tony asks as he sits beside Peter and watches the TVs as well.
This whip guy doesn't seem very strong, so they should be fine.
Peter says as Pepper joins them at the table.
My question is, how does he have an arc reactor?
Hearing Peter's words, Tony took a close look at the screen and saw a glowing object on the chest of the man that cut his car in half.
What?
Chapter 101 Part 2, C-106 Raceway Battle. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead at chapter 110. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. As Storm, Wolverine, and Sabretooth appeared before the whip-wielding maniac, they all jumped to do something different. All of them have been trained to the standards of a low-level shield grunt, but never have they worked together in battle before. Victor and Logan were the only 2 Avengers that have a long history of fighting as partners, but sadly Logan remembers none of it. Though that chemistry they once had seemed to still be there, if only slightly, as both brothers rushed forward at the enemy in tandem. Logan's mind may have forgotten, but his body seemed to retain some memory of its own. As the 2 brothers rushed at the enemy like angry bulls, Storm did what she does best. Using the wind to carry her body up above and out of range of the enemy's whips, she spread her arms and the weather changed in an instant. What was a clear and sunny day turned dark, cloudy, and windy at an abnormal rate. At this point, the thousands of people in attendance, who came to watch the races, broke from their shock and started running to the exits. Screams were heard as they all evacuated in messy groups. As this was happening, Logan and Victor began to close in on their opponent, claws out and feral grins on their faces.
I'm not here for you.
Vanko says in a thick Russian accent.
Go away and bring me Tony Stark.
With that said, Vanko winds a whip back and lashed out at both attackers, not noticing the swift change in weather up above him. As the whip swung horizontally toward the two animalistic metahumans, Logan dipped under while his brother jumped over, dodging the whip with ease. Vanko saw this coming and already had his second whip ready to go, bringing it down on the brother that had nowhere to go, Sabretooth. Victor took the high route and was now stuck in the air, unable to dodge. Logan was smart to simply duck under the first attack as he could still use the ground to maneuver his way around any follow-up attacks. Glancing up to see the second whip, which was falling vertically towards his newfound brother, Logan acted quickly and kicked off the grounds as well. Swinging his clawed hand, Logan went to cut the electrified whip and did so easily. Sadly, the whip was in fact electrified and every bone in Wolverine's body, including his claws, was coated in metal. As Logan's claws sunk into the whip, the current of power from Vanko's arc reactor redirected its course, flowing down Logan's claws and into his body, spreading to every connected bone it could. As the foreign electricity invaded Logan's entire body, he convulsed midair and fell to the floor with blood leaking out of every orifice of his body. Though his efforts weren't in vain, Logan managed to cut the whip before it touched his brother, saving Victor from his possible death. After all, Sabretooth's healing factor is nowhere near as good as Logan's. As Victor lands and stops to look at his downed brother's form, Vanko speaks in his deep Russian accent once again.
You should have left when I gave you the chance.
He says as he spins both whips like helicopter blades and walks toward Victor.
Now you will die like your friend.
As he draws closer to Victor, rumbling could be heard from the sky above. Neither Victor nor Vanko seemed to notice as the loud sound of the spinning whips drowned everything else out. When Vanko was almost in striking range, the cloudy sky lit up and a loud crashing sound could be heard. Crash.
You're welcome.
Storm says to Victor as she flew down and rushed over to Logan, who was unconscious but healing quickly. While that was happening,
What?
Tony exclaimed as he took a closer look at the glowing circle on the whip-wielding maniac's chest.
How could this happen?
Pepper asks in shock.
Did someone steal the blueprints or hack into your workshop?
No, that's not possible.
Tony says with a shake of his head.
Jarvis protects all of my systems and nothing related to the reactor has been stolen. At least, not to my knowledge, but it would take a very skilled and equipped thief to rob my workshop.
Peter asks aloud, knowing that Tony was always connected to his virtual assistant.
Yes, sir.
Jarvis answers from the speaker on Tony's smartphone.
Find out who that man is.
Peter says plainly, and Jarvis gets to work. It used to be that Jarvis would have to confirm the orders Peter gave him with Tony, but that is now a thing of the past. Since it got annoying to constantly permit Jarvis every time Peter needed something, Tony made it so Peter had a small amount of control over Jarvis as well. Small because Peter can't use Jarvis to steal anything from Tony or look in areas that he's not permitted. Basically, if it hurts Tony or is filed under Tony's eyes only, then Jarvis wouldn't be able to help. Though Peter didn't plan on doing any of that, so it didn't really matter.
Yes, sir.
Jarvis says as he uses the cameras, which were still broadcasting the whole situation worldwide, to get a good picture of the Vanko's face. Not only that, but Jarvis also started going over the many security cameras in and around the building. Using that, Jarvis hoped to backtrack Vanko's movements leading up to his arrival. If there are enough cameras in this city, then Jarvis may be able to find where Vanko is staying or if he had any co-conspirators. Of course, Peter already knows all of this information thanks to his trusty ninja organization, but he won't volunteer any of it. He would rather keep the hand a secret from his fellow Avengers. At least for now.
Facial recognition confirmed, Ivan Vanko.
Jarvis says after only a few seconds.
Why does that sound familiar?
Tony asks with a questioning look.
Wasn't Vanko the name alongside your father's in the original arc reactor blueprints? From the box that Fury gave you, remember?
Peter drops a major hint, which causes Tony's eyes to widen in realization.
Wasn't it Anton Vanko, though?
Pepper says as she remembered.
Correct, Anton Vanko was his father.
Jarvis says over the phone speaker.
Okay, then why is the son a man that worked with my old man attacking the Grand Prix?
Tony asks in confusion.
He's not attacking the Grand Prix per se.
Peter hints as Pepper begins to realize.
He's attacking Tony.
Pepper blurts out her thought.
Exactly.
Peter says with a nod.
Why else would he ignore every car but Tony's? At least 3 cars passed him before Tony came along and all were left unharmed.
Peter says, happy that they were all finally on the same page.
Why would he want to attack Tony?
Pepper asks in confusion.
I don't know.
Peter said with a shrug.
Maybe his father had a grudge or Tony did something that unknowingly irked him. Jarvis, any ideas?
Tony asks, knowing that Jarvis is looking into it. Yes, Anton Vanko was deported back to Russia after selling Stark Company secrets on the black market. This is all the information I have at the moment, sir, Jarvis explains.
Makes sense.
Peter says with a nod.
What makes sense?
Pepper asks questioningly.
Well, if he was deported for selling Stark secrets, it makes sense that Howard was involved in that process. I'm sure Anton wasn't happy about that. Now, a father's hate is being acted out by his son.
Peter says, getting a nod from Tony.
Though there may be another reason, this one is the most likely.
Crash. Chapter 102, C107 wrapping up. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead at chapter 111. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Making their way through the fairly empty raceway, Peter walked up to the group of Avengers that have gathered around the now detained Ivan Vanko. Logan was awake and sitting on the ground with a tired look on his face. He may be able to heal extremely quickly, but the pain and experience of having his entire skeleton electrified seems to have taken a toll, at least mentally. Victor, Nightcrawler, and Storm were standing guard over Ivan, who was tied up in his own whips with a conflicted look on his face. On one hand, he completed what he set out to accomplish, proving Tony's words at the committee meeting wrong. Tony said before the world that no one would be able to copy what he has created. In Peter's humble opinion, that's still true, as the only piece of equipment that resembles Tony's Iron Man suit is Vanko's arc reactor, but the public probably wouldn't see things that way. Those with ulterior motives would come out of the woodwork and start making a fuss, which would then rile up those with similar opinions and sway those that are susceptible. On the other hand, he also wanted to injure the son of the man that ruined his and his father's lives. He knew that the odds were against him, as Tony's suit was far better than his own. After all, the man had more money, time, and resources to put into his suit. Although killing him wasn't possible just yet, injuring him was certainly plausible. Ivan said in the movie, in order to truly set the public against Tony Stark, Vanko wanted to show that the hero they worshipped was only human. Sadly, he didn't even get the chance to fight who he wanted. Peter made sure of that.
Hello, Ivan Vanko, correct?
Peter says as they stroll over with Tony and Pepper following closely behind him.
What do you want?
Vanko says in distaste as he turns to see Tony standing beside Peter.
Stark, the son of a thief, finally shows himself.
Tony doesn't reply just yet as he walks over and takes a look at Vanko's equipment.
Pretty decent tech. Cycles per second look a little low. You could have doubled up your rotations. You focus the repulsor energy through ionized plasma channels. It's effective. Not very efficient, but it's a passable knockoff.
Tony says as he examines the broken arc reactor on Vanko's chest.
I don't get it. A little fine-tuning and you could have made a solid paycheck. You could have sold it to North Korea, China, or Iran, or gone onto the black market like your father. I'm sure he would be happy to share his connections with you. My father is dead.
Ivan says as he glares at Tony.
He's the reason you're alive.
Tony says, unsure of how to answer that.
You come from a family of thieves and butchers.
Vanko didn't care for Tony's condolences as he spat in his direction.
Now, like all guilty men, you try to rewrite your own history. You forget all the lives the Stark family has destroyed. Mine and my father's are only small pebbles in that mountain.
Okay.
Tony says as he doesn't know whether to feel bad for him or not.
Well, have fun in your prison cell. I'll send you a bar of soap and some porn magazines.
After stripping Vanko of his equipment and confiscating it, they handed him off to the police and went on their way. Of course, Peter dispatched some hand ninjas to follow and keep an eye on things, just in case. Stern was giving a speech on the TV in the council room of Avengers Tower. Just as Peter expected, the clowns came out of the woodwork to capitalize on this incident.
The snakes are out.
Tony mutters as he came to the same conclusion.
Yeah, but they can do nothing.
Peter says as he gets a text and checks his phone.
I have to go. I'll be back soon with a present for you.
In a pristine private airplane hangar, armed security patrols the area as Justin Hammer sits at a fancy dinner table with a glass of red wine in hand. Standing beside him like a sort of attendant, Hammer's beautiful assistant waits patiently to help with any of her boss's whims. Moments later, a line of blacked-out SUVs drives in past the security and park one by one beside a private jet. The doors open and similar-looking security guards come pouring out and escort a bound and blindfolded man to the dinner table, seating him across from Hammer. Ripping off the blindfold, the man is revealed to be Ivan Vanko, freshly broken out of prison.
Hey, there he is. What an absolute pleasure. Welcome.
Hammer tries his best to make a good impression, but Vanko looks at him as if he were an idiot.
Oh, goodness gracious. Can we get the handcuffs off my friend here? Forgive me, I'm such a huge fan of yours. I didn't want to make a first impression like this. He's not an animal. Come on, he's a human being.
Warily following their boss's orders, guards take off the restraints but stick close by, ready for any possible attacks from their guest.
My name is Justin Hammer. I'd like to do some business with you. Please sit. Dig in. What do we have today, Jack?
Hammer introduces himself and turns to speak to a nearby waiter.
Salmon Carpaccio, sir.
He answers instantly and dutifully.
Anything you want here, we got it. I like my wine first. I had this flown in from San Francisco. It's Italian though, organic somehow as well. I have a bit of an obsession. Apparently you do too for Tony Stark. I couldn't bear to have you shipped off to God knows where. It would have been such a waste of talent, but if I might make a suggestion, you shouldn't just go and try to kill the guy. Go after his legacy. That's what you kill. Then you can off him later on.
Hammer says and pauses, hoping for Ivan to join the conversation, but he doesn't.
You and me, we are a lot alike in a lot of ways. The only difference between you and me is that I have resources. I think, if I may, you need my resources. Someone behind you, a benefactor. I'd like to be that guy. What do you think?
Hammer asks,
Iklimenia abiat ni beauty mania. Luch umepit, kemjit bi siboem mipe.
Vanko pretends that he doesn't speak English.
Okay, do you speak English? Because I can get a translator. I don't know. Have you been understanding everything I'm saying?
Hammer asks, hiding his annoyance as best as he can.
Very good, man.
Vanko says in broken English. Vanko says in broken English. Very good.
Cheers.
Hammer holds up his glass toward his new partner.
Budem zidopobi.
Ivan grabs the wine bottle and clinks it against the glass before taking a big swig of it. As Hammer was celebrating internally, Vanko spoke up.
I want my bird.
Vanko says in his fake broken English. Vanko says in his fake broken English. A bird, you want a bird? Hammer asks in confusion. I want my bird, Ivan clarifies. Vanko says in his fake broken English. A bird, you want a bird? Hammer asks in confusion. I want my bird, Ivan clarifies. I can get you a bird, I can get you 10 birds, Hammer says, hoping to solve this quickly. I want my bird, he clarifies a bit more forcefully this time.
Well, okay, nothing's impossible. I could.
Chapter 103, C108 wrapping up. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead at chapter 112. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Sir, we have a problem.
A security guard rushed over to Hammer and Vanko, interrupting their dinner.
What?
Hammer asks in annoyance as he was doing his best to sway his guest to his side.
Spiderman is here.
The guard says with a wary look on his face. Hammer whips his head to stare at the guard, unsure if he heard correctly.
Say that again. Spiderman.
He repeats, gripping his assault rifle tightly in hand.
What?
Hammer drops the glass of wine he was holding and stands up.
Where is he? We need to go.
As Hammer comes to this realization, the sound of shouting could be heard outside.
This is a restricted area. Turn around and leave now.
One of the more confident security guards tried to shoo Peter away. This didn't seem to work because only seconds later the sounds of painful screams and gunfire filled the air, frightening Hammer more than he already was. While Hammer started panicking and ordering around his guards, Vanko, who was thankfully unrestrained by this point, stood up and stealthily walked to the back of the hangar, hoping to find a backdoor exit to slip through. As the sounds of screaming and gunfire grew further and further away, Vanko found a door with a red sign above it that read, "Emergency Exit."
Hee hee, my luck is good.
Vanko chuckles lowly as he paces to the door and reaches out to push it open.
Not so much.
A female voice says from behind as the sound of a taser gun firing could be heard. Pew.
Aoog.
Vanko grunts in pain as his muscles no longer listen to him, and he toppled over onto the hangar floor, shaking from the constant flow of electricity moving through his body.
Huh, this thing works pretty well.
Hammer's secretary mutters as she walks over and makes eye contact with Vanko, her eyes flashing yellow for only a brief moment.
Where do you think you're going?
Zakbai Seaboy Pot Kuka, shut your mouth, fool.
Vanko squeezes out through the pain, but shuts his mouth as he sees her eyes change.
How rude.
She says and stomps on Ivan's head, knocking him unconscious.
Load up the plane, quick, quick, quick.
Hammer instructs some guards as the sounds of gunfire and cries of pain outside the hangar lessen by every passing second.
No, we don't need that. Just get the plane running. We don't have time.
While his employees were working in overdrive to get their boss out of the situation they'd found themselves in, Hammer noticed that someone was missing. Vanko, who was the whole reason that he came here in the first place, was nowhere to be seen.
Sir, the jet is ready to go.
A guard says as he runs over to Hammer's side.
Where's Ivan? We can't leave without him.
Hammer asks his nearby guards.
Sir, we don't have time. It's either stay and get caught by Spider-Man or leave now.
One guard says it how it is. Sadly, Hammer knew that Vanko was the key to finally outdoing Tony Stark and would do anything for that to happen. He was tired of living in the shadow of that pompous windbag. Now that he has a chance to step out of that shadow, Hammer would do anything to cling to it.
Oh, that.
A scream is heard as a guard comes flying into the hangar and crashes into the diner table a few feet away from Hammer. As the guard's body broke through the table and hit the floor, he groggily aimed his gun outside the hangar and began to fire indiscriminately. Bang, 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 bang.
Did I get him?
He asks as he ran out of ammo. Seconds later, and a second guard came soaring into the hangar and collided with the downed guard, knocking each other unconscious.
You know what?
Hammer says as he starts to have second thoughts.
Everyone in the jet, let's go.
Hammer may want nothing more than to get one over on Tony Stark, but he is also a very self-centered man. Seeing what became of his guards outside made him wonder what Spider-Man would do to him when he arrived. Sadly, it was too late. Hammer stalled for too long. He should have taken off in his jet when the guard said it was ready. As the group of guards surrounded Hammer and rushed to the plane, a web hit the fold-out stairs leading into the plane and yanked it closed, sealing the plane's entrance shut.
F***CK, get this open, now.
Hammer orders frantically, but none of his guards would be able to get the door open with Peter's webs sealing it shut.
What's the rush? Stay and chat with me.
A voice says from behind, causing Hammer and his guards to turn around. Seated in the center of the hangar, where Hammer and Vanko were supposed to eat dinner, Peter sat with one leg crossed over the other. Beside him were a few unconscious guards, while countless other guards were sprawled out on the floor outside the hangar as well. Out of reflex, the guards surrounding Hammer raise their guns and aim them in Peter's direction.
None of that, please.
Peter says as he gestures outside the hangar.
It didn't work for them, so do you really think it will work for you?
Peter could see the wavering looks appear on the guards' faces as one by one they lowered their weapons. They knew that their only hope out of this was escaping, but now that wasn't possible. Fighting Spider-Man is like fighting the ocean. Sooner or later they would only end up drowning.
Good, now bring Justin Hammer to me.
Peter orders as he reaches over and grabs the chair that Vanko was sitting on earlier and places it in front of him, patting the seat welcomingly.
What? No.
Hammer yells as his guards look at each other for a moment before dragging him toward the seat.
Stop, you work for me, you idiots.
Dragging him by the arms, the remaining guards place a thrashing Justin Hammer into the seat.
Restrain him.
Peter ordered, and they chain him up in the same restraints that Vanko wore only moments ago. Once Hammer was restrained to the chair, the guards stepped to the side and waited for further orders, not daring to do anything that could anger the superpowered individual.
It's good to see you again, Justin.
Peter says in the same fake friendly manner that Hammer used on him at the Grand Prix.
No reply. Okay, where's Ivan Vanko? Vanko, you mean that maniac from the race?
Hammer asks, hoping to weasel his way out of this.
There must be some sort of mix-up. I don't have that guy here. I thought he was in jail.
Just as Hammer was spewing lies to cover his *S, the sound of high heels click-clacking on the hangar floor could be heard. Looking over Hammer's shoulder, Peter could see a familiar secretary strutting her way over while dragging a knocked-out Ivan Vanko behind her by the back of his shirt. Turning his head, Hammer saw this as well and couldn't help but curse his secretary internally.
Why did you have to bring him back? You stupid B*TCH?
Hammer thought. Only moments ago, he was ready to give up everything to get Vanko back, but now the man's presence only brought him pain.
Good work, Mystique.
Peter says as the secretary's whole form shifts and changed into her original blue appearance, shocking everyone in the room. Especially Justin Hammer, who just found out that his most trusted secretary was some sort of alien spy.
Mission complete.
She says as she drops Vanko at Peter's feet and hands over a flash drive as well.
What's this?
Peter asks as he takes the drive.
All the evidence you'll need.
Raven reveals as she turns her back and walks out of the hangar.
I'm going home.
Sure, I will need a mission report by the end of the week though.
Peter calls out as she gets further away.
I know.
She says with a wave over her shoulder and turns the corner, disappearing outside of the hangar. Turning back to Justin Hammer, who was caught red-handed in his lies, Peter gestures toward Vanko.
You were saying...
Chapter 104, C109 King. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead at chapter 113. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwar. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Hammer Industries owner and CEO, Justin Hammer, was arrested today. The police have made a statement, saying that Justin facilitated a prison break for the maniac who attacked the recent Grand Prix in Monaco. The escaped prisoner, Ivan Vanko, and Mr. Hammer were detained and brought in by none other than New York's favorite hero, Spider-Man.
Watching the TV with a smirk on his face, Tony still couldn't believe that this was happening. When Peter left and promised a surprise present on his way out, Tony didn't think he would deliver such an amazing and thoughtful gift. Justin Hammer has always been a sort of fly that kept buzzing around Tony's head, a constant annoyance that refused to just leave him alone. When Peter came back to the tower with both Vanko and Hammer unconscious and dragging behind him by the back of their shirts, Tony didn't know what to think. He especially didn't think that Justin Hammer would have the balls to execute a prison break and work with a criminal. All just to finally beat him.
Well, good riddance.
Tony muttered as he toasted his glass of whiskey toward the TV, which showed the mugshots of both Vanko and Hammer. After dealing with both Vanko and Hammer, Peter went through the evidence before handing Hammer off to the proper authorities. Vanko, on the other hand, will be kept in the tower's detainment floor. Peter could have let the rest of the Iron Man 2 movie events play out, but he didn't see a valid reason for it. Yeah, he could have used it as more training for the Avengers, as both Wolverine and Sabretooth failed spectacularly in Monaco, but he can just cater a new training program based on teamwork for all Avengers to go through. There's no reason to risk anyone's safety for the purpose of training. Monaco was doable because Vanko was so weak at that point. Allowing him to upgrade and expand wouldn't be smart. Vanko would stay in the tower's detainment floor indefinitely, as Peter and Tony didn't want his knowledge to be used against them. Who knows how many other people would kill to have that knowledge? After all, every country and weapons manufacturer around the world was currently striving and failing to make a fraction of what Vanko and Tony could easily create. Leaving Vanko in a random prison somewhere is simply asking for trouble. Of course, Peter sent his hand subordinates to retrieve all of Vanko's blueprints and data. From his home in Russia to any location he stayed or visited along the way to Monaco, Peter made sure everything was searched and confiscated. He can't have someone finding blueprints for all of Vanko's equipment and using them for nefarious purposes or selling them to someone that would then use them for nefarious purposes. Meanwhile, in the large decorative throne room of Asgard, the ceremony to name the new king, Thor Odinson, was underway. Seated on a majestic throne in the back of the room, Thor's father, Odin Borson, sat in his golden armor with his trusted spear, Gungnir, in hand. Insert picture of Odin Borson here. Standing at the bottom of the steps leading to the throne, Loki Odinson, Odin's second son, stood among other high-standing members of the Asgardian kingdom. Insert picture of Loki Odinson here.
Where is he?
A high-status Asgardian whispers to Loki.
He said he'd be along soon.
Loki answers without a care, happy that his smooth-brained brother was late for his own crowning. Sif, the only female member of the prestigious Warriors 3, realizes the truth and shakes her head in disapproval.
He wants to make an entrance.
She mutters loud enough for those near her to hear.
Well, if he doesn't show up soon, then he shouldn't bother. Odin looks like he's ready to feed him to his ravens.
Someone says.
I wouldn't worry, father will forgive him, he always does.
Loki says, sneering inwardly. Just then, at the front of the hall, two giant decorative doors banged open, and a hammer crackling with lightning soars into the room. Seconds later, Thor Odinson strides cockily into the hall, dressed similarly to his father with a proud smirk on his face. Holding out his hand as he walks in, Thor calls the hammer back and catches it with ease. Insert picture of Thor Odinson here. The waiting crowd erupts in cheers. Thor spins his hammer with a flourish and holds it up before the crowd, basking in the moment, relishing in the adoration, whipping his audience up into a frenzy.
Oh, please.
Sif says with a disapproving shake of her head. Odin watches from his throne, not liking his son's showy display. Vault below the throne room. As the sound of cheers echo from above, an odd, cold breeze picks up in the vault of Asgard. The station guards rub their limbs to warm themselves, growing increasingly uneasy as they sense that something wasn't right. They exchange a look, then walk the length of the vault's hallway to its end, where a blue casket sits undisturbed upon a pedestal. Large shadows suddenly loom over the guards. They look up and shout in terror as they raise their weapons. Throne room. As Thor finished stirring up the crowd and reaches the throne at the back of the room, he drops to one knee and kneels before his father. Frigga, Thor's mother, casts him an admonishing glance, not happy with his flashy entrance. Thor winks at her and she can't help but crack a smile in her son's direction. It was hard to stay mad at her children. Insert picture of Frigga here. Boom! Odin strikes Gungnir upon the ground with a deafening boom, causing the crowd to fall silent instantly.
Gungnir, its aim is true, its power strong. With it, I have defended Asgard and the lives of the innocent across the 9 realms since the time of the great beginning, though the day has come for a new king to wield his own weapon.
Odin speaks with quiet, effortless authority as he raises Gungnir for all to see. Placing Gungnir to the side, Odin holds out his hand and summons Thor's hammer to himself, catching it just as easily as his son did only moments ago.
Mjolnir, forged in the heart of a dying star from the sacred Uru metal, only one may lift it, only one is worthy. Whoever wields this hammer commands all lightning and storms. Its power has no equal, either as a weapon to destroy or as a tool to build. It is a fit companion for a king.
Odin says as he tosses the hammer back to Thor. Vault. The bodies of the Asgardian guards, which were now strewn with ice, are flung to the vault's floor. One of the large blue-skinned attackers lifts the blue casket off its stand and turns to leave, similar blue-skinned creatures following closely behind. As they leave, the wall behind where the casket once sat starts to separate and retract, revealing something standing in the shadows behind it. As the creatures walk away, a fiery glow rises behind them. They turn back around in surprise, but it was already too late. A fiery beam of light shoots in their direction, slicing the blue thieves into pieces. Throne room.
Today I entrust you with the greatest honor in all the 9 realms, the sacred throne of Asgard. I have sacrificed much to achieve peace, so too must a new generation sacrifice to maintain that peace. Responsibility, duty, honor, these are not merely virtues to which we must aspire. They are essential to every soldier and to every king.
Odin speaks down toward Thor as a cold chill begins to fill the room. The crowd starts to shiver and rub their limbs for warmth in the increasingly cold air of the hall.
Thor Odinson, do you swear to guard the 9 realms?
Odin looks upon his son with pride.
I swear.
Thor answers as his confident smirk grows by the second. Thor answers as his confident smirk grows by the second. Do you swear to preserve the peace? Odin continues. I swear, Thor answers once again. Thor answers as his confident smirk grows by the second. Do you swear to preserve the peace? Odin continues. I swear, Thor answers once again. Do you swear to cast aside all selfish ambition and pledge yourself only to the good of all the realms? Odin asks. I swear, Thor says confidently.
Then on this day, I, Odin Allfather, proclaim you king of Asgard and the 9 realms.
Odin finishes as he slams Gungnir on the floor once again. Boom! The hall goes silent as the crowd witnesses the birth of a new king, but soon everyone begins to notice a strange change in the room. Ice creeps across the surface of the large banners around the hall, making an eerie cracking sound. Thor, the warriors 3, and the crowd see it as well. Some in the crowd gasp in shock as the steam from their breath fills the air, visible for all to see.
Frost giants.
Chapter 105, C110 Rage-Fueled Decision. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 113. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Thor enters the vault below the throne room with his hammer in hand and stares shocked at the sight before him. The warriors 3 and Loki hurry in behind Thor and stop short. Shattered and melting ice is strewn about the floor. The smoldering and twisted remains of the tall, blue-skinned humanoid thieves lay sprawled out all over the floor. The blue-skinned thieves just lost a savage battle, without a single survivor among them. Amidst this horrific scene, shrouded in the shadows, stands a black metal creature, a fiery glow coming from within it. Insert picture of the destroyer here. The destroyer is an enchanted Asgardian automaton used primarily to guard Odin's vault, though it could also be used as a weapon against its master's enemies. The destroyer unquestionably obeys the ruler of Asgard and wielder of Gungnir. It holds the blue casket which the thieves tried to steal safely in hand, awaiting its master orders.
The destroyer.
Sif mutters in fright as she lays eyes on the shadowy figure.
The Tesseract?
Loki mutters with an interesting look in his eyes.
I thought it was just a legend.
Of course he was mistaken, as the Tesseract is on Earth, but the two are oddly similar in appearance.
The Jotuns must pay for what they've done.
Thor exclaims as he sees the dead bodies of the Asgardian vault guards.
They have paid with their lives. The destroyer did its job and the casket is safe. All is well.
Odin placates as he walks over, frowning sadly at the dead Asgardian soldiers.
All is well, they broke into the weapons vault. If the frost giants had stolen even one of these relics.
Thor was P*S said.
But they didn't.
Odin interrupts Thor.
I want to know why they did this.
Thor asks without taking his eyes off of the Asgardian bodies. The casket of ancient winters belonged to the Jotuns. They believe it's their birthright, Odin explains.
And if you hadn't taken it from them, they would have laid waste to all the 9 realms.
Thor counters angrily.
We have a truce with Laufey, the Jotun king.
Odin explains.
He just broke your truce. We must act.
Thor says, pointing to the bodies in the room. Odin turns to Loki and the warriors 3.
Leave us, please.
Odin says, and they follow his command, leaving the vault. Loki couldn't keep his eyes off of the casket until he turned the corner and followed the warriors 3 away from the area.
What action would you take?
Odin turns back to Thor and asks.
March our army into Jotunheim as you once did, teach them a lesson, break their spirits so they'll never dare try to cross our borders again.
Thor says with a proud look.
Thor, you are a king now.
Odin says as he walks over and places his hand on his son's shoulder.
I know that this seems like an act of war to you, but it's not worth starting another war. Learn from me and my mistakes, my son. War brings nothing but pain and death to both sides. If you march soldiers into Jotunheim, many of those soldiers will die. Fathers, sons, mothers, and daughters will leave their homes and never return to their families ever again. Do you want that?
Hearing his father's words, Thor's hands grip tightly into fists as his fingernails break the skin of his palms, drawing blood that slowly drips to the floor.
How many Asgardians have to die to satiate your pride, Thor? Let's not even mention the fact that the Jotuns are our people as well. You seem to forget that Jotunheim is a part of the 9 realms, of which you are the sworn protector and king.
Thor didn't notice, as he was far too enraged to see it, but Odin was speaking from experience. He let his pride dictate all of his actions and was once what many would call a warmonger. Millions have died at the tip of Gungnir's spear.
They got this far.
Thor grits his teeth, unsure of how to act as a king in this situation.
We will find the breach in our defenses. It will be found and it will be sealed.
Odin says as he pats his son on the shoulder and walks off.
That's it.
Thor asks with a scoff.
Yes, decisions made in anger and without thought are detrimental to any ruler. Go and calm yourself. Once you're calm, we can come up with a less violent way to handle this situation.
Odin says as he turns the corner, leaving Thor standing alone among the dead bodies. Odin left the area thinking he got through to his son and helped steer him in the right direction, but he was only half right.
If I can't send the army, I'll just go myself.
Thor thought as he left the vault, grasping his hammer tightly in hand. Thor took his father's words about war and the death of his people seriously, but that doesn't mean he doesn't want retribution. Thor is the type to always jump headfirst into his problems, so that's what he would do. The only Asgardian life he would risk will be his own. Arriving at the Rainbow Bridge alone with his hammer in hand, Thor walks across the bridge toward the Bifrost. The Bifrost is a dome-shaped building at the end of the Rainbow Bridge. It's used to teleport anyone to and from Asgard. Arriving at the end of the bridge and entering the dome, Thor was surprised to find his brother Loki and the warriors 3 waiting, all of them dressed for combat. Standing off the side, Heimdall stood unmoving in his golden armor, grasping his sword tightly. Insert picture of Heimdall here. Heimdall is an all-seeing and all-hearing Asgardian who is the gatekeeper of Asgard and the guardian of its Bifrost. His sword is the key to activating the teleportation of the dome. Ignoring Heimdall for the moment, Thor addressed his friends and brother.
Why are you here?
He asks with a raised brow, ready to fight should they try to stop him.
We know you, brother.
Loki says as he sneers.
Father said not to retaliate against the Jotuns, but you won't listen.
So here we are, my king.
Sif says as she and the other warriors three drop to one knee.
We will always guard your back, my king.
The three proclaim all at once.
Yeah.
Loki says, refusing to kneel with them.
What they said?
Heimdall asks from the side.
Yes.
Exactly 1 week since Justin Hammer was handed over to the police with a mountain of evidence against him, Peter had started to relax again and get back into his schedule. During this time, Peter, Clint, and Natasha came together to formulate a training program for teamwork. Based on the fight in Monaco, Peter was sure that this type of training was sorely needed. The only reason Wolverine and Sabretooth won the fight against Vanko was Storm, who technically didn't do much either. Striking lightning on a grounded target while out of range wasn't a very impressive thing for her to do, after all. The training program would be put in place in 1 week, as they're waiting for specially made equipment that Tony would build for them. Speaking of Tony, his and Peter's work to recreate the super soldier serum made huge strides in the last week. Thanks to the addition of badassium, the current unstable version of the serum became 50% more stable. The current method to do so was radiating the serum with badassium. Simply dipping a piece of badassium into the serum and leaving it there for 24 hours did wonders. Now they just need to find a way to concentrate the radiation of badassium into the serum, and they could have a completely stable super soldier serum. Things were looking good for the Avengers SSS project. As Peter was looking for cars online with MJ and Ned in his bedroom, his phone buzzed and chimed.
What about this one?
MJ asks as she points to an old Mustang on the website they were using.
No, he should get a Ferrari.
Ned was adamant about Peter getting a supercar.
No, nobody needs a car like that, Ned.
MJ says as they start arguing over which cars are better. Picking up his phone, Peter sees a text from someone that rarely messages him. Bald Cyclops, meet me at the tower, need your help with something.
You're going to ditch us, aren't you?
Ned asks.
Of course he is. He got the text and made that face.
MJ says as she points at Peter's face.
When did they stop arguing?
Peter thought as he looked up and saw them staring at him with their arms crossed.
What? It's not like I do this all the time.
Chapter 106, C111 Banished. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 114. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Do you plan to travel somewhere, my king?
Heimdall asks Thor, ready to open the Bifrost for the new king.
Yes, Jotunheim.
Thor answers, receiving a raised brow from Heimdall.
And I forbade you to tell anyone about our departure. You are king and I will follow your orders, but be warned. I will honor my sworn oath to protect this realm as its gatekeeper. If your return threatens the safety of Asgard, the Bifrost will remain closed to you. You'll be left to die in the cold wastes of Jotunheim, king or not.
Heimdall says resolutely.
I have no plan to die today.
Thor replies in confidence.
None do.
Heimdall replies as he inserts his golden sword into the control panel, and the Bifrost fires up. After hours of trekking through the frozen hellscape of Jotunheim, Thor and his party made it to Laufey, the king of all Jotuns. Thor demanded answers while all Jotuns, including Laufey, merely laughed and jeered at their every word. Asgard may see the 9 realms as theirs, but most of these realms were abandoned after the war it took to win them. When your new self-proclaimed king leaves and never comes back after decimating your home, it's hard to really see them as your king. This is especially true for Jotunheim, where Odin's war brought nothing but destruction to the realm. After being made fun of by the Jotuns, Loki managed to convince Thor to retreat back to Asgard, but that was ruined by one simple comment from the crowd of Jotuns surrounding Laufey.
Run back home, little princess.
How could the hot-headed Thor allow these words to go unpunished? Especially since he was a king now, not a prince or even a princess for that matter.
Laufey, end this.
Odin says resolutely.
We aren't the ones that started it.
Laufey replies, which causes Thor and the rest to duck their heads in shame.
The new king of Asgard comes to Jotunheim seeking war. Should we not give it to him?
The Jotuns at Laufey's back gained some confidence from the words of their king as they jeered and prepared to fight.
I understand, but these are the actions of an overzealous boy. Treat them as such. We can stop this before it spirals out of control.
Odin replies diplomatically. Sadly, Laufey wasn't going to listen. After all, Thor gave him exactly what he wanted, a reason to go to war with Asgard and Odin, his most hated enemy.
We are beyond diplomacy.
After dropping those fighting words, Laufey and his people stormed forward, but their advance didn't last long. Not wanting to cause more bloodshed, Odin slams his spear to the ground, creating a shock wave that knocks the Jotuns back. Raising his spear, he signals Heimdall and the Bifrost shoots down once again, taking every Asgardian out of Jotunheim. Laufey and his men, who stood in the cold wastes that they called home, looked down at the imprint left by the Bifrost with sneers on their blue faces. As they all return safely to the Bifrost at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, a huge argument begins between an angry father and son. Thor wanted to stay and fight, while Odin was fuming at his son's actions and the fact that he didn't seem to understand what he had done wrong.
You're a vain, greedy, cruel boy.
Odin says as the argument rises to its peak.
And you are an old man and a fool.
Thor replies in kind, though he would later wish he had kept his mouth shut. The whole world seemed to stop at Thor's words. Odin falls quiet as if he realized something. When he spoke again, there was something terrifying beneath the calmness of his words.
A fool, yes.
Odin states as he looks at his son in disappointment.
Thor Odinson.
The Allfather says as he plunges Gungnir into the Bifrost's control panel. The Bifrost energy begins building as it activates. With Odin's rage, it fires and the Bifrost opens at the end of the platform, creating a portal behind Thor. Odin turns to his son as he stalks over like an angry lion.
You are unworthy of this realm.
Odin says as he rips away the insignias on Thor's armor, which showed that he is, in fact, king of Asgard.
Unworthy of your title.
Thor replies with a horrified look on his face, which soon morphs into anger.
I am king. Yes, and I am the Allfather.
Odin says as he ignores his son's pleas and continues on.
I hereby strip you of your powers.
Extending his hand toward his son, Mjolnir goes flying from Thor's grip and into Odin's waiting hand.
In the name of my father and of his father before him.
Odin uses what was once Thor's lightning to strike his son and completely strip him of his Asgardian armor.
I cast you out.
As he proclaims this, Odin thrusts Mjolnir forward, and with a crack of thunder, Thor is hurled back into the open Bifrost and disappears into the vortex. Odin holds Mjolnir in his hand, staring at it bitterly. He closes his eyes, lost in contemplation as he brings it to his lips.
Whoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor.
He whispers and runes appear on the side of the hammer, as if carved into its smooth surface. Suddenly, Odin turns and hurls the hammer into the Bifrost. As he walks over to take his spear back, deactivating the Bifrost, Odin collapses to the floor and falls unconscious from the overuse of his powers.
So you're saying this hammer fell from the sky and nothing can lift it?
Peter asked as he looked through the file that Fury gave him.
I didn't think Thor would come so soon.
The pictures in the folder showed the huge crater in New Mexico, with a pristine Mjolnir sitting in the center with its handle pointing to the sky.
Yes, we don't know for sure if it fell from the sky or not, but that's what it looks like. There's nothing under the hammer holding it in place either.
Fury explains what they know at this point.
We tested the metal as well, but couldn't find a match for anything on the planet. There also seems to be some sort of runic writing on the hammer's surface. It looks like ancient Norse.
Peter replies as he observes an up-close picture of the hammer.
Can you read it?
Fury asks.
Yeah.
Peter confirms as the long hours in the library of Camertage weren't spent in vain.
Well, what does it say?
Fury asks curiously.
It says things are just about to get interesting.
Peter says, getting an annoyed grunt from Fury.
Let's go to New Mexico. I want to see the Mjolnir. Mjolnir.
-2 days ago.
Do you think he's dead?
A woman asks as a group of 3 crowds around the down form of Thor Odinson.
I think it was legally your fault.
The 3 were driving in the desert at night as they were following the storm, trying to understand the odd readings they were picking up from the activation of the Bifrost, though they didn't know that was the cause. During that drive, a man appeared out of nowhere and was swiftly hit by their car.
Darcy, shut up and get the first aid kit from the glove box.
Another woman, who seemed to be in charge, says in exasperation.
Jane, we need to get him to a hospital.
A man says as he looks down worriedly at Thor.
Hammer.
Thor mutters as his eyes groggily open.
Yes, we know you're hammered.
Darcy jokes as she returns with a first aid kit in hand. Climbing to his feet, Thor stares up at the sky and starts yelling.
Father Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Open the Bifrost.
Thor calls but receives nothing in return. As the 2 scientists and assistant try to calm the obviously drunk and brain-damaged man, Thor gets a bit heated, which makes Darcy pull a taser from her purse.
You dare to threaten Thor, king of Asgard, with such a puny.
Thor says as he looms over Darcy, causing her to act in order to defend herself. TZZZZZZZ**. Darcy touches the handheld taser to Thor's exposed stomach, making him convulse and fall to the floor unconscious. Her 2 friends and employers looked at her with shocked gazes.
What? He was freaking me out.
Chapter 107, C112 Worthy. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 115. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Arriving in New Mexico with a quick portal, Fury called for transport and took Peter to the site where Mjolnir landed. At first, the area was swarming with locals, who came to gawk at the odd occurrence and play King Arthur, trying one by one to lift the hammer as if it were Excalibur in the stone. Though that changed quickly when S.H.I.E.L.D. came on the scene and kicked everyone out. They cordoned off the area with a chain-link fence and set up some makeshift buildings around the crater, using them to house the agents that would guard the area and the scientists that were there to study the hammer's properties. When Peter and Fury arrived on the scene, the sun had begun to set and the generator-fueled lights around the crater fired up. Exiting the car and walking over to the crater, Peter and Fury passed countless guards and scientists along the way. Arriving at the hammer, Peter couldn't help but stare in awe. In his last life, there were 3 things from the MCU that every fan wanted to have: the Iron Man suit, Infinity Gauntlet, and finally Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. Especially after Odin's enchantment was placed on it, who didn't want to know if they were worthy?
Are you going to tell me what it says now?
Fury asks as they stand in a spotlight as the sun fully sets.
Or do you plan to keep being cryptic and annoying? Whoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor.
Peter says, causing Fury to raise a single eyebrow in doubt.
As in the god of Norse mythology.
Fury asks in disbelief.
Maybe.
Peter says as he walks up to the hammer.
What are you doing?
Fury asks as Peter stands only inches from the hammer.
Trying to see if I'm worthy.
Peter says as he eyes the hammer up and down. In Peter's mind, he doesn't know why he wouldn't be worthy. If a person like Thor, who drank with the thirst of a dozen alcoholics and was as stubborn as a mule, could wield the hammer, then Peter thought his chances were good. Though, if he could wield Mjolnir, then Peter wasn't sure if had it in him to give it back to its rightful owner. Staring down at the hammer, Peter bent slightly and reached out toward the handle. Before he could even touch the hammer, Mjolnir begins to give off a subtle glow, and a bolt of lightning cracked across the sky above. Pulling his hand back, Peter looks at the hammer and then at the sky with a questioning look on his face.
Agents down, we've got a perimeter breach.
The radio of a nearby SHIELD agent goes off, signaling everyone to jump into action. Soon enough, the sounds of a fight could be heard from behind the building on the opposite side of the crater.
Is Thor here for his hammer?
Peter thought as he turns to Fury.
Tell them to let the intruder through. I want to see if he's worthy.
Of course, if this was the moment he thought it was, then Peter knew that he wouldn't be, but maybe something changed. Staring at Peter in contemplation, Fury sighs in annoyance as he walks over to the nearest SHIELD grunt and snatches his radio.
Clear a path and let him through to the crater.
Fury orders and his men jump to action, knowing not to argue with the director. Walking off to the side, Peter stood at the edge of the crater alongside Fury and a few other SHIELD agents. As the intruder makes his way to the edge of the crater on the opposite side of Peter, spotlights brighten and sweep towards him, illuminating the once shadowy figure. A casually dressed Thor Odinson appeared for all to see, which was an odd sight as the Asgardian was wearing earthly-styled clothing. Peter was used to seeing Thor in his Asgardian armor after all. Rain begins to fall as Thor marches into the crater and towards his favored weapon. As Thor approaches his hammer, Mjolnir starts to glow brighter, blue electricity sparking off its surface. The crackling energy seemed to reach out to him. Standing next to the hammer, Thor feels its power. He bends over and reaches out to it with an air of familiarity and confidence. Thor wraps his hand around the hammer, smiling triumphantly as he lifts it, but the hammer doesn't budge. Thor looks confused and pulls once again with two hands this time. Nothing, the hammer stays glued to the ground. Anger and frustration overtake him as he strains with all his might, screaming from the effort, glaring up at the storm and lightning above him. Suddenly, something begins to glow on the side of Mjolnir. Thor looks down and takes notice, reading the runes his father left behind.
I'm not worthy.
Thor thought in despair. Thor falls to his knees as the rain pours down around him, soaking his clothes completely through.
He still isn't worthy.
Peter thought as he walked down into the crater and stood on the opposite side of Mjolnir. As Thor picks up his head to see the blue and red spider-themed man, Peter bends once again and grasps the handle of the hammer. Instantly, a bolt of blue lightning comes crashing down from the clouded sky and strikes exactly where Peter held Mjolnir at the handle. Before Thor's shocked eyes, this unknown man took hold of his prized weapon and lifted it with relative ease.
I guess I'm worthy.
Peter spoke his thoughts as blue lightning danced around his body.
It can't be.
Thor mutters in complete and utter defeat. Walking away from Thor, who was stunned into an unmoving stupor, Peter spins the hammer in one hand as he turns to Fury.
Your men can detain him now. I'll come to speak with him soon.
Peter says as he walks off to play with his new toy. Ground units move in, show's over. Fury calls out over the radio, shocked at the scene he just witnessed. As the agents surround him, Thor doesn't seem to notice or care. He just sits there on his knees, eyes trained on the back of the strange man that just stole his most prized possession with a lost and broken look. While the SHIELD grunts cart off the unresponsive intruder to his cell, Peter portaled to a more secluded portion of the desert and started testing out what he could do with the hammer. Immediately, thunder clouds roll in as lightning, and thunder fill the open desert air.
I might be able to terraform the desert with this thing.
Peter thought as the rain started to fall. Kicking it into overdrive, Peter wound his hand back and hurled Mjolnir forward, causing it to shoot across the desert and strike a sandy hill. The hill exploded from the impact as some of the sand was converted into glass from the lightning that surrounded the hammer. Holding out his hand, Peter called Mjolnir back with an excited smile plastered all over his face. He always wanted to do this.
This is so cool.
Peter muttered as he stared at the hammer in awe. Continuing his tests, Peter found that he possessed every power that Thor once had, just as the enchantment Odin left said. The hammer could generate electricity, manipulate storms, change its weight, and grant Peter flight if he threw it and hung on for the ride. As for Thor's Asgardian powers like super strength, durability, speed, agility, stamina, reflexes, healing, and longevity, Peter wasn't sure how to test that as he already has those powers. Maybe not longevity, though.
I'll have to test it later and see if my powers have increased.
Peter thought as he spun the hammer and flew back in the direction of the crater. Thor sits in a chair, staring forward blankly, hands cuffed behind him, unable to break them even if he tried. Agent Coulson stands across from him with a notepad in hand.
It's not easy to do what you did. You made us all look like a bunch of mall cops. That's hurtful.
Coulson says but receives no response from the broken Asgardian.
The men you so easily subdued are highly trained professionals, and in my experience, it takes someone who's received similar training to do what you did to them. Would you like to tell me where you received your training?
Coulson continues asking question after question, but soon gives up as Thor doesn't respond to a single one. As he got up to leave the room, Thor finally spoke.
Who was the man that took my hammer?
Chapter 108, C113 Q&A. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 116. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Just as the thunderstorm cleared over the impromptu shield base around the crater, a figure covered in blue lightning came flying across the desert, bringing yet another storm with it. This immediately alerted the shield agents that were guarding the perimeter. An alarm was sounded as the lightning-clad figure impacted the center of the crater with a loud boom, deepening the already large hole in the desert floor. As the armed agents circled the crater, ready to fight the second intruder of the night, they found a lightning-clad Spider-Man with a very familiar hammer in hand.
Yo!
Peter says with a wave as he walks out of the crater and towards the main building, where he could sense Fury and Thor were located. Seeing that it was Spider-Man, who arrived earlier with Director Fury, the guards eased up and lowered their weapons. Even if Spider-Man was an intruder, none of them believed they could do anything to stop him.
I'm back.
Peter calls out as he enters the building and sees Fury waiting there for his arrival.
Done playing with your new toy?
Fury asks as he eyes the hammer in Peter's hand.
Yeah, when the hammer said, "Shall possess the power of Thor," it really meant it. I have powers like Storm now.
Peter says as he spins the hammer casually between his fingers.
Right, so gods are real.
Fury asks, unsure of what to make of all of this.
I wouldn't go that far, but it's possible.
Peter replies as he turns to see a window, showing another room with Thor restrained inside.
Learn anything from our guest yet?
The window was probably a one-way mirror, as neither Thor nor Agent Coulson, who was currently questioning the banished Asgardian, seemed to react to Peter's arrival.
No, he hasn't spoken a word since you left.
Fury replies with an annoyed tilt to his voice.
Do you think he's related to the hammer, or just some crazy that showed up to test his luck? If I had to guess.
Peter says as he eyes Thor, pretending to think about it.
He has to be related. The look of despair on his face when he couldn't lift it was too real.
Going quiet, the two turn their attention to Coulson and Thor, watching to see if their guest would finally speak. Just as Coulson gave up and made his way to the door, planning to leave their prisoner to stew for a while, Thor finally spoke up.
Who was the man that took my hammer?
Thor asks, stopping Coulson in his tracks.
You mean Spider-Man?
Coulson asks as he backtracks to his seat.
How do you not know who Spider-Man is? Have you been living under a rock? What an odd name.
Thor replies in contemplation.
It's his superhero name.
Coulson explains, gaining Thor's full attention.
Spider-Man is Earth's most famous hero. If you don't know that, then you must not be from around here.
Staring at Coulson with a conflicted look in his eyes, Thor quickly comes to a decision.
I refuse to speak any more, son of Cowl. Bring that man Spider here. I need to have a word with him.
Spider-Man left, he won't be.
I'm here, you can leave, Coulson.
Peter says as he walks into the room, Mjolnir in hand, drawing a jealous and sad look from its original owner.
Sure.
Coulson says as he passes Peter and walks out of the room. As the door closes, leaving Peter and Thor alone in the room, Peter takes a seat across from Thor and places Mjolnir on the table right in front of Thor's eyes. Peter didn't mean it to be, but this simple move was truly torturous for Thor. Staring at the key to unlocking his powers and returning home, knowing that he couldn't lift it and that it now belonged to someone else truly stung deeply.
Hello, I'm Spider-Man.
Peter says as he leaned back into his chair, waiting for Thor's reply.
Thor Odinson, King of Asgard.
Thor replies, tearing his eyes off of his former hammer.
King!
Peter blurted out in surprise.
Did I just hear him wrong? Yes, I was crowned 4 days ago.
Thor says, but the arrogance that once filled him was nowhere to be seen. Peter was truly surprised, though this wasn't exactly a bad thing. Either this world is slightly different than the MCU of his old world, or his actions have somehow affected Asgard, which was hard to believe.
Congratulations!
Peter says genuinely, soliciting a self-deprecating chuckle from Thor.
Yeah, the great Thor Odinson, King of Asgard, banished to Midgard as a powerless mortal.
Thor says as he slumps in his chair and looks up at the ceiling.
To top it all off, a human from Midgard, the weakest of the 9 realms, now possesses the powers that were stripped from me. Sounds like you've had a tough week.
Peter says, surprised with how much Thor was sharing. He expected the Asgardian to keep his lips sealed for a bit longer as he did in the movie. Though maybe he trusts Peter a bit, as Mjolnir and his father's enchantment see him as a worthy wielder of his powers.
This whole week has been a mix of the best and worst days of my life.
Thor admits as he sits up and looks straight at Peter.
Why are you worthy and I'm not? You would have to give me more information for me to know that answer. I've only just met you and found this hammer today.
Peter says as he motions toward Mjolnir. Staring at Coulson with a conflicted look in his eyes, Thor quickly comes to a decision. I refuse to speak anymore, son of Cowl. Bring that man Spider here, I need to have a word with him. Spider-Man left, he won't be.
What would you do if a foreign nation infiltrated your palace, killed your guards, and tried to steal something that could destroy your world and many others?
Thor wanted to know what made Peter different from him, what made him worthy of Mjolnir and his powers.
It depends on the circumstances.
Peter says as he thinks for a moment.
Seeing as you said the word tried, that means they didn't get away with this world-ending device, right? Yes.
Thor nods. Staring at Coulson with a conflicted look in his eyes, Thor quickly comes to a decision. I refuse to speak anymore, son of Cowl. Bring that man Spider here, I need to have a word with him. Spider-Man left, he won't be. Thor mutters quietly with a far-off look, as realization began to dawn on him.
Instead of trying to see things from his perspective, I let my anger and arrogance cloud my judgment.
As Thor finished speaking, Mjolnir pulsed slightly on the table before going still once again. Thor didn't notice as he was too preoccupied in his own thoughts, but Peter sure did. Is it reacting to him? Peter thought curiously.
I don't know what that means, but that sounds like a good reason why you wouldn't be worthy. I see.
Thor says as he slumps back into his chair.
Can you leave me alone? I need to think. Sure.
Peter says as he stands and picks up Mjolnir from the table with ease.
It was nice meeting you, Thor.
Without waiting for Thor to reply, Peter stepped out of the room to allow Thor some time alone, closing the door behind him.
I thought he'd never leave.
A very familiar voice says, causing Thor to jump and find a transparent figure standing before him.
Low-key.
Chapter 109, C114 Brotherly Love. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 117. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Shutting the door behind him and making his way back to the one-way mirror, where Fury and Coulson were waiting, Peter could feel the sudden appearance of some sort of mystic energy in the interrogation room with Thor.
Is it Loki?
Peter thought as he remembered the events of the movie.
He was especially chatty with you.
Fury comments as Peter arrived, peeking into the window at the first chance he gets.
Well, I did take his powers. I'm sure he was both distraught and curious about me.
Peter says as he watches Thor speak to the blank air in front of him.
So, we're believing this story about a banished god king.
Coulson asks as it was hard for him to believe, gesturing toward Thor, who was still talking to himself in the room.
Because that looks like a crazy man to me.
Thor pleads like a madman to thin air. Ignoring Coulson's words, Peter tries to move some eldritch energy to his eyes, which is a trick that the Ancient One told him about. Turning his head away from Fury and Coulson so they couldn't see, Peter's eye glowed in a faint golden light. Instantly, Peter could see a mass of energy in the interrogation room, standing in front of Thor. Loki was far more skilled in the art of magic than himself, so this is the best Peter would be able to get without actually using a spell, and he would rather not alert the godlike trickster by doing so. Especially since Fury and Coulson would see him using magic as well. After confirming that it was Loki sending down an illusion to speak to his brother, Peter put some eldritch energy in his ears this time, making it possible to hear the other half of the conversation going on inside the room right now.
Your banishment and the threat of a new war was too much for Father to bear. He died shortly after you were banished.
Loki lies like a master. A horrified look appears on Thor's face. It reminded Peter of the face he showed when he saw Mjolnir pick a new wielder before his very eyes, only magnified by 10 times. Thor thinks he is responsible for his father's death after all.
He's truly having the worst week of his life.
Peter thought in pity.
You mustn't blame yourself.
Loki says in fake pity, smirking inwardly at his brother's pain.
I know that you loved him. I tried to tell him so, but he wouldn't listen. Though it was cruel to put the hammer within your reach, knowing that you could never lift it, and especially cruel of him to allow some weak human to steal your powers.
Thor stares ahead, falling deeper into the abyss of despair. Loki was loving all of this. He's always had an inferiority complex when it comes to Thor, so this is all some twisted form of vindictive revenge or payback to him. Peter didn't understand why he would do this though, as Loki seemed to be treated well by his family in the movies, especially Frigga, who seemed to love him just as much as Thor.
Maybe they treated him differently in this world.
Peter thought curiously.
Or perhaps Thor was a bad brother in his younger years.
Although Loki was enjoying this situation, he was definitely worried about Peter, who somehow now possessed the powers of his brother. Though it did make it harder for Thor to return to Asgard, which was great for him.
The burden of the throne has fallen to me now.
Loki says, causing his brother to look at him with hope-filled eyes.
Can I come home?
Thor asks as he just wanted to go and see his mother and apologize for what he's done.
The truce I've brokered with Jotunheim is conditional upon your exile.
Loki continues spinning his lies.
Couldn't we find a way to?
Thor says, but Loki cuts him off.
I'm afraid Mother has forbidden your return, brother.
Loki says, knowing his mother would never do such a thing. Reality sets in as Thor lowers his head like a beaten dog. He would be forever stranded in Midgard until his dying days.
This is goodbye, brother. I'm so sorry.
Loki says, not sorry at all.
No, I'm sorry, Loki.
Thor says, unwilling to look his brother in the eyes any longer. With that, the two brothers said their farewells, and all signs of the human-shaped bundle of energy that Peter was watching disappeared.
He seems to be done talking to himself.
Coulson says as he turns to Peter and Fury.
Should I call a psychologist? No, don't bother.
Peter says as he walks back toward the room, leaving Fury and Coulson standing there in confusion.
Hello again.
Peter calls out as he enters the room once again to find an especially sullen-looking Thor.
Come on, we're leaving. Oh, come on.
Peter says as he shoots a web at Thor, throwing him through the open door.
Ugh.
Thor bellows as he shoots through the door and into the waiting hallway wall outside. Bang!
Now up you go.
Peter says he sees Thor laying on the ground, looking up at him with a look that said,
The fuck? If you're going to live with the rest of us mortals, then you need to get a job and a place to live. Let's go.
Grabbing Thor by his shirt, Peter pulled him to his feet and guided him down the hall, where Fury and Coulson were waiting with questioning looks.
I got this.
Peter says as he and Thor walk right past them.
I'll fill you in later, Fury.
Fury sighed as he let them go without a single complaint. After borrowing a car from the shield base, as he didn't want to reveal his portal ability to Thor just yet, Peter drove Thor back into the nearest town. As they drove through the empty highway, Thor couldn't keep his eyes off the car's dashboard where Peter placed Mjolnir. It was almost like the hammer was his old lover, and Thor hadn't gotten over the breakup just yet. After a while of silent driving, Peter pulled the car up to a diner, which happened to be the same one that Jane took Thor in the movie.
Follow me.
Peter says as he hops out of the car. Walking inside the diner with Thor following behind him, Peter noticed a help wanted sign in the window and smirked under his mask. Instantly, a bell on the door rings, and everyone in the diner turns to see Spider-Man walk in, which especially shocked these small-town people.
Hello, I'm here to help my friend apply for a job.
Peter calls out to a nearby waitress.
There's nothing like working a low-paying minimum wage job in the service industry to give you a wake-up call on life.
Peter says as he hops out of the car. Walking inside the diner with Thor following behind him, Peter noticed a help wanted sign in the window and smirked under his mask. Instantly, a bell on the door rings, and everyone in the diner turns to see Spider-Man walk in, which especially shocked these small-town people. Hello, I'm here to help my friend apply for a job, Peter calls out to a nearby waitress. There's nothing like working a low-paying minimum wage job in the service industry to give you a wake-up call on life.
All right, thank you.
Peter says as he and Thor leave the diner.
He'll be here bright and early tomorrow morning for his first day.
Hopping back into the car, Peter drove over to a rundown motel and bought Thor a room for an entire month. After receiving the key, they made their way to the room and opened it up.
Looks.
Peter mutters as they see the room.
Yeah.
Thor says as sees a cockroach crawl under the bed.
Well, I'll leave you to it.
Peter says as he walks off.
Get to bed early, you have work in the morning.
Chapter 110, C115 Borrowed Time. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 118. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. As Peter left Thor in poverty with his shitty living conditions and low-paying job, he couldn't help but feel bad for the guy. Was it necessary to give him such poor housing along with a low-paying job? No, but this would be a quicker way to rehabilitate the spoiled prince of Asgard. Thor wasn't just the prince of a place here on Earth, where you get born with a golden spoon in your mouth and live like a billionaire for your whole life. No, Asgard is one of, if not the strongest and most advanced kingdoms in the whole universe. Thor was born with a godlike power and a diamond-encrusted platinum spoon in his mouth. He needed to be taken down countless pegs in order to see things from a normal person's perspective. Living life as a coddled godly prince since birth certainly won't make a well-rounded person, which is the reason why Peter is doing all of this. After returning the car to the shield base at the crater, Peter explained to Fury and Coulson about what he did before returning home. It was pretty late by this time, so May was already fast asleep. Plopping down on the couch, Peter placed Mjolnir on the coffee table and just stared at it in silence. Peter never thought that he would be worthy of the standards that Odin set, but here he is as the new wielder of Mjolnir. This is the dream of many Marvel fans back in his original world, and he was living every second of it. After staring at the hammer for a good while, Peter came to a saddening conclusion.
I'll have to give it back when Thor is ready.
Peter knew it. There's no way that Odin would make it so his son can't take his hammer and powers back. After all, this whole ordeal is to teach Thor a well-deserved lesson. Once that lesson is learned, Peter was sure that the hammer would default back to Thor. To test his logic, Peter took the hammer in hand and opened a portal to Camertage. He, obviously, isn't an expert in Asgardian enchantments, so a more skilled hand was needed to analyze what Odin did to Mjolnir. Stepping out of his portal, Peter expected to appear in the same room where he met the Ancient One for the first time, but instead, he arrived in some sort of waiting room. Taking a closer look, Peter found that there were no windows, doors, or any other ways out of the room. Using some spells to check what was happening, Peter came to the conclusion that he was trapped in some sort of prison dimension. The whole dimension was nothing but this small waiting room.
Weird, did I trigger something at Camertage?
Peter questioned, as this has never happened before. Using his sling ring, Peter tried to open another portal, but that seemed to be impossible.
Well, sh*T.
Peter thought as he took a seat on the couch.
sh*T, indeed.
A familiar voice appeared in the room. Looking across from him, Peter found the Ancient One seated there with her legs crossed in all of her grand baldness.
Your body and energy signature has changed.
The Ancient One says as she snaps her fingers and teleports them both out of the dimension and into a room with a similar setup back in Camertage.
Would you like to explain why?
It's good to see you too, teacher.
Peter says with mock annoyance.
I've been good, thanks for asking. Yes, you have been ignoring me for a while, I accept your apology.
The Ancient One has been keeping her distance and acting differently towards Peter ever since he offered her a place in the Avengers.
Fine, be that way.
Peter mutters as he tosses Mjolnir into his teacher's lap with a vindictive smile on his face. Assessing the hammer with a glance while it was midair, the Ancient One instantly knew what was happening and teleported herself to the spot next to Peter on the couch. Crunch boom. As she disappeared, the hammer fell and tore through her chair and smashed into the ground, breaking the flooring.
That wasn't very nice.
The Ancient One gives Peter an unamused look. Calling Mjolnir back, the hammer flew from the broken flooring and into Peter's waiting hand.
Well, neither is ignoring your loving student.
Peter says as he holds the hammer in front of her.
This is Thor Odinson's hammer, Mjolnir.
I've gathered that already.
She says as she eyes the writing on the hammer.
Why do you have it?
Peter has been messing with her desired timeline all this time and she didn't like it, though this move of his will certainly change things immensely, especially if he tries to keep the hammer. The reason she has been ignoring Peter is the fact that she hasn't decided whether or not to change all of her carefully laid plans. After all, the Ancient One has spent hundreds of years preparing the perfect timeline for Earth and the surrounding universe's well-being.
It landed in New Mexico a few days ago.
Peter says as he places Mjolnir on the couch between them.
I saw the enchantment, so I tested my luck.
Who are you keeping it?
She asks, hoping he would say no.
We'll see.
Peter replies with a smirk. He had an idea of what she was thinking and knew this answer would annoy her, which he would gladly do.
I just want to know everything this enchantment does, so I came to my beautiful bald teacher.
Peter continues. Right,
It has some fail-safes.
she says as she points to the writing and begins to explain. Basically, as Peter expected, once Thor goes through his tribulation and learns his lesson, he would get priority in the use of Mjolnir and his powers would return to him as well. Sadly, Peter would lose his cool new power-up sooner or later.
I thought so.
Peter says as he takes the hammer back.
Have you met Thor yet?
She asks.
Yep, I helped him get a job at a diner in New Mexico and a place to stay in a nearby motel.
Peter says, causing his teacher to raise a questioning eyebrow.
You have the Prince of Asgard staying in a motel in New Mexico.
The Ancient One asks in disbelief.
You mean King, and yes. His father sent him here to learn a lesson, so I thought I would lend a helping hand.
Peter says with a smile as the Ancient One's eyebrows raise slightly.
You are changing a lot.
She says, knowing that Peter knew of her plans and how he was ruining them.
Well, I try my best.
Peter says with an infuriating smile.
Your only choice is to join up with me and the Avengers.
You're really making it hard on me, aren't you?
She says with a pronounced frown on her face.
Once again, I try my best.
Peter repeats.
You should come to the Avengers Tower sometime and look around. You might take a liking to it. I can guarantee you a spot on the council once you join as well.
I'll think about it.
The Ancient One replies with her usual answer.
No, don't think, just do what you want.
Peter says with an exasperated sigh. The Ancient One just stares at Peter, ignoring his tangent and waiting for a reply to her earlier question. Fine, be that way.
I'm sorry that I've been keeping my distance.
She mutters for just a moment before disappearing from the room, leaving Peter sitting there all alone.
You can't keep running from your problems.
Chapter 111, C116 showing off. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 119. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Returning home after confronting his teacher and learning the full scale of the enchantment on Mjolnir, Peter hopped in bed and stared sadly at the hammer on his nightstand. Deep down, Peter knew that he wouldn't be able to keep Mjolnir, but it's hard not to get so attached to such a cool weapon. The power-up he received was like icing on the cake as well. As he was falling asleep, Peter thought of a good idea.
If I can't keep it, then I'll use it as leverage to get something just as good.
Of course, Peter wouldn't outright blackmail Thor or Asgard with the hammer, as that would ruin their relations and possibly lose a future Avenger. He would simply hand over Mjolnir with a bit of reluctance while letting Thor know that he owes him one. After all, Peter would be giving up godlike powers for him, so Thor would hopefully accept that debt, allowing Peter to cash it in soon after. There are 2 things that Peter would ask for. First, Peter could study the magic system of Asgard, though that all depends on whether he can use Asgardian magic. After all, they probably use a different sort of energy than Camertage. For all he knows, only Asgardians can use such magic. Though technically Loki isn't an Asgardian, and he can use their magic.
I'll have to figure that out later on.
Peter thought in interest. Secondly, Peter could ask for a weapon. A weapon for a weapon is a fair trade after all. Not just any weapon either, but a weapon created by the dwarves in Nidavellir. Nidavellir is a neutron star and one of the 9 realms, which is orbited by a multi-ringed megastructure that serves as the homeworld of the dwarves. The dwarves of Nidavellir are an ancient race of skilled forgers and blacksmiths who are ruled by King Eitri. They are close allies of the Asgardians, and after being asked by Odin, they created the mighty weapon that's currently next to Peter's nightlight, Mjolnir. Getting a specially made weapon similar to Mjolnir would be the best-case scenario, as Thor may allow Peter to learn Asgard's magic after joining the Avengers and getting closer to one another. Peeking at Mjolnir one last time before falling asleep, Peter closed his eyes and dozed off into his pillow.
Whatever, I'll just enjoy my time as a god of thunder for the time being.
The next morning, Peter went to school as usual, but once classes were over, he just had to show off his temporary godly powers.
What's going on?
Ned asks as he and MJ sat in his room, wondering what Peter was so excited about.
Are we looking at cars again? You should really consider getting a supercar. Maybe not a Bugatti, but Ferraris aren't too expensive.
MJ, who was sitting beside him, couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ned's childish taste in cars. In her humble opinion, supercars are for idiots that don't know what to do with their money, especially if you buy one and never take it to a track to actually race the damn thing.
No, it's something way cooler.
Peter says as he holds out his hand, and Mjolnir comes flying into his grasp from under his bed.
What?
Ned practically jumped out of his seat.
Is that like a soul weapon from Bleach?
Ned has been going down the anime path recently, so he couldn't help but see the comparison.
In a way.
Peter answers with a slight tilt of his head.
Though it's not connected to my soul, at least I don't think it is.
Does it upgrade like Shikai and Bankai?
MJ asks, causing Ned to turn to her with a questioning look.
What? I watch anime sometimes. No, but it does do this.
Peter says as lightning starts to dance around the hammer, which instantly spreads and wraps around his body next.
Wow.
Ned mutters as MJ just watched in awe beside him.
Yeah, now look outside.
Peter says as he gestures toward the window. When they turned to look, what was once a beautiful clear day had changed. Dark clouds and lightning filled the air as the sounds of rumbling thunder could be heard.
Why, you changed the weather.
MJ asked with a dumbfounded look on her face.
You can't be serious.
Cool, right?
After showing off to his girlfriend and best friend, Peter donned his superhero clothes and went to show off to his other best friend. Texting him beforehand, Peter told Tony to wait on the roof of Avengers Tower, which he did with reluctance as there was a thunderstorm overhead. After waiting only a few moments, Tony could see a familiar figure clad in lightning, soaring just under the storm clouds.
Yo,
Peter said with a wave of his hammer.
what the F***ck was that?
Tony exclaimed in shock, which was just what Peter was going for. After explaining everything, Tony was amazed and annoyed that Peter would leave him out. He wanted to go to New Mexico as well. Maybe he would have been able to lift the hammer before Peter, though that was just wishful thinking on his part. Mostly he wanted to meet Thor, the god of thunder.
I wouldn't go so far as to call him a god.
Peter corrects Tony before he decides to convert to a new religion.
Asgardians are just a very advanced civilization of long-lived aliens with metahuman powers. Yeah, they're a bit godlike, but that doesn't make them gods exactly.
After explaining everything fully, Peter promised to let Tony study Mjolnir. Of course, Peter would be involved with it, as Tony would have a hard time handling a hammer that he can't lift. Though he certainly tried.
Okay.
Tony grunted as he tried every position that he could think of to lift Mjolnir from his coffee table. He tried so hard that Peter had to put a stop to it, or else Tony would end up hurting his back. After finding out that he wasn't worthy, which was devastating for his fragile ego, Tony started sulking like a child that couldn't get his toy.
Oh, come on.
Peter says as he plopped down next to Tony, putting an arm around his shoulder.
Cheer up, not everyone can be worthy of godlike power like I am.
Tony said as turned to look Peter in his eyes, knowing that his masked friend had to be smiling right now.
I love you too, buddy.
New Mexico. Knowing that he could use his low mood to get something out of him, Tony convinced Peter to take him to meet Thor, who just so happened to be working his new job. Ding dong. Opening the doors to the diner, Peter shocked the staff and customers once again, but this time it was even worse since Tony was there as well.
Table for two, please.
Peter says to a shocked waitress.
Sit anywhere you like, as Spider-Man, sir.
She stutters as this was a different waitress from last night.
Thanks, darling.
Tony says with a wink as he walks past Peter and picks a booth by the window. Peter gives his thanks as well, following Tony to the booth and sitting across from him.
So where is he?
Tony asks just in time for the door leading to the kitchen to swing open. Turning their heads, Peter and Tony saw Thor wearing an apron with two filled garbage bags in hand. The look on his face was that of a man that has been through some *T.
Take that trash to the dumpster.
An angry voice projected from the back of the kitchen.
Hopefully you can't screw that up too.
Thor seemed to duck his head in embarrassment as he heard these words. Making his way out the front doors, he didn't notice Peter sitting at a nearby booth. In almost every task they gave him, Thor would mess it up in some way or another. Dishes were broken, food was ruined, customers were disrespected. As Thor made it to the dumpster across the parking lot, he went to throw both bags into the dumpster. This sudden movement caused the heavier bag to rip at the bottom and dump all of its contents onto the ground. Thor just stood there unmoving as he looked at the mess beside the dumpster with dead eyes.
This has to be some form of torture.
Chapter 112, C-117 Father and Son Reunion. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 120. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwar Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Leaving their table and walking back out the door to the parking lot, Peter and Tony arrive outside just in time to see Thor punching the side of the metal dumpster. Trash from his earlier accident still littered the ground at his feet. Bang, 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 bang.
Bad day.
Tony asks as he and Peter stood a few feet behind Thor. Thor stops hitting the dumpster, which was dented by this point, and turned to give a sidelong glare toward Tony. That glare disappeared and was replaced with a sad and longing look as Thor saw Peter standing beside him with Mjolnir hanging from his hip. Taking a closer look, Peter could see the knuckles on both of Thor's hands were bruised, cut open, and dripping blood. The pain was probably unbearable for his new mortal body, but he didn't seem to notice or care.
Good to see you again, Thor.
Peter says as he shoots a net-like web to the garbage that was all over the floor and tosses it into the dented dumpster, saving Thor the trouble of having to clean it all up.
You as well, Am Spider.
Thor says with a nod as he turns to Tony.
Do you know this mortal? Mortal, why does that sound like a slur?
Tony felt offended by that word as he turns to Peter for answers.
I told you already, Thor has a bit of a god complex. I'm guessing his whole family does as well. To him, we are all just mortal ants that live below the heavens.
Peter explains as if this were a cultivation novel.
In actuality, he's just from an overpowered alien race.
Tony wasn't the only one that heard this, as Thor's ears perked up upon listening in.
I don't know what an alien is, but we don't consider ourselves gods. Only you mortals thought of us in such ways.
Thor says with a shrug.
Then why call us mortals in the first place?
Tony asked with a questioning look.
Well, because of your mortality. My people can live for countless millennia.
Thor explained matter-of-factly.
But you can still die, right?
Peter cuts in and asks. Thor stops hitting the dumpster, which was dented by this point, and turned to give a sidelong glare toward Tony. That glare disappeared and was replaced with a sad and longing look as Thor saw Peter standing beside him with Mjolnir hanging from his hip. Taking a closer look, Peter could see the knuckles on both of Thor's hands were bruised, cut open, and dripping blood. The pain was probably unbearable for his new mortal body, but he didn't seem to notice or care. Good to see you again, Thor, Peter says as he shoots a net-like web to the garbage that was all over the floor and tosses it into the dented dumpster, saving Thor the trouble of having to clean it all up. You as well, Man Spider, Thor says with a nod as he turns to Tony. Do you know this mortal? Mortal, why does that sound like a slur? Tony felt offended by that word as he turns to Peter for answers. I told you already, Thor has a bit of a god complex. I'm guessing his whole family does as well. To him, we are all just mortal ants that live below the heavens. Peter explains as if this were a cultivation novel. In actuality, he's just from an overpowered alien race. Tony wasn't the only one that heard this, as Thor's ears perked up upon listening in. I don't know what an alien is, but we don't consider ourselves gods. Only you mortals thought of us in such ways, Thor says with a shrug. Then why call us mortals in the first place? Tony asked with a questioning look. Well, because of your mortality, my people can live for countless millennia, Thor explained matter-of-factly. But you can still die, right? Peter cuts in and asks. Because that's what mortality means, being subject to an inevitable death. Only gods can't die after all.
I'm not a god.
Thor thought as he looked between Tony and Peter before speaking.
You're right, I shouldn't have called you that. Forgive me.
As soon as Thor uttered these words, Peter felt a jolt from the hammer hanging on his hip. Just as it did in the interrogation room yesterday, Mjolnir glowed slightly but soon dimmed, reacting to Thor once again. Though nobody seemed to notice but him. Jotunheim, an apprehensive-looking Loki, king of Asgard, walks alone across the barren icy terrain, making his way toward a temple that was mostly rubble by this point. Darkness shrouds the ruined temple except for the shafts of light that shoot their way in through the crumbling ceiling. As Loki walks inside, frost giant guards surround him on all sides with weapons ready. Laufey approaches shortly behind his guards with a bloodthirsty smirk, towering over Loki menacingly.
Tell me why I shouldn't kill you where you stand.
Laufey asks.
I've come alone and unarmed.
Loki says as he raises his arms, showing that he means no harm.
To what end?
Laufey keeps up the questions.
To make you another proposition.
Loki says with a winning smile.
So you're the one who led us into Asgard.
Laufey mutters as realization dawns on him.
You're welcome.
Loki lowers his arms as the surrounding frost giants lower their weapons, becoming less hostile toward him by the second. This was a lie, though. Loki may be a manipulative piece of sh*T, but he wasn't involved with the attempt robbery on that day. He even mistook the casket of ancient winter for the legendary Tesseract. Ever since he took charge of Asgard as king, Loki and his mother, Frigga, have been working hard to find out how the Jotuns got into Asgard during Thor's crowning ceremony. After some digging, the mother and son duo found that one of the palace's Vanir sorcerers, who happened to be skilled in the art of magic, allowed them entry in exchange for a few artifacts that the frost giants had on hand. Vanir are those in Asgard that are born with the innate ability to wield magic. There are two races that dominate Asgard, and the Vanir happens to be one of them. The Aesir are the other half. Where the Vanir are more suitable towards magic, the Aesir are natural-born warriors. A low to mid-level Aesir has the capability to match Captain America in strength. Of course, this all hinges on them actually working hard and building up toward that amount of power. Let's get back on track. After finding the man that helped the Jotuns get in, Frigga and Loki used their magical abilities and a bit of torture to get all the information they needed. And while his mother was using this information to fix the holes in Asgard's defenses, Loki snuck off to speak to the Jotuns without her knowledge.
My men are dead, and I have no casket.
Laufey lashes out, grabbing him around the throat, but Loki calmly stands his ground.
You have no idea what I am.
Loki says as his skin begins to turn blue. The blueness spreads across his face as Laufey and the guards stare in shock.
Hello, father.
Loki says with a grin. Loki has known about his status as an adopted child for a while now. Frigga, being the caring mother that she is, knew that Loki was a smart boy and would find out sooner or later. Knowing this, she pleaded with her husband to sit Loki down and explain things together, but Odin was a stubborn man that didn't see the need to do such a thing. In his eyes, Loki was his son. Adopted or not, it didn't matter, which is why he thought that telling him would be useless and possibly cause pointless drama. Seeing that her husband didn't understand, Frigga spent a day with a much younger Loki and explained everything, sneakily going against her husband and king's wishes. Upon seeing this, Laufey releases Loki with a look of complete and utter surprise on his face. Stepping back a few steps from his biological father's rather huge form, Loki fixes his clothes as his body turns back to normal. Intrigued, Laufey sizes up his newfound son.
Ah, the bastard son, it's all coming back to me now. I thought Odin had killed you, that's what I would have done.
Laufey scowls in disgust.
I'm no longer weak, I now rule Asgard until Odin awakens. Perhaps you should not have so carelessly abandoned me.
Loki says with a look of contempt.
Or perhaps it was the wisest choice I've ever made.
Laufey says as he pauses for a moment.
I will hear what you have to offer. Good, now we're getting somewhere.
Loki says with an overly dramatic sigh.
I will conceal you and a handful of your soldiers, lead you into my father's chambers, and let you slay him where he sleeps. The throne will be mine, and you will have the casket.
Laufey studies his long-lost son's face, looking for any sort of deception but found none. Too bad he didn't know who he was dealing with exactly. Loki could convince mathematicians that 1 + 1 = 3, and they'd eat it up with smiles on their faces.
Why would you do this?
Laufey asks with a raised eyebrow.
When all is said and done, we will have a permanent peace between our two worlds. Then I, the bastard son, will have accomplished what Odin and Thor never could.
Loki says with a trademark evil smirk. Silence filled the rundown temple before Laufey started to chuckle in a low rumble.
This is a great day for Jotunheim. Asgard is finally ours.
Laufey proclaims.
No, Asgard is mine.
Loki corrects before the Jotuns could get too far ahead of themselves.
The rest of the 9 realms will be yours, as long as you do as you're told.
Laufey stops laughing as the joyous atmosphere melts away. The king of Jotunheim considers Loki's words for a moment before opening his mouth once again.
I accept.
Chapter 113, C118 Alcoholic Therapy. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 121. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After receiving their apology from Thor, Peter and Tony invited the fallen Asgardian king to eat dinner with them. He was reluctant at first, as Thor was already reprimanded multiple times for slacking off on the job, but they soon found out that Thor's first work shift at the diner had come to an end.
You're done for the day, darling.
A waitress who seemed to be overlooking Thor throughout the day said as she ran off to continue her work. As soon as Thor heard those beautiful words, his shoulders slumped down in relaxation as a small smile graced his lips. He just finished his first day of actual work. Never in his entire life has Thor even lifted a finger to clean up after someone else or wait on them hand and foot. He was the one getting waited on and needing the cleanup, not the other way around. Hell, Thor hasn't even cooked his own food before. The palace in Asgard had teams of cooks that would provide him with the most luxurious of feasts, yet they had him in the kitchen cooking for mortals today.
Don't use that word anymore.
Thor reprimanded himself internally. Though he did feel an odd sense of accomplishment as soon as his work ended for the day. Thor hated every one moment, but he powered through it and worked hard. Even after multiple failures, he never gave up.
I worked a human job today.
Thor thought as he sat down at the booth with Tony and Peter.
I wonder what Loki would think. You truly mix well with those mortals, brother.
Thor laughed inwardly as he imagined what his brother would say. After ordering their food, Peter was the one to break the silence at the table.
So, I heard from the waitress that you came here with a group of people a few days ago. How did you meet them?
Peter asks, wondering if Thor would still fall in love with Jane after all of his meddling. With that question, Thor started to explain how he got hit by a car upon exiting the Bifrost and the humans he met on that day. He didn't seem to show any lovey-dicey signs when talking about Jane, but Peter wasn't exactly an expert when it came to these things. After eating their fill and talking about minor things, Tony suggests that they go out to drink. Tony and Thor were all for it, but Peter wasn't really interested. The mask makes eating and drinking impossible for him anyway. Peter didn't even get to eat dinner with them, so drinking didn't sound very interesting either.
Come on.
Tony pleaded as he tried his best to convince his spidery friend to join them.
We have to celebrate Thor's first day on the job anyway. Yes, we must drink to a good day's work.
Thor joined in, ready to drink until all of his problems fade away.
Fine.
Peter agreed with a heavy amount of reluctance in his voice. Sitting on stools at the bar of a local place down the street from Thor's job, Thor and Tony drank themselves stupid while Peter sat by and enjoyed the show.
I had it all backward. I had it all wrong.
Thor spills all of his woes as he gulps down his 12th pint of beer. Peter watched him with interest. Due to being completely sober and alcohol-free, Peter became the babysitter of 2 very wasted man-children.
You know, it's not a bad thing to find out that you don't have all the answers, because that's when you start asking the right questions.
Tony says as he knocks back yet another shot of tequila, somehow even more intoxicated than Thor. Thor takes in all of Tony's drunken wisdom and starts drinking another beer before speaking again.
For the first time in my life, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do.
Thor says as he looks at Peter and points to the hammer on the bar in front of him.
I lost Mjolnir, I lost my powers. I can't go home, and worst of all, my father is dead and it's all my fault.
Thor admits everything to Peter and Tony as he downs the rest of his pint and slams the glass back down onto the bar top. Thankfully, he didn't break the thing.
I'm sorry to hear that. What was he like?
Peter asks, not knowing how to explain that Odin is alive. At least he should be.
Father was a patient, just, and wise king.
Thor says as he stares down at the bottom of his empty glass.
If only I was the tiniest sliver of the man he was, then I wouldn't be here and he wouldn't be dead. Then strive to embody those characteristics and make his memory proud. Your father may be gone, but you can be a better man to the people that were left behind. Be a better son, brother, person, king.
Peter says as Thor's grip on his empty glass tightens.
You can't go back and fix the past, but you can move forward and make a better future. And that's why he's Spider-Man, saving the world one drunk bastard at a time.
Tony says as he pats Thor on the back a few times.
It'll be all right, big guy. My daddy's dead too. Okay, I think Tony's had enough.
Peter says as he turns to the bartender and hands over $100 bill.
Let's cut him off for the night. Hey, I can still.
Tony stands up and tries to argue, but soon gets dizzy and sits back down.
Hey, I know you, man.
An intimidating yet drunk group of locals enter the bar, and one of them calls out to Peter's group.
You're Spider-Man. Don't be an idiot. Spider-Man would never come to this *TTY town. He's just a fake.
Another calls out, which riles up the group of drunkards. As the group approaches, belligerent and looking for a fight, Peter could smell the heavy scent of liquor following them. He doesn't like where this was going.
You think it's funny impersonating a superhero?
Someone in the group calls out as they surround Peter's group at the bar.
What a bunch of violent idiots.
Thor turns and addresses the drunken mob.
Leave us to our drinks, and we'll leave you to yours. You should shut the hell up, princess.
A random drunk calls out to Thor.
Run back home, little princess.
The words that started his downfall in Jotunheim ring out in Thor's head upon hearing this. Thor's fists tighten as he takes a sharp breath inward. Peter looks over at Thor, concerned that he's going to lose it, though to his surprise, he remains unaffected by the drunken mob's baiting.
I will not fight,
Thor says as he is now a changed man.
Leave us be.
As Thor says this, Mjolnir pulses and lights up for a third time before dimming down once again. Peter couldn't help but shake his head at this.
You're really getting ready to leave me so soon, huh?
Peter thought as he looked at his temporary hammer.
Then it'll be easier to kick your ass.
Another dumb *SS says as the group laughs amongst themselves. Out of nowhere, Tony stands up and steps in front of the mob of drunken fools.
Ladies and gentlemen, let the bar fight begin.
Tony speaks like an announcer at a boxing match as he winds his arm back and sucker punches the closest guy, knocking him out as he hits the floor.
I guess I will fight.
Thor mutters as he can't just leave his new friend to fight a whole group of drunkards alone. The sounds of breaking wood and glass could be heard from the bar as Thor and Tony issue out a well-deserved beatdown. Peter, on the other hand, just sat at the bar and watched the fighting. He wouldn't get involved unless they needed his help, and by the way things were looking, he wouldn't have to get up.
You going to help your friends?
The bartender asks Peter without much worry. He was far too used to this group of local idiots coming in and causing trouble.
Now they got it.
Chapter 114, C119 Hangover. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 122. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. The bright mid-afternoon sun shone through the windows of a small living room. The whole place was trashed with pizza boxes, beer bottles, and shot glasses. Even some questionable stains could be spotted all across the carpet as well. 2 men could be seen sleeping huddled together on the same couch, which also happened to have a few stains on them as well. Beer stains to be exact. If someone were to take a picture and post this image online, the world would wonder why Iron Man was sleeping in the arms of a muscle-bound blonde man. Camera flash. That was about to become a reality, as a blue and red spider-themed man took the perfect photo.
I'm posting this on Instagram.
Peter mutters as he instantly posts it without an ounce of shame.
It's what they deserve.
A voice called out from the kitchen. Turning, Peter could see Jane Foster standing there in her pajamas with a cup of coffee in hand. Last night, after drinking themselves stupid and getting into a bar fight, Thor ended up dragging them to meet his current love interest, Jane Foster. And boy, was she surprised when the crazy yet handsome man she met and hit with her car showed up unannounced in the middle of the night. And to make matters even more shocking, he brought Spider-Man and Tony Stark along as well. Jane wanted nothing more than to kick them out and go to bed, but how could she possibly turn two living superheroes away? So Thor and Tony brought their two-man party to Jane's living room, while Peter and Jane supervised and tried their best to keep them under control. It didn't take Jane long to get used to Peter and Tony's presence, as she was too busy keeping her living room intact to worry about anything else.
Oh,
Tony muttered in pain as the light from the window hit his eyes, waking him from his drunken slumber. As soon as Tony noticed the big, strong, manly arms wrapped around him, he freaked and rolled off the couch. Bang!
ow F***CK.
Tony yelled as his body and face smacked into the floor.
Morning sunshine.
Peter says in a loud and excited fashion.
Please.
Tony says as he holds his aching head.
Quiet.
Thor begins to stir awake from all the commotion.
Are all of you humans this loud in the morning?
Although Thor would usually be able to wake up on the day after a drunken bender without much consequence, the godlike king of Asgard was currently powerless, so he felt everything that Tony was feeling at this very moment.
How do these mortals deal with this? My mouth is completely dry and my head is killing me.
Thor thought and instantly reprimanded himself for using the word.
Good morning, Your Royal Highness.
Jane says loud enough to make Thor flinch. She just had to get her revenge for everything that happened last night.
Lady Jane.
Thor asks in realization as he turns to see her standing in the kitchen.
What are you doing here?
This is my place.
She replies and takes a sip of her coffee.
Well, it's a rental. I'm only staying here for research purposes.
Right.
Thor mutters as he turns to see Tony stand up from the floor.
How did we get here? You're asking the wrong guy. I was just as drunk as you last night.
Tony says as he walks over to the windows and starts closing the blinds one by one.
Oh, that's better. You wanted us to meet who you called the fair maiden Lady Jane Foster, so here we are. You guys drank, ordered pizza, and did your very best to trash the place.
Peter says Tony paced into the kitchen and started drinking water directly from the sink's tap. Tony says as he stops drinking for only a moment before going right back at it again.
Yeah, you will.
Jane nods matter-of-factly.
I also charge a steep babysitting fee.
Tony doesn't even stop drinking as he gives her a thumbs up, not caring about how much he had to pay.
You have a child.
Thor was instantly alarmed, not understanding the joke.
No, she means you and Tony.
Peter says as Thor calms down. Knock knock.
Jane, are you ready? We need to get going if we want to make our flight.
A man's voice calls out from the front door.
Flight!
Thor questioned as Jane opens the front door, and in walked her research partner Professor Eric Selvig and assistant Darcy Lewis. Selvig is an older man with gray hair, while Darcy is a dark-haired woman that seemed to be a few years younger than Jane.
What the hell happened here?
Darcy asked as she saw the wrecked living room with Thor still on the couch.
Thor,
Hello.
Thor said as they entered the room.
what are you?
Darcy begins to ask but stops in her tracks as she turns to see Spider-Man and Tony Stark standing in the kitchen.
What are the Avengers doing here? Did you commit a crime?
Of course not. They're friends with Thor.
Jane denies the accusation immediately as she points at Thor.
What? The crazy guy that you hit with your car is friends with Spider-Man.
Darcy says in absolute disbelief.
I'm not a crazy man.
Thor refutes as he stands up and walks to the kitchen, taking Tony's place at the sink as he downs as much water as possible. While everyone was settling in and Darcy got her autographs, Selvig spoke up.
Jane, unless you want to stay in New Mexico, we have a flight to catch.
He says as he motions toward his watch.
You're leaving.
Thor asks after Tony explained what a flight was.
Yeah, those men in black, whatever they are. They took all of my research, and even if I stay to try and build it all back up from scratch, they'll just come and take it all away again.
Jane says sadly as she stares down at her coffee mug.
You mean S.H.I.E.L.D.?
Peter asks.
I think that's what they called themselves.
Selvig says with a nod.
I can get your research back for you, but you'll have to miss your flight.
Peter says, getting a happy smile from Thor, who didn't want Jane to leave.
You can really do that.
Jane asks in hope.
Sure, I know the big boss of S.H.I.E.L.D., so I can just call and ask. He shouldn't have a problem with you getting your stuff back.
Peter says as he takes out his phone and sends Fury a text, and received a reply only seconds later.
There, he said he'll have some men bring your stuff back to your workplace later today.
That was easy.
Darcy mutters.
He's Spider-Man.
Tony says as he opens the fridge and starts looking for some food but found nothing appetizing.
He could call up anyone and ask for a favor, and they'd most likely say yes without thinking, but enough of that. I need food. Yes, I could go for a feast as well, my friend.
Thor agreed as he was in the same position as Tony. After deciding to stay and cancel their flight plans, everyone decided to go out and get some food, as both Thor and Tony were hungover and starving. As they were eating at the same diner once again, some oddly dressed characters made their way down the street. 4 towering warriors in intricate Asgardian armor walked down the center of the road, obstructing traffic along the way, though they didn't seem to understand that they were doing so. These warriors are the Warriors 3, Hagun, Fandral, and Volstagg, alongside the beautiful and deadly Lady Sif. Townsfolk stared in wonder at the 4 warriors as they strolled down the street in all their Asgardian splendor. A group of children in a nearby park hit a baseball which happens to roll under a parked car. One kid runs to retrieve it but couldn't reach it no matter how hard he tried. Suddenly, the side of the car rises into the air. The boy looks over with his mouth dropping open at what he sees. Volstagg easily holds the car up with one hand. Volstagg picks up the boy's ball and drops the car back down, handing the ball back to the boy and pats his head.
There you go, lad.
He says as he walks off with the other Asgardians, leaving a shocked child behind.
Is it just me, or does Earth look a little different to you?
Volstagg asks as he takes in the surroundings.
It has been 1,000 years.
Sif replies as they keep walking.
Things change so fast here. You leave for a millennium and it's like the whole neighborhood's gone.
Volstagg remarks.
Maybe we should split.
Sif says but stops as she sees a familiar mane of golden locks through a nearby window. Inside the diner, Thor was eating and talking animatedly with Jane, doing his best to woo her when suddenly there was a knock on the window to his left. Turning their heads, the group saw what appeared to be some sort of cosplayers outside, waving at Thor with smiles on their faces.
My friends!
Chapter 115, C-120 Destroyer. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 123. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Asgard. Loki stands with Gungnir in hand, surveying his kingdom from one of the many balconies on Asgard's royal palace, when an Einherjar guard quickly approaches him, out of breath from rushing through the palace halls. The Einherjar are a group of Asgardian warriors that serve as the army of Asgard and are the warrior class of its society. They are tasked with protecting Asgard and quelling conflicts within the 9 realms.
My liege, the Warriors 3 and the Lady Sif have gone missing.
The armored warrior states. Loki's eyes narrow towards the rainbow bridge in the distance, knowing exactly who is responsible for this. Gathering some soldiers, the king of Asgard made his way straight to the prime suspect. Approaching Heimdall on the Rainbow Bridge with a small army of Einherjar guards at his back, Loki stands menacingly before the all-seeing gatekeeper of Asgard, who doesn't even flinch upon seeing the forces surrounding him.
Tell me, Loki, how did you get the Jotuns into Asgard?
Heimdall asks in an accusatory tone.
I had nothing to do with the attempted robbery of the weapons vault, though there are secret paths between worlds to which even you with all your gifts are blind to. Of course, I have no use for them anymore now that I'm king.
Loki says truthfully, knowing that he wouldn't be believed.
And as king, I say, for your act of treason, you are relieved of your duties as gatekeeper of Asgard. Your citizenship has also been revoked. Then I need no longer obey you.
Heimdall raises his massive sword and strides toward Loki. Before he could get too close, the army of guards slam the butts of their spears onto the ground and swiftly point them in the direction of the former gatekeeper in unison. Although this causes Heimdall to stop his advance, the confident look in his eagle-like eyes doesn't lessen for a single second. Not wanting to lose any of his men in a fight with one of Asgard's most skilled warriors, Loki reaches out with both hands and takes hold of something invisible, which was hovering in midair before him. As it quickly fades into view, Heimdall is shocked to see the casket of ancient winters appear in Loki's grasp. The blueness creeps from his hands and up his arms as Loki opens the casket towards Heimdall, who is standing still in the center of dozens of spears. From inside the casket, all hell breaks loose. The fury in the casket is instantly unleashed as its winds screamed. Ice, snow, and darkness come flying straight toward Heimdall. An icy chill covers his body, freezing him slowly but surely. The guards keep him from moving forward as the casket completely freezes Heimdall into a living icy statue.
You may return to your duties.
Loki shoos away the guards as he closes the casket and vanishes it once again. As the guards ran off, leaving only Loki and a frozen Heimdall behind, Loki inserts Gungnir into the observatory's control panel and opens the Bifrost. With a single gesture, the destroyer appears before him, a fiery glow rising within it as it turns its head toward its king.
Ensure that my idiot brother and his friends do not return. I can't have them ruining my plans.
My friends.
Thor happily races out of the diner to greet his comrades. Peter follows him out with Tony following closely behind, both interested in meeting the warriors Three and Sif, especially when they find out that Peter has all of Thor's powers.
I don't believe it.
Who are they?
He can't have been telling the truth.
Jane and her group were shocked and in denial. They still didn't believe that Thor was the banished king of an alien race of godlike beings. Though they would believe soon enough.
My friends, I've never been happier to see anyone, but you shouldn't have come.
Thor says, knowing that he deserves his exile.
We're here to take you home.
Sif reveals. Jane did not appear melancholy upon hearing the news of Thor leaving. She wanted to spend more time with the big muscle head.
You know I can't. My father is dead because of me. I must remain in exile.
Thor says woefully, causing his fellow Asgardians to exchange puzzled looks.
Thor!
Volstagg says, wondering why Thor thought Odin was dead.
But...
Upon uttering these three simple words, Thor knew exactly where he went wrong.
he lied.
Believing in his brother Loki will always be Thor's greatest downfall.
Thor, why does this oddly dressed mortal have your hammer?
Sif asks as she points to Peter, who walked over with Mjolnir in hand.
Yo!
Peter says with a wave of his hammer.
I'm Spiderman. Yo!
One of the warriors, Three, repeats in confusion.
Father Playston.
Thor tried to explain, but before he could get into it, the Bifrost storm began to form in the distance.
Was somebody else coming?
Tony asks as the Bifrost funnel shoots down to the ground only 20 yards away. As the funnel disappears, a large metal armor-like robot appears in the middle of the road. After witnessing the very odd event ending with the appearance of a killer robot, every sane person within the area started running and driving in the opposite direction as fast as they possibly could.
What's the destroyer doing here?
Thor exclaims in alarm as the metal automaton marches in his direction.
Oh, now this just got interesting.
Tony says as he presses a button on his watch. Tony is never too far away from his Iron Man suit. Merely seconds after hitting the button on his watch, a large missile comes flying over from out of town and hits the ground in front of him. As the dust cleared from the impact, Tony was already suited up in his red and gold armor. When his mask slammed down into place, hiding his face, the Asgardians next to him couldn't help but gawk at such a magnificent set of armor.
Midgard certainly is different.
Volstagg mutters, as even in Asgard this kind of armor would be impossible to find.
I'll take the first round if you don't mind.
Tony's metallic voice fills the air.
Sure, have at it.
Peter says as he spins Mjolnir in hand.
Though I call second round, I haven't been able to test out this baby to its fullest extent just yet. You got it, webhead.
Tony says as his hands and feet light up, and he shoots toward the incoming robot. Turning to the side, Peter could see Thor looking intently at Mjolnir.
Unless you think you're worthy.
Peter remarks as he drops the hammer at Thor's feet, which causes the sidewalk to crack in a spiderweb pattern.
What does he mean by that?
One of the warriors three asks in confusion, wondering why Thor would need to be worthy. Clang! A loud metallic banging sound fills the street as Tony's metal fist collided with the destroyer's fiery face. The force of the punch sends the Asgardian robot reeling backward, but doesn't knock the thing off its feet.
You're a hefty piece of machinery, aren't you?
Tony comments after scanning it and seeing that it wasn't alive.
Let's blow you up and see what happens. I'll use your scraps to update my suit.
While Tony was shooting missiles at the destroyer and laying waste to any nearby structures, Thor stares down at Mjolnir with a look of uncertainty. After a few more explosions went off as he watched the retreating forms of the nearby weak and frightened humans, Thor's resolve grew as he became determined to fight. Hammer or no hammer, powers or no powers, mortal or not, Thor would do his best to protect these people.
Leave this town now.
Thor says as he turns to look Jane in the eyes.
Get yourself and your friends to safety.
What about you?
She asks worriedly.
I must stay and fight. Only the king of Asgard can command the destroyer, which means my brother is the one who sent it. It's my responsibility.
Thor explains. Before Jane could argue back, Thor turned to his Asgardian comrades.
I'm still a warrior, and I will fight by your side.
Thor exclaims as he stares down at Mjolnir.
Good luck.
Peter says, feeling that this is the moment he loses exclusive use of Mjolnir.
It was good while it lasted.
Bending down as Tony clashes with the destroyer, Thor reaches out and grips the handle of Mjolnir with a single hand.
I can do this.
Chapter 116, C-121V's Destroyer. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 124. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Asgard Bifrost. Laufey alongside 2 towering frost giant warriors appear out of the Bifrost and step onto the golden platform. As the enemies of Asgard arrived, their skeptical and wary looks instantly disappeared. After all, Loki could have used this opportunity to send him and his men into a nearby sun, or perhaps slaughter them with surprise and numbers upon their arrival. Loki may be Laufey's son, but he was not raised as such. In the Jotun king's eyes, Loki was an Asgardian and that wouldn't change. Though perhaps he was a trustworthy Asgardian, as the only person that was there to welcome their arrival was Loki. Not a single Asgardian soldier was in sight. The godlike trickster pulled Gungnir from the control panel, ceasing the activation of the Bifrost.
Father, welcome to Asgard.
As Peter watched Thor bend down and grasp the handle of Mjolnir with a resigned look on his face, thunderous clouds fill the sky at an abnormal rate. Seeing these clouds, Peter knew that his time with Mjolnir was over, but he wasn't angry or resentful about it. This was inevitable, and Peter would rather have a lightning-powered Thor fighting at his back than anything else.
It wasn't my power to begin with.
Peter thought as he watched Thor lift Mjolnir over his head as multiple strands of lightning converged above and formed one bolt, which cracked downwards and struck the hammer. When the bright flash from the lightning cleared, Jane and her group were instantly convinced that Thor's ramblings were, in fact, true. Instantly, Thor's normal clothes were swapped with his trademark golden Asgardian armor, accented by a sleek red cape. A look of pure happiness filled Thor's face as a single tear fell from his eye. He missed this feeling dearly. Bringing Mjolnir to his face, he smirked victoriously as lightning flowed around the hammer. Thor was truly happy to finally reunite with his powers and trusted weapon. Finally whole again. Upon seeing this, Peter smiled as well, feeling good about the way he handled things.
I could have kept Mjolnir if I really wanted to, but this is a far better outcome.
Although Odin made it so the hammer would default back to Thor once he learned his lesson, Peter could think of multiple ways to keep it within his grasp. The simplest of these ideas was to kill Thor, which would be especially easy as he was a mortal only moments earlier. Without the person that it's supposed to default back toward, Mjolnir would be his, at least until someone more worthy comes along. Of course, Peter isn't a villainous person, so he would never do such a thing. The hammer probably wouldn't choose a wielder that would do such a thing in the first place.
Oh my god.
Jane mutters as she looks Thor up and down with a heated gaze. That smirk only grew as Thor turned to see the woman he was interested in, eyeing him like a juicy piece of meat. Winking flirtatiously at his love interest, Thor turns to Peter, full of gratitude.
Thank you, my friend.
Thor says as his grip tightens on Mjolnir.
It's a hard thing to give up such power. You have my respect, Am Spider. Don't worry about it.
Peter says with a shrug.
Bring me over to Asgard sometime and we're even. I want a tour of the place as well.
Peter would ask for a replacement weapon from Nidavellir later on, and if Thor or his family are reluctant, then Peter can always portal there and ask the dwarves himself.
I'm sure I can pay them for their services in some way.
Peter thought hopefully.
Of course.
Thor laughs with open arms.
I will invite all of my Midgardian friends for a feast upon my return.
Boom! As Thor was celebrating the return of his powers, the last of Tony's explosives went off, shrouding the destroyer in smoke from the blast. By this point, all civilians have already left the area. Tony fought in a way that kept the destroyer pinned to one area, leaving room and time for the bystanders to hightail it out of there. Before the smoke could clear, a single fiery red and orange beam shot out and collided with Tony's armored chest, sending him flying back towards Peter, who ducked out of the way. Shatter crash. As Tony's red and gold form flew past Peter, he smashed into the big glass window of the diner and only stopped when he hit the table they were eating at only minutes earlier, breaking it to pieces while sending food and drink everywhere.
It looks like it's time for round 2.
Peter says as Tony gets up and starts brushing food off of his suit. As the smoke clears, a pristine destroyer could be seen standing in the middle of a small crater at the center of the road.
Damn, that thing is sturdy.
Tony comments as he walks out of the diner with some food stains left over on his armor.
I'll take it from here.
Thor announces as he strides down the street towards the destroyer, no longer defenseless.
You want any help?
Peter asks, but before Thor could answer, his Asgardian comrades step forward.
We can handle it.
Sif says as she and the warriors three form up behind Thor, following him into battle.
It's good to have you back, Thor.
Volstagg states as he pats his true king and friend on the shoulder.
You as well, my friends.
Thor says as lightning begins to dance all over his body, his eyes never leaving the destroyer's ominous figure.
Brother, for whatever I have done to wrong you, whatever I have done to lead you to do this, I am truly sorry. Though this world has done nothing to you, they are innocent.
Thor says as he inches closer and closer to the destroyer, knowing his brother could hear his every word. Lifting Mjolnir into the air, lightning strikes down from the clouds and hits the destroyer. It convulses and falls to one knee as Thor swings Mjolnir around, launching himself off and up into the air. As the destroyer gets back on its feet and looks up at the sky, where Thor was surrounded by clouds and high wind, Debris from the earlier battle began to rise into the air. The destroyer stayed there in the crater, kept grounded by its massive weight as wind launches debris all around. It lifts its head up, opens its faceplate, and unleashes a fiery blast in Thor's direction. Not fearing anything now that he has his powers back, Thor dives downward straight at it, holding Mjolnir in front of him. Mjolnir collides with the destroyer's fiery energy beam as the two forces meet midair. After only a few seconds, Thor and Mjolnir start to gain some ground, overpowering and pushing the destroyer's blast back. Forcing the beam downwards at the destroyer, Thor slams his hammer down onto the side of the destroyer's head, knocking the behemoth off its feet. The Warriors 3 and Lady Sif were ready and surrounded the downed destroyer, pinning it down by its arms and legs. The destroyers flailed and pushed against the weight that kept it pinned to the ground, lifting Thor's friends momentarily as they barely keep the giant automaton from returning to its feet. As if angered, the destroyer starts firing off its fiery face beam into the open sky, tearing through the thunderclouds wherever it blasted. Landing beside his friends, Thor made his way to the head, looking down at the destroyer as if it were a dying animal. Arriving at the head of the Asgardian robot, Thor winds his hammer back and smashes it down into its open faceplate, jamming the hammer deep into the destroyer's head.
Retreat!
Thor calls out to his friends. Leaving Mjolnir behind for the time being, Thor and his fellow Asgardians run for cover. With the weight off of its body, the destroyer could finally get back up to its feet, but sadly, it was already too late. Not being able to escape due to Mjolnir, the fiery energy within the automaton builds up inside of its body and explodes within it, firing out of every orifice of its metal body. Although there was an explosion, the destroyer was completely intact as it fell to the ground without a single piece missing. The fiery energy within it was completely extinguished, leaving the metal robot lifeless like a puppet without strings. Walking over, Thor pulls Mjolnir from its faceplate and leaves its lifeless carcass in the crater.
Heimdall, open the Bifrost.
Thor calls out, ready to return home and find out all the damage his brother has caused. No reply.
Heimdall, open the Bifrost.
Chapter 117, C122, A Badly's Debut. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 125. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Asgard Prison.
Heimdall, open the Bifrost.
In a cramped prison cell, Heimdall stood frozen like a large armored popsicle as Thor's voice rang out in his head. Although the former gatekeeper of Asgard was frozen solid, he could still see and hear as he usually does. Nothing escapes his all-seeing eyes and ears. Unless, of course, some sort of magic was in place to do so, as Loki did when he visited Jotunheim. Sadly, although he could see, Heimdall was unable to move and follow the orders given to him by the rightful king of Asgard. Even if he could thaw himself, getting out of this prison and maneuver past the countless guards was practically impossible. He could only watch and listen as the events around him took place, completely powerless to act.
He would open it if he could. I fear the worst.
Thor says as he looks at the others with concern.
Then we're trapped here forever.
Volstagg comments in defeat. There was only one way in and out of Asgard, and that was through the Bifrost. At least that they knew of. If Heimdall wouldn't or couldn't open the pathway, then they would remain trapped on Earth for the foreseeable future.
Then I suppose we'd best start settling into our new lives.
Fandral looks to Darcy flirtatiously, turning on the charm.
Are all Earth maidens as fair as you?
A feline smile forms on Darcy's lips as she enjoys the attention. Jane couldn't be the only one with a handsome alien suitor after all.
No, you're in the presence of greatness.
Darcy answered in a conceited tone.
Heimdall.
Thor ignores the talking around him and shouts back up to the sky. Is he not able to open it? Peter thought as once again nothing happened. Peter wasn't sure exactly when it would happen, but he could swear that the Bifrost should have shot down by now. As Thor began to realize that he may not be able to return home, Tony snuck away from the group and made his way to the lifeless destroyer.
You are a beauty, aren't you?
Tony thought as his HUD scanned the downed automaton.
I'm going to rip you apart, learn everything about you, and use you to upgrade my suit.
While the inner mad scientist in Tony was boiling over to the surface, Thor finally gave up calling for Heimdall, knowing that something had to be wrong.
Looks like we have more time to ourselves, my love.
Fandral was really laying it on thick with Darcy. Ignoring the newfound couple that was forming, Peter turned to Thor, who was filled with a growing feeling of dread.
Should I portal them to Asgard?
Peter thought as he wondered if he could do such a thing. Peter has never portaled outside of Earth, and wasn't even sure if he could open a portal to somewhere in a random portion of space without coordinates or something. Yeah, he can open a portal to places he's never been on Earth, but at least he has an idea of where they are. Hence how he opened a portal to Mount Everest without ever visiting the place before. He knew it was in the Himalayan mountain range, which is located between Nepal and Tibet. Using those parameters, Peter could sort of triangulating the location and open a portal exactly where he wanted. With Asgard, on the other hand, he's only ever seen the place in movies from his past life. Peter doesn't know the spatial coordinates, galaxy, nearest star, or even which side of the universe it was on. Now that he truly thought about it, Peter knew for a fact that he wouldn't be able to open a portal to Asgard even if he wanted to, which he most certainly does.
Well, *T.
Peter thought as he turned to see a familiar bald head in the distance.
You've certainly made a mess of things, haven't you?
The Ancient One comments, surprising everyone as they jump into action, ready to fight once again. She tends to watch a lot of Peter's major life events, especially since these events tend to align with her most favored timeline. At first, the Ancient One didn't want to reveal herself, but then the words of her most favorite student played in her mind. The more covert way to handle this situation would be to simply portal over to the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard and open the Bifrost for Thor. She could be in and out without a single person knowing, not Odin nor Heimdall would see a thing. Obviously, she didn't do that, and truthfully, she didn't know why. Yes, her student's words may have swayed her judgment, but he was young and reckless. The flaws in his argument were countless, yet she felt the overwhelming need to just give in and trust her student.
Does this mean you've decided to join the Avengers, teacher?
Peter asks with a smirk, confusing all those around him, especially the people that know him. In his point of view, if she was willing to reveal herself to all of these people, then she was starting to see things his way.
I haven't decided.
The Ancient One says as she waves her hand, conjuring a portal right between Peter and Thor.
You're welcome.
Without another word, the Ancient One disappeared as if she were never there in the first place.
Who was that?
Tony asks as he walks over, dragging the carcass of the destroyer behind him.
My teacher, you'll meet her again soon enough.
Peter says cryptically, gesturing to the portal next to him.
Thanks to her, we have a way into Asgard.
Looking into the portal, Thor grins as he can see the familiar image of the Rainbow Bridge on the other side, while those that weren't used to seeing Peter's portals looked on in amazement as they studied the portal in awe. Turning to the beautiful Lady Jane, Thor takes her hand and kisses it tenderly. Jane looks up at him with fear-filled eyes as if she may never see him again.
Whatever fate lies before me, you are part of it.
Thor states as he lovingly takes her into his arms and leans down to kiss her on the lips. When the farewells were said and done, the Asgardians ventured through the portal, leaving the Earthlings behind.
I'm going to explore a bit.
Peter gave everyone a quick wave and dashed into the portal behind them. Before Tony could decide whether he should do the same, the portal snapped shut.
Whatever.
Tony thought as he grabbed the destroyer by the foot and dragged it down the barren street.
I have to go and dissect this thing anyway.
Asgard Palace. Odin lies unmoving in his healing bed, sleeping as still as a corpse due to his Odin sleep. Odin sleep is a state of deep sleep that Odin periodically enters to recharge his Odin force, the magical energy that gives him his power. While in Odin sleep, Odin is left utterly vulnerable. though he is aware of what transpires, not only around him but throughout the entire universe. His loving wife and queen, Frigga, sat at his bedside, watching over him at all times. There's a reason that Loki has been able to rule with complete impunity since his unofficial crowning as king. That's because his mother barely ever left Odin's side during his Odin sleep. Suddenly, Frigga started to hear some shuffling outside, followed by grunts and the sound of armored guards falling to the ground. Jumping into action, Frigga waves her hand, which activated the security measures on the doors, locking them tightly. Grabbing a nearby sword, she expertly unsheathed it and casted a quick spell upon the blade in preparation. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the doors begin to shake as whoever was outside tried to forcefully enter the room. Although the door was locked tight, it didn't hold for longer than a few minutes before the doors broke open and an armored frost giant warrior bursts in. Without an ounce of hesitation, Frigga swings her sword toward the blue towering intruder, cleaving into his shoulder.
Ugh!
The Jotun grunts in pain as the sword sliced through his armor and into his flesh. Just as he was about to retaliate against the Asgardian queen, an excruciating burning feeling filled the frost giant's body.
Ew!
The blue warrior screamed in pain as his icy body began to ignite and burn from the inside out. It was as though someone was pumping molten lava into his bloodstream, which was especially horrible for a creature built for the cold like a Jotun. Within a few seconds, the screaming stopped and the frost giant's charred body fell to the floor in a burning and bleeding heap. Yanking the spelled sword from the Jotun warrior's fiery copse, Frigga turned to the open doors and found something she didn't expect to see.
Low-key!
Chapter 118, C123 Family Drama. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 126. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. As Thor and his trusted companions step out of the portal and arrive in Asgard, Thor walks slowly to the doorway and looks dazed at the beautiful city on the other side of the Rainbow Bridge. He couldn't help but marvel at his home and feel a fond sense of nostalgia from the view. It hasn't even been a week since he was banished, yet his home seemed to have a new shine to it that Thor never seemed to notice before. He truly appreciated his home world. Before his banishment, Thor would have walked past this view without a second thought, thinking nothing of his home, but now that's all changed. The luster of Asgard shined before his very eyes.
I'm home!
Thor thought as the warriors 3 joined him in the doorway.
Are you all right?
Sif asks as she places a comforting hand on Thor's shoulder.
Why, yes.
Thor answers with a stutter as he snaps out of his dazed state.
We should get to the palace. Heimdall isn't at his post, which means Loki may be up to something. Mind if I tag along?
A foreign voice startled the Asgardians, causing them to draw their weapons and snap to attention. When they turned to find out who was speaking, Peter stepped into the room as the portal closed behind him.
Yo!
Peter says with a wave as he admires the place.
Man Spider, why are you here?
Thor asks as they all lower their weapons.
I couldn't miss the opportunity to see an advanced alien civilization, so I hopped in the portal before it closed.
Peter says as he walks up to Thor and admires the view of the city behind him. Whistle asterisk.
Damn, that is some beautiful architecture.
Peter comments as he admired everything from the city skyline to the mountains and the waterfalls that seemed to drop out into space. This place is a flat earther's heaven, isn't it? Asgard wasn't a planet like most places. No, it was a legitimate disc-shaped flat Earth in the middle of space with waterfalls dropping off into the empty void of space.
I don't know what a flat earther is, but yes, Asgard is a very beautiful place.
Thor smiles, happy that his newfound friend appreciates the beauty of his home.
You don't need to know.
Peter says with a shrug.
Just some oddballs that think my planet is flat like yours. I see.
Thor nods in understanding. After all, every civilization has its fair share of crazies and Asgard was no exception.
So should we get going?
Peter says as he motions toward the city. After realizing that they had wasted even more time after Peter's arrival, Thor swings Mjolnir and launches himself into the air toward the city, leaving behind those that couldn't fly.
Looks like we're running.
Volstagg mutters.
Nope, you're running.
Peter says as he shoots a web that sticks to Thor's red cape.
See ya.
Giving the Warriors 3 and Lady Sif a quick wave goodbye, Peter is pulled by Thor's momentum and launches off behind him. As Thor rides the winds over the bridge, speeding towards the palace, Peter holds on tight and admires the city below.
Maybe I should buy a house here.
Peter thought, wondering if Asgard would allow such a thing.
I could always just stay with Thor when I visit.
Loki.
Frigga exclaims in shock as Loki appears at the doorway to Odin's healing chambers.
Take a nap, will you?
Her son's voice appeared in her right ear as the Loki at the door faded away like a mirage. Loki somehow appeared behind his mother and grasped the back of her head with a glowing white hand. Instantly, Frigga became extremely lethargic and sleepy, passing out and collapsing into her son's waiting arms. As Loki moved his mother's body out of sight and into a corner behind a convenient pillar, Laufey strolls into the room with a confident smirk on his face. His only remaining frost giant guard followed closely behind, ready to pounce at the nearest enemy that would threaten his king. Seeing the helpless form of his worst enemy, sleeping peacefully in the center of the room, the Jotun king felt that victory was upon him for the first time in a long while.
It said you can still see and hear what transpires around you, even in this state. I hope it's true, so that you may know your death came by the hand of Laufey.
Laufey taunts as he walks up to Odin, who is helplessly laying in his bed. Raising his hand, an icy dagger materialized in the palm of Laufey's hand. Seeing this, Loki sneakily maneuvers along the edges of the room and positions himself behind his biological father, careful not to alert the remaining guard to his movements. As Laufey stabs down toward his defenseless enemy, Loki stabs the pointed end of Gungnir into his back and through his icy heart. Immediately, the dagger of ice in Laufey's hand shatters as he coughs up a mouthful of blood, which landed on Odin's chest, staining his clothes.
Traitor!
Laufey stutters in pain as he turns to look his killer son in the eyes. Loki watched as the life drained from his biological father's eyes without so much as blinking. As Laufey's lifeless body crashes to the ground, Thor and Peter arrive just in time to see Loki pull Gungnir from the Jotun king's corpse.
Know that your death came by the hand of the son of Odin.
Loki repeats Laufey's earlier words with a sneer on his face. Enraged by his king's surprising and quick death, the last Jotun in the room materialized a big icy hammer and swung it toward Loki. Suddenly, the war hammer-wielding frost giant stops dead in his tracks and his eyes go wide.
Aya!
Just like his fellow guard, the last Jotun in the room screamed in agony as his body ignites into flames. After a few moments, the charred frost giant falls to the ground, and his icy hammer shatters into snowy pieces. Standing behind him with an angry look on her face, Frigga pulls her enchanted sword out of the Jotun's back and looks to Loki for answers.
My son, what have you done?
Frigga asks, not noticing Thor and Peter standing at the door.
That's what I would like to know as well.
Thor makes his presence known as he walks into the room with Mjolnir in hand.
Thor.
Frigga exclaims in happiness as she rushes over to Thor and wraps him in her arms. Thor returns his mother's hug, but his eyes remain fixed on his brother and the spear in his hands. Likewise, Loki looks at Mjolnir in his brother's hand with wary eyes. The drama is about to start.
Found its way back to you, did it?
Loki comments as he gestures toward Mjolnir.
No thanks to you.
Thor answers back with a bit of sass in his voice. Frigga immediately picks up on the tension building between her sons and tries to figure out what's going on.
What does that mean?
She asks in confusion.
Why don't you tell her, Loki? Tell our mother all about how you told me father was dead and I had killed him. How mother forbade my return because of it. How you sent the destroyer to kill our friends, to kill me.
Thor lays out all of his brother's dirty laundry. A faint crunching could be heard in the background from Peter, who was leaning against a wall and shoving popcorn under his mask and into his mouth. Of course, the family drama was too distracting for anyone to notice his behavior. Frigga looks at Loki, alarmed, confused, and looking for answers.
I only told it to stop you from returning, nothing more.
Loki explains truthfully. Either he wasn't thinking, or he left the command open-ended on purpose, leaving it up to the destroyer to interpret his words.
You're a talented liar, brother, always have been.
Thor has been lied to enough and wouldn't believe anything from his brother's mouth anymore.
It's good to have you back, brother.
Loki says with a smile that soon morphed into complete seriousness.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to destroy Jotunheim.
Loki suddenly raises Gungnir and fires it point-blank at Thor, launching him out of the open door and down the hallway. Before anything else could happen, Peter had to come to a decision.
Do I save Jotunheim or Loki? Maybe both.
Chapter 119, C124 Decision. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 127. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Do I save Jotunheim or Loki? Maybe both.
Peter thought as he had to decide now. In the first Thor movie, Loki overloads the Bifrost's power in order to destroy Jotunheim and all of its inhabitants. However, Thor destroys the Rainbow Bridge before the realm could be completely destroyed. Of course, partial destruction is probably worse than complete destruction. Jotunheim is already an absolute wasteland of a planet, so who knows how much worse it gets when you add in an apocalypse-level death ray that almost disintegrates the whole place. If Peter were to decide to save Jotunheim, he would have to stop Loki from even starting up the Bifrost in the first place. As for Loki, Peter was even more undecided about saving him. Loki falling from the Rainbow Bridge and through a conveniently placed wormhole is an important moment in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, far more important than any other thing that Peter has changed. Without this one moment, the Earth may not be attacked by the Chitauri, and Peter would most certainly have a harder time getting his hands on the Mind Stone, as Thanos is supposed to give it to Loki in the form of a spear to aid in his mission to retrieve the Tesseract.
Well, the Chitauri would probably still come.
Peter thought as that seemed to be the plan, even before Loki showed up. The thing that worried Peter the most was the possibility of not getting the Mind Stone. Though there are some positives to saving Loki as well.
Though he's old and seems to have a cool down in the form of Odin sleep.
Peter thought dejectedly. After what felt like hours of thought, Peter came to a shocking decision. This decision surprised even him.
F***ck it.
Peter muttered as Thor collided with a wall at the end of the hallway.
I've always felt a bit bad for Loki anyway.
Before Thor could get up, Loki tried to use an illusion to sneak off. Right in front of his mother's confused eyes, Loki disappeared with a quick act of magic. Though what really happened was a simple illusion, Loki made himself appear invisible and tried to sneak out of the room. Thankfully, Peter knew how to counter this and poured some eldritch energy into his eyes. Instantly, he saw a human-shaped mass of magic energy try to pass by him.
Where do you think you're going?
Peter calls out as he sticks his foot out and trips Loki, as the godlike trickster didn't expect anyone to see him. As soon as Peter's foot made contact with Loki, his invisibility spells was cancelled, and he tumbled to the floor with a bewildered look on his face.
Why don't you stay and console your mother? She seems upset.
Peter advises as he shoots a web at Gungnir and yanks it back. Loki seemed to see this coming as red energy surrounded the spear and melted the web away upon contact, stopping Peter from snatching it away.
Stay out of my affairs, mortal.
Loki demands as he rolls over to his side and fires a blast from Gungnir in Peter's direction. Kicking off the ground, Peter leaped to the ceiling and stuck to it, dodging the energy blast with relative ease.
That's one way to say hello.
Peter comments as he kicks off the ceiling and aims his 2 feet at Loki's forehead. Just as he was about to stomp on Loki's head, a strong blast of wind shot at Peter from inside the room. Feeling the incoming attack headed his way, Peter shot a web from each hand at the walls and hung on as the extreme current of wind tried to blow him away. When the wind stopped, Peter landed in the center of the hallway and turned to his latest attacker.
Look, I get the whole protective mother thing, but I'm trying to help here.
Peter says as he eyes Frigga, who just sent a spell his way to protect Loki. Before Frigga could reply to this stranger's words, the sound of rumbling thunder could be heard from the other end of the hallway.
You've done it now.
Peter turns to Loki with a look that says,
Seek head up.
Turning around, Peter and everyone else could see a lightning-clad Thor Odinson, rightful king of Asgard, walking down the hall in their direction.
Loki, why have you done all of this?
Thor asks in exasperation.
Is it because you want to be king? Is the throne really worth what you've done? That's where you're wrong.
Loki answers as he stands up and stares directly at Thor.
I never wanted the throne. I only wanted to be your equal.
Loki points his spear at Thor, waiting for him to make the first move. Meanwhile, Thor stops his advance and looks at his little brother in pity.
I will not fight you, brother.
Thor announces as the lightning around his body dissipates.
I'm not your brother. I never was.
Loki reveals, but Thor didn't seem to pick up on what Loki actually meant by that.
What made you think you're not your brother's equal?
Frigga walks up and asks, unsure how it all came to this.
Everything.
Loki snarls in anger.
Do you know what it's like to live in the shadow of a conceited, arrogant, immature, stubborn musclehead? No matter what I accomplished, Father would only see Thor. At first, I thought it was because Thor was the firstborn son, but you helped me realize the truth.
Thor listened in silence, waiting to hear why his brother turned out like this.
I'm not your son.
Loki says to Frigga, who shook her head in vehement disagreement, and then he turns to Thor. Frigga did indeed tell Loki that he was adopted, but she also told him that he was still her son and that would never change. The same went for Thor and Odin, though Loki didn't seem to think so.
Loki, this is madness.
Thor says as he hangs Mjolnir on his hip.
Let's all just put down our weapons and talk like we've been doing. The time for talking is over.
Loki states as he disappears. Using the same trick to locate Loki once again, Peter wasn't able to find his energy anywhere in the hall.
Did he actually teleport this time? Can he do that?
Peter wondered as he didn't know the extent of Loki's powers.
Any idea where he is?
Peter asked, knowing he would be going to the Bifrost. Though he couldn't just say that without any proof. Frigga reveals after a moment of concentration.
Why would he go there?
Thor asks in confusion.
Is he trying to escape? No, Loki said that he needed to destroy Jotunheim.
Peter says and pauses for suspense, as he already knew the answer.
Can the Bifrost be used as a weapon? Take me to my sons.
Chapter 120, C125 Thwarted. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 128. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Arriving at the Golden Bifrost at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, Thor caught his brother hovering in the center above the control panel, where Gungnir could be seen jammed inside. Surrounding his levitating figure were countless Nordic runes accompanied by spell lines, which connected everything to Gungnir below.
All these years, and no one's ever dared to use the Bifrost as a weapon.
Loki says as he welcomed his brother with a conniving smile.
Loki, stop this.
Thor calls out as lightning dances around his body. Loki merely scoffed as the massive dome they were in spun slowly, taking aim at Jotunheim. Seeing this, Thor acts quickly and dashes at the control panel, planning to remove Gungnir before his brother could fully activate the Bifrost. As he rushes forward, an icy transparent barrier appears out of nowhere, which Thor smashes into head first. Bang! Looking inside the barrier, Thor could see the casket of ancient winters. The casket was connected to the barrier and pumped enough power into it to block a medium-sized army.
You can't stop it. The Bifrost will build until it rips Jotunheim apart.
Loki says with a laugh at his brother's expense. Not one for giving up easily, Thor grabs Mjolnir and starts wailing on the frosty barrier with all his might. Boom, 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 boom.
Why have you done this?
Thor asks his brother out of breath.
To do what father never could, to destroy their kind forever. When he awakens, he'll see the wisdom of what I've done.
Loki says haughtily as he looks down at Thor in contempt.
I see no wisdom here.
Suddenly, an aged and tired, yet powerful, voice filled the room. Turning their heads to the side, Thor and Loki saw a frail and disheveled Odin walk in through a golden portal. He was too weak to walk on his own, so he had to be supported by their mother, Frigga. Usually, Odin would wake from his Odin sleep completely rejuvenated, but not this time. The shenanigans brought about by his sons, mainly Loki, have forced him to emerge from his much-needed sleep earlier than what was necessary. Walked in behind the king and queen of Asgard, Peter was surprised by what he found in the Bifrost.
This isn't what happened in the movie.
Peter thought as he eyed the layout of Loki's runes alongside the barrier.
Though it makes sense, my interference probably caused him to be interrupted earlier than expected.
As the room froze upon Odin's entrance, the Bifrost stopped spinning and was now aimed directly at Jotunheim. Staring at his father like a deer in headlights, Loki was originally hopeful, looking for any form of approval from Odin, though after hearing his father's words, that hopefulness turned to sadness and anger.
Loki, stop this at once.
Odin orders as he gives his most troubled son a stern fatherly look.
It's too late for that.
Loki answers with a dead look in his eyes as the runes around him glow, causing the Bifrost to power up. Soon, rainbow-colored energy began to build in the dome. Where it would have stabilized in order to ferry someone across the universe safely, the energy kept building to a point that was almost blinding to the naked eye.
Son, I know now that I've failed you in many ways, and I'm terribly sorry for that, but destroying your birthplace will not make it better.
Odin tries his best to reason with Loki.
Bring down the barrier and end this, please.
Loki froze for a single second as he never heard his father speak like this. The mighty Allfather apologizing and using the word please, it was unthinkable. Though instead of taking his father's words to heart, Loki merely scoffed and sneered in the Allfather's direction.
Careful, father.
Loki warns Odin with a condescending tone.
You're growing sentimental and foolish in your old age.
Odin's eyes go wide for a moment as he remembers his other son's words just before his banishment. Odin mutters in defeat as Loki prepared to shoot the built-up energy of the Bifrost.
Loki, stop.
Thor bellows as he returns to hammering on the barrier to no avail. Bang, 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 bang.
I guess that it's my turn to finally do something.
Peter thought as he waved his hand, conjuring a portal beside him and reaching inside.
You can't kill an entire race.
Thor roars tiredly as he gives up on breaking the barrier for a second time.
What is this newfound love for the frost giants? You, who would have killed them all with your bare hands.
Loki asks, wondering what happened to the bloodthirsty brother he knew only days ago.
I've changed.
Thor answers matter-of-factly.
Good, because so have I.
Loki answers as he taps a nearby rune with his hand, triggering the Bifrost to fire at Jotunheim. The king and queen of Asgard watched in horror as they knew what that rune meant, each of them preparing themselves to witness a son they loved commit genocide on an entire planet of people. Though something odd happened. In fact, nothing happened at all. Instead of firing out its overcharged ray of energy, the Bifrost seemed to power down as the built-up energy began to disperse slowly but steadily. Loki, who was smirking victoriously only moments ago, instantly noticed that something was amiss. Frowning in confusion, Loki looked around and found nothing wrong with the Bifrost or his magic. Even the barrier was still working properly. Gasps filled the room as Loki saw his family looking at the control panel below him. Following their line of sight, Loki finally found the problem. Gungnir was missing. There are two keys to activate the Bifrost. the spear of Odin, Gungnir, and the golden sword of Heimdall. Without either of those two keys, the Bifrost will simply power down and disperse whatever leftover energy it accumulated back into the universe.
Looking for this.
Peter made his presence known. Instantly, every head in the room snapped to Peter, who was casually standing to the side with Gungnir twirling between his fingers.
Ho ho.
Thor laughed in relief.
Good work, my friend.
Meanwhile, his parents were sighing in relief, as the Bifrost fully shut down without a speck of energy left over. Loki stares in shock, not understanding how the oddly dressed mortal could get past his barrier. Though he was about to witness how in just a moment.
Man Spider, bring down the barrier.
Thor says, and Peter waves his hand once again. Instantly, two portals opened in the room, one flat above Peter's open hand and the other directly below the casket of ancient winters. Before everyone's eyes, the casket fell through the portal and into Peter's waiting hand, which in turn caused the barrier around Loki to lose its power source and fade away.
No more running now, brother.
Thor says as he walks past where the barrier once was.
Surrender peacefully. Fine.
Loki says as he gives a side-eyed glance towards Gungnir in Peter's hand. Descending toward the ground, Loki feigns accepting his defeat as Thor walks up to him. Just as Thor was about to grab his arm, two daggers drop from Loki's sleeves. Grabbing them by the tips, Loki dashes to the side and threw the two knives toward Thor, who stopped for a moment to sidestep one dagger while swiping the other away with Mjolnir. Since Thor was busy blocking his attack, Loki used his magic to disappear in a puff of smoke and appeared at Peter's side, ready to snatch Gungnir back from him. Thanks to his spider senses, Peter saw this coming and easily backstepped away from Loki's outstretched arm. Picking his leg up, Peter sent a powerful Spartan kick to Loki's chest, launching him across the room and into the wall of the dome with a loud bang.
Finders keepers.
Peter says as Loki glares at him from the floor across the room.
Get your own spear.
Seeing that there was still some fighting spirit left in Loki, Peter decided to put an end to this.
Hold this.
Peter says as he tosses the casket to Thor and turned back to Loki.
Let's put you in timeout, shall we?
An evil smirk appears under Peter's mask as he waves his hand, creating a portal above and below Loki.
Ho.
Loki grunted as he fell through the bottom portal and continued falling through the one above as well.
Elia.
This repeated over and over as he only started falling faster and faster, stuck in a loop that never ended. Loki's screams were choppy as they would cut out for a brief second every time he would enter and exited the portals.
This reminds me of the game Portal 2.
Chapter 121, C126 Like Brother. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 129. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Ewa.
Loki continued falling through the 2 portals infinitely as everyone watched from the sidelines. Odin was watching Peter with a curious gaze, while his wife and queen, Frigga, couldn't help but feel like her youngest son was being bullied at the moment. As for Thor, he was watching his brother's plight with a smile from ear to ear. There have been many times when Loki used his magic to harass him, so Thor felt that this was more than deserved. Especially after all that Loki has done lately. Turning his head away from the falling trickster, Thor walked over to his father and mother with a fond smile on his face.
Mother, I missed you so much.
Thor says as he hugs Frigga with one arm, as the other was still holding the casket of ancient winters. Turning to his father, a single tear dropped from Thor's eye.
Loki told me I had killed you.
Thor says as he wipes the tears from his eyes, chuckling in self-deprecation.
I was so stupid to believe him. I know.
Odin nodded as he watched Thor's entire journey on Earth while in Odin's sleep.
I saw it all. I should have known you would be watching.
Thor seemed genuinely happy to be with his parents once again.
From all that I saw, I know you'll be a wise king.
Odin declares, showing Thor a proud look that only a father could give.
If Loki weren't falling endlessly, then he would be quite jealous right about now.
Peter thought as he laughed inwardly.
There will never be a wiser king than you, father. I have much to learn. I understand that now, but someday perhaps I will make you proud.
Thor looks to his father in determination.
You've already made me proud.
Odin reveals, only brightening Thor's smile more and more. Frigga, who was currently supporting her husband so that he could stand and walk, watched all of this with a happy smile on her face. In her mind, this is how their families should have always been, Loki included, of course.
Father, I would like to introduce you to my friend from Midgard, Man Spider.
Thor says as he gestures to Peter.
Man Spider, this is my father, Odin. Yo!
Peter says with a wave to Thor's parents, not caring to treat them as royalty, as he isn't from Asgard.
Nice to meet you. Thor has told me a bit about the both of you. Yes, I've seen you along with my son in Midgard.
Odin says as he nods toward Peter.
Thank you for helping him. No problem, what are friends for, right?
Peter says with a shrug.
Indeed.
Frigga nods in agreement, happy that Thor has made a trustable friend.
May I?
Odin asks as he gestures toward his spear.
Oh yeah.
Peter mutters as he hands over Gungnir to its rightful owner.
Here you go.
Grabbing Gungnir and using it as a sort of walking stick, Odin could finally stop leaning on his wife. Although he was still weak and needed more time in his Odin sleep, having his trusted weapon in hand made Odin feel empowered once again.
Thank you for your help in this situation, and for retuning Gungnir and Mjolnir.
Odin says as he looks at Peter with gratitude.
Asgard owes you a debt that will be paid.
Loki's screams break everyone from their conversation. Turning back to look at his most troubled son, Odin had no idea what to do with him. Thor may have dove headfirst into Jotunheim and started a war, but at least he didn't try to completely annihilate the place. If Loki succeeded, countless men, women, and children would have all perished without any hope of escape or salvation. What Loki did was far too extreme for Odin to look past.
Call the guards.
Odin says to Frigga, who is still looking at Loki in pity.
Have them prepare a special prison cell for Loki. It needs to be able to withstand his magic and keep him trapped.
Frigga asks, afraid for Loki's mental state should he be imprisoned by his family.
Yes, don't worry, you may visit him at any time.
Odin says with compassion toward his wife.
Sadly, Loki's crimes can't be overlooked this time. Might I make a suggestion?
Peter inserts himself into the conversation, as Loki continues to scream and fall.
Speak!
Odin nods easily.
First, would you say Thor's banishment was a success?
Peter asks as he pats Thor on the shoulder. Both parents go quiet and observe Thor before smiles adorn their faces.
Yes, I would say Thor's time in Midgard has done wonders for him.
Odin replies, receiving a nod of agreement from his wife.
Then why not give Loki the same treatment?
Peter asks, getting reluctant nods of agreement from both Thor and Frigga. A temporary banishment to Midgard would be a far better punishment than being imprisoned in a dark and lonely jail cell under the palace, though Odin didn't look fully convinced.
That sounds good, but Loki is far more skilled in the art of magic than most could ever hope to achieve. It wouldn't be long before he put together a spell to cause his usual chaos, even as a normal human.
Odin says with a shake of his head.
Is there not a way to cut him off from the energies that he could use?
Peter asks and the room goes silent in contemplation.
I can help with that.
A familiar female voice appears in the Bifrost. Thor instantly got back into battle mode as he turned around in a flash with lightning dancing around his figure once again, while his mother and father simply turned with surprised looks on their faces.
Teacher, this is the second time today that you've shown yourself.
Peter says with a knowing smile on his face.
Are you trying to tell me something?
Atop the control panel of the Bifrost, the Ancient One stood with her usual bald head and monk robes.
No, now would you like my assistance or not?
She answers, annoyed with her student to no end.
Who is that?
Odin asks Thor, as he could feel that his newest guest was extremely powerful. possibly more powerful than himself and just as old too.
I'm known as the Ancient One.
She says as she could hear their conversation. She teaches the mystic arts on Earth, Peter reveals, knowing that Odin would find out soon enough.
I've learned everything I know from her. If you have a solution, then we would gladly accept your help.
Frigga looks to the Ancient One for help. Without another word, the Ancient One turns to the still falling Loki and waves her hand. Immediately, countless spell circles surrounded the two portals. In just a few moments, the spells converged into a singular spell circle, which then floated in between the two portals like a sandwich. As Loki fell from the top portal and passed through it, the spell circle wrapped around his falling form, disappearing into his body.
Done. Loki won't be able to harness any of the universe's energies from here on out, though my spell will dissipate when you return his powers.
The Ancient One says as she fades away, leaving an impressed Asgardian royal family behind.
I have many questions, but that can be handled later.
Odin says as grips Gungnir tightly and looks toward Peter. Loki's screams break everyone from their conversation. Turning back to look at his most troubled son, Odin had no idea what to do with him. Thor may have dove headfirst into Jotunheim and started a war, but at least he didn't try to completely annihilate the place. If Loki succeeded, countless men, women, and children would have all perished without any hope of escape or salvation. What Loki did was far too extreme for Odin to look past. Call the guards, Odin says to Frigga, who was still looking at Loki in pity. Have them prepare a special prison cell for Loki. It needs to be able to withstand his magic and keep him trapped.
Loki Odinson.
The Allfather says as he limps over and plunges Gungnir into the Bifrost's control panel. The Bifrost's energy begins building as it activates. Soon, it fires and the Bifrost opens at the end of the platform, creating a portal. Odin turns to his second son and limps over with a resigned look on his face. This would be the second time he would cast out one of his sons in just a week's time. 3 altogether if he was counting his daughter Hela as well.
You are unworthy of your former titles.
Odin says as he rips away the insignias on Loki's clothes, which showed that he was a prince of Asgard. Loki tries to reason with Odin, but the time for that had passed.
Mother, stop him, please.
Frigga could do nothing but watch in sadness as her son pleaded for her help.
I hereby strip you of your powers.
Odin ignores Loki's words and continues on. Instantly, Gungnir glowed brightly, and Loki could feel his godly powers being ripped away from him.
Out of the name of my father and of his father before him.
Odin bangs the butt of his spear to the ground, stripping Loki of all clothes that identified him as an Asgardian.
I cast you out.
Chapter 122, C127 Jewel. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 130. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. New York City. 485 West 64th Street, alias Investigations. In a rundown office building, where anyone can rent a meager space for their business, a black-haired woman can be seen sitting at a desk in a small office. She wore a black leather jacket, black shirt, and stylishly ripped jeans. Insert picture of Jessica Jones here. An elderly woman sat across from her, crying into some tissues she conveniently had in her purse. Between the two, on the desk, were photos of an elderly man and what appeared to be his much younger mistress. The man was naked and tied to the bed of a hotel room. Standing above him was a young woman, dressed in black latex and wielding a small whip. The age gap between the two was immense, as the man in the photo could probably pass as this young dominatrix's grandfather.
How could he do this?
The elderly woman cried as she felt nothing but betrayal and disgust.
We've been married for 40 years, for Christ's sake.
This woman, like many others that Jessica Jones encounters in her daily work, became suspicious of her husband, thinking that he could be having an affair. Not knowing how to handle it, she asked a friend, and they pointed her in the direction of Alias Investigations, the small private detective agency that was created and owned by Jessica Jones.
Well, look at the bright side.
Jessica draws her attention away from the incriminating photos.
You can divorce his sorry a asterisk S, take his money, and spend the rest of your life as a single woman. Maybe move to a place with a beach and mingle with the local grandpas.
Jessica's attempt at brightening the mood seemed to have missed the mark, as her client only cried harder as she grabbed the photos and swiftly left the room, slamming the door loudly on the way out.
Hey,
Jessica yelled as she ran to the door and ripped it open.
you forgot my money.
Unluckily, the elevator in the hallway had already closed, and the woman was on her way down to the first floor of the building.
This old B asterisk TCH.
Jessica muttered as she prepared to rush down the stairwell to get what was owed to her. Suddenly, just before she could leave the room, a blinding rainbow-colored light pierced through the windows behind her desk.
Huh, what the?
She muttered as the room brightened in an instant. Shatter. Jessica just stood there for a moment, without a clue of what to do or what just happened.
No, I'm not dealing with this right now.
Leaving the sleeping nudist in her office, Jessica rushed down the stairs to get her payment before her client could get away. She would deal with her odd visitor soon enough.
It's not like he's going anywhere.
After Odin collapsed, Thor and Peter carefully carried his unconscious body back to the palace, where he would, hopefully, sleep peacefully this time. Though he certainly wouldn't be bored this time around, as the trials and tribulations of a human Loki will definitely make for some good entertainment. As they laid him on his bed once again, Frigga looked him over for a moment before turning to Peter and Thor.
He'll be all right.
She informed them, which caused Thor to let out a relieved breath.
He just needs to sleep uninterrupted this time.
That's good.
Thor said as he looked at his father's powerless form. He has never seen his father in such a weakened state before, so this was an odd sight for him. Every child tends to think that their parents are superheroes that would live forever, so it's always vexing when they become old and weak.
I never get used to seeing him like this.
Frigga admits as she joins Thor in watching Odin sleep.
There's always this fear in the back of my mind that he won't wake.
Although Thor was having this same feeling, he squashed it down and moved to his mother's side, hugging her with a single arm.
Father will wake up soon enough.
He says with confidence, trying his best to comfort Frigga.
We must only wait.
Frigga has been having a very emotional week. She only wanted her family to be together and happy, yet that seemed like a far-off dream at this point. At least Thor is back, but now her other son has been banished just the same.
I should go and investigate the palace.
Thor says after a moment of silence.
Who knows what else Loki has done in my and father's absence?
Oh yes, I almost forgot.
Frigga says with a smile, as she takes Gungnir and hands it over to Thor.
The king of Asgard has returned.
Thor froze as he didn't feel like much of a king anymore.
I don't know if I should be king anymore.
An awkward silence fills the room, which Peter decides to fill.
Great leaders don't seek power, they're called to it by necessity.
Peter repeats a quote he remembers seeing in a novel.
There are two heirs of Asgard's royal family, at least that I know of, you and Loki. If you aren't king, then that would leave Loki as the only other candidate. I think we can all agree that he isn't a viable option. Then father can remain as king.
Thor argues back.
Oh,
Peter raises a challenging eyebrow under his mask.
you mean the man that seems to go into a forced coma every once in a while? Tell me, how long until this happens again and Loki takes control of Asgard?
Thor's face scrunches as Peter hits him with a big helping of reality.
Like it or not, this place needs you. Grow up and get your head out of your asterisk S.
Peter says harshly, hoping to get through to him.
You're right.
Thor mutters as he takes the spear from his mother.
Though I'll return Gungnir to father once he awakens. I have Mjolnir after all. Good, just don't expect me to treat you any different.
Peter says as he pats Thor on the back.
I'm not an Asgardian citizen, so you ain't my king.
Thor didn't seem to care as he laughed at Peter's words, happy that his new friend wouldn't treat him differently.
Make your father proud.
Frigga says as the sight of Thor holding Gungnir reminds her of a much younger Odin.
I will.
After taking back his rightful place as king of Asgard, Thor started investigating all of Loki's actions while he was away. It didn't take him long to find Heimdall, thawing in a cell in the dungeons of the palace, among other high-level palace members, such as ministers and royal guards, who refused to follow Loki's orders. While Thor was freeing these people and investigating, Peter was seated in the palace's library, reading anything that sparked his interest. He knew, thanks to the movies of his past life, that the universe was vast and full of intelligent life, so Peter wanted to learn all that he could about the different races, planets, and empires that were out there. Dwarves, light and dark elves, frost giants, fire demons, titans, Cronins, Sakarans, Chitauri, Xandarians, Krylorians, Kree, and the list goes on and on. Sadly, this library doesn't hold any magical knowledge, but that was okay. It still held a plethora of useful information. The most useful being the location of a planet that Peter needed more than anything. Morag. At least he hoped the location of planet Morag would be here, as there are just so many books to go through. Looking up at the countless towering bookshelves, Peter couldn't help but wish that he had some sort of cloning ability. Staying in the library deep into the night, Peter kindly refused to attend the return feast that was held for Thor. He knew that he was close as he opened yet another book with a title related to foreign worlds. Skimming through it, Peter finally found what he was looking for.
Morag is an oceanic planet located in the Andromeda Galaxy at the eclipsing binary star M31VJ00443799 plus 4129236. Some inhabitants of this planet were the rodent-like Orloni and aquatic crocodile-like creatures.
He read as a triumphant smirk appeared on his tired face.
Time to get my first Infinity Stone.
Chapter 123, C-128 Expedition Prep. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 131. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Upon finding the spatial coordinates of Morag, the planet that holds the Power Infinity Stone, Peter started formulating a plan to find the damn thing. Finding the planet itself was a good start, but based on his memories, narrowing down its location on Morag would be a challenge. Due to the extremely destructive capabilities of the Power Stone, a containment device known as the Orb was used to house it. Without the Orb keeping the Power Stone's unlimited power locked away, Morag would have probably been completely disintegrated long ago.
So tracking its energy signature would be impossible.
Peter thought dejectedly. Not only that, but the Orb has been hidden for millennia in an underwater temple vault on the planet, where receding tides allowed access only once every 300 years.
Something tells me it's not that time just yet.
Peter knew this would only happen around the time that Peter Quill's Star-Lord came along, which means Peter would have to go diving in an alien planet's ocean.
Maybe I can predict the movement of the tides and use that to aid in my search.
The most important factors in predicting tides on any planet are the positions of the sun and moon, depending on if Morag even has a moon, their distance from Earth, their direction in space, and how they're moving. Though the most accurate predictions require even more information than this, such as the contours of the seafloor, for example.
I'd have to set up a base on Morag so I can study all of this.
Peter thought out loud as he snapped the book he was reading shut.
It shouldn't be too hard, hopefully.
Must you tamper with the Power Stone?
A familiar voice filled Peter's small corner of the library.
I've told you many times already, teacher.
Peter says as he looks up to see the Ancient One sitting across from him.
I plan to change a lot, including your death. You could make this easier and lend a helping hand like you've been doing lately.
Peter says, hoping to skip past the tedious research needed to find the orb.
Where is the temple that holds the orb?
Peter knew for a fact that the Ancient One knew exactly where every Infinity Stone is located. The question is, would she help him in his collection of them?
I think I've helped enough lately.
She says as her form shimmers for a moment and disappears, leaving Peter alone in the library once again. It was worth a try.
Yo!
Peter called out over the loud banging. Resting the hammer on his shoulder with one hand and pulling up his face mask with the other, Tony looks at Peter with an annoyed look on his face.
You ditched me.
The first words out of his mouth were a complaint.
Well, the next time a portal to an advanced alien civilization opens up, hop in before it closes.
Peter gave him some advice.
Right.
Tony said sarcastically.
So, is everything in Valhalla good? Asgard, but yeah, all of Thor's problems have been solved.
Peter says as he goes on to explain everything that happened in Asgard.
You're telling me that Thor's evil brother is walking around somewhere on Earth.
Tony asks, receiving a nod from Peter.
Any idea where he is? Nope, but I can probably ask Thor later. He might know.
Peter says with a shrug.
Okay, wanna help me take this thing apart?
Tony motions toward the huge robot between them.
I could use your super strength. This thing is hard to break open. Sure, but I need some help procuring some supplies.
Peter says, knowing that it would take Tony only a fraction of the time to get everything he needs for Morag.
Supplies for what?
Tony asks curiously.
I'm planning an expedition to an abandoned alien planet.
Peter says as he lists off the different equipment and materials he needed.
I can easily get all of that by tomorrow on one condition.
Tony says as he holds up a single finger and smirks.
I get to tag along. Sure.
Peter answered easily, as he didn't see a problem with having Tony's help.
I don't mind.
Putting their minds together would only quicken his search for the Power Stone. Of course, Peter wouldn't be sharing the treasure he finds with Tony this time around. Usually, Peter wouldn't have a problem with sharing, especially with his friends, but the Infinity Stones are far too dangerous for that. There's a reason that the Power Stone was placed into the orb. Its power is immense and never-ending. Just its mere presence will cause the destruction of any person or planet, no matter how strong. Even Thanos can't handle the limitless power of the Infinity Stones without using his gauntlet as a medium. Not to mention the Power Stone, which is the most destructive of all 6 Infinity Stones. Sadly, Peter barely trusted himself with the Power Stone, as he planned to leave it in the orb until his own medium could be made.
Maybe I should ask the dwarves to forge me an infinity gauntlet.
Peter thought, but he would need to draw up some blueprints for them to use as reference.
It would be hard to convince them, though.
Peter would probably have to ask Thor for help in convincing them. Even then, it would still be hard to get it made. The dwarves would certainly understand what the gauntlet is for when they see the blueprints.
Whatever, if they decline, then I can try my hand at forging. It would be difficult, though.
Peter thought as Tony made some calls for his supplies. Looking down at the powerless destroyer, Peter put these thoughts to the back of his mind and started tearing it apart as promised. Loki Odinson groaned in pain as he heard a voice calling out to him. It was a female voice, laced with a rude annoyance which reminded him of his usual tone. Sleb. The voice yelled as his jaw almost cracked, and a fierce stinging feeling was left on his right cheek.
Oh.
Loki grunted as he opened his eyes to find a beautiful black-haired woman with a scowl plastered on her face.
Mortal. What did you just call me?
She asked threateningly.
Where am I?
Loki ignores her menacing figure and looked around, finding that he was laying nude in a heap of broken wood near a broken window. He even had a few splinters and bruises on his back, which hurt quite a bit.
My office. Now get your *S up and to the bank. You owe me money for all the damage that you've caused.
She says, doing her best to look away from his unclothed lower half.
Bank!
Loki muttered as the memories of his father casting him out suddenly filled his addled mind. Instantly, Loki became quiet as a simmering rage filled his every being.
How dare they banish me?
Loki thought as he raged in his own mind.
Don't glare at me, you pervert.
The unknown woman above him gets pissed, as Loki began to glare in her direction.
You're responsible for every bit of damage to my business, and you'll pay or else.
Snapping out his anger-fueled thoughts, Loki stood up and scoffed at the weak mortal before him. How could a god such as him allow a mere mortal to speak to him like this?
Or what?
Loki says as he glares down at her intimidatingly.
I'll post these pictures online.
She says, showing her smartphone screen to him, which had countless pictures of him laying naked in her office. His little Loki was bare for all to see. What would his mother think?
Give me that.
Loki tries to snatch the phone from her hand, but she saw that coming and grabbed his wrist with her other hand, crushing it in her superhuman grip. Crag crag.
Ugh.
Loki yelled as his wrist was broken in an instant.
You will pay or else.
She says as she gives Loki's wrist a final squeeze before letting go.
Do I make myself clear?
This isn't some ordinary mortal.
Chapter 124, C129 Tony's Enlightenment. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 132. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After taking the destroyer apart for Tony, they found that it was just a hollow set of armor. No power source or robotics. Nothing. It was completely empty, though they did find something interesting. What appeared to be Nordic runes were carved all over the inner portion of the armor. While the outside looked sleek and smooth, the inside was covered with lines and symbols. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but stare in awe as he finally had his first run-in with magic. Peter knew this would happen sooner or later, so he heaved a heavy sigh and opened a portal.
I'll be right back,
He said, confusing Tony as he stepped into the portal. Only a minute later, Peter returned with a stack of old books in hand. Tony watched in curiosity as his spidery friend placed the books in front of him.
What's this?
Tony asked as he picked up one of the books. Tony nods so Peter continues.
Well, I didn't lie.
Tony asks as realization started to set in.
That bald woman taught you, didn't she? Yeah, she's probably the strongest person on this planet and possibly the universe.
Peter brags a bit about his teacher's strength.
She's called the Ancient One. I've been trying to recruit her to join the Avengers for a while now. Hi.
Tony grunts as he plops down into his desk chair in shock.
This is.
Peter tries to finish Tony's words, but got them wrong for once. Tony practically jumps out of his seat and starts pacing around the room.
I could use the metal from the destroyer to create a new suit and add these runes to it.
Tony started monologuing his every thought as he planned to make the ultimate magic-infused Iron Man suit. Peter thought it would take Tony a bit longer to wrap his head around magic being real, but it seems he underestimated him. Just as Peter was thinking this, Tony started trying to write the runes that were on the destroyer. Acting quickly before his friend killed himself or some other accident happened, Peter snatched the pen from Tony's hand.
Hey!
Tony shouts as he turns to Peter.
Runes are too dangerous for you to be writing without any knowledge.
Peter reprimands Tony as he pushes the books in front of him once again.
Memorize these first, and then you can start practicing under my supervision. Is your teacher okay with you showing me this?
Tony asks as he holds up one of the books.
Magic is supposed to be a secret, right?
There's a reason why magic isn't widely known all around the world after all. Someone has been keeping it under wraps. That someone being the Ancient One herself.
She shouldn't mind.
Peter says with a shake of his head.
You discovered the runes on your own. I'm only stepping in so you don't accidentally cause some sort of catastrophe. If you say so.
Seeing as Tony had some reading to do, the study of the destroyer was put aside for the time being. Before leaving for home, as he hasn't slept yet, Peter snapped some pictures of the runes inside the destroyer for his own personal studying.
Asgardian runes are hard to come by.
Peter thought as he carefully took his pictures before heading home to sleep. By the next day, everything that Peter needed for his expedition to Morag had arrived at the Avengers Tower. The only question was, would Tony be coming along still? As soon as Peter arrived at the tower, Tony was passed out in the same place he left him, surrounded by open books. He spent the whole night studying the rune books that Peter gave him and fell asleep in his seat.
Maybe it's best that I set up the base before Tony comes.
Peter mutters as he portals Tony to his bed, leaving him to his sleep. Arriving at an underground storage area in the tower, Peter found everything he needed.
Time to head out, I guess.
Peter thought as he waved his hand, using the coordinates to open a portal to planet Morag. As the portal appeared, Peter peeked through it cautiously, making sure nothing went wrong. On the other side of the portal was what Peter could only describe as a rocky wasteland, filled with fog and clouds.
Definitely a foreign planet.
Peter thought as he ran a few safety tests before stepping through. Just from looking, Peter could say that it looked to be the same Morag from Guardians of the Galaxy, but that didn't mean he would step through the portal so easily. He would only enter Morag when he knew it was safe to do so. Almost an hour later, Peter had used both magic and a few of the devices that Tony procured for him to test things like Morag's air quality, temperature, radiation, etc. From the movie, Peter knew that Morag's air was at the very least breathable, as Star-Lord was able to walk around without his mask. But this is the real world, so he would be careful. At the very least, Peter would die without air to breathe. Once everything had been tested, Peter found that the planet was barely habitable, as he suspected. The only thing wrong with the place was the fact that it was nothing but a rocky wasteland alongside some ocean, which made it clear why the planet is empty now.
I can see why this planet was abandoned.
Peter thought as he eyed the place.
I doubt anything could grow here either.
With that all out of the way, Peter started carrying materials through the portal. Metal sheets, beams, concrete bags, and other materials that he would use to build a small base in a safe and elevated location. As he made his first step onto a foreign planet's soil and breathed in its air, Peter felt a sense of accomplishment. Yeah, he visited Asgard already, but that wasn't really a planet. Morag just had a different feel to it.
Let's get to work.
Waking up from his exhaustion-induced sleep, Tony saw the time and cursed as he found that he slept for most of the day. Looking out the nearby window, he saw that the sun was already beginning to set.
Jarvis, did Webhead's order come in yet?
Tony asks as he gets up and heads for the bathroom.
Yes.
Jarvis answered as he goes on to explain what Peter has been doing in the tower while he slept.
That mother of asterisk seeker.
Tony cursed as he rushed downstairs, not wanting to be left behind. He was already left behind when it came to Asgard, so he wouldn't be ditched again. Entering the underground storage area, Tony rushed to Peter's open portal and froze as he saw the barren, otherworldly landscape of an alien planet. Over on a nearby hilltop, Tony found what appeared to be a metal structure being built by a familiar blue and red figure. Without thinking of his safety, Tony steps through the portal and walks up the hill, not thinking to run any of the tests that Peter did earlier in the day. Boom! Hearing someone walking his way, Peter dropped a heavy metal beam to the ground and hopped off the partially built base to greet them.
Yo!
Peter said with a wave as Tony made it up the hill, out of breath from the walk.
Have you been slacking on your training? Shut up.
Tony breathes heavily as he glares at Peter.
You left me behind again.
Peter says with a shake of his head.
If you wanted to visit an alien planet bright and early in the morning, then you should have gone to sleep and woken up in time. I also left the portal open for you. Whatever, so what are we here for?
Tony asks as he recalled all of the different devices Peter asked for.
Obviously, you want to predict this planet's tides for some reason, but why? Because I need something that's under the ocean.
Peter says cryptically as he lifts the giant metal beam once again and returns to the partially built base.
What might that be?
Tony asks curiously.
I'm not telling you.
Peter calls out over his shoulder.
If you knew what it was, you'd want me to share, and that's not happening this time around. Don't be like that, Webhead.
Tony yells back.
Didn't your mother teach you that sharing is caring?
Chapter 125, C-130 Capsicle. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 133. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. In an icy tundra, 2 warmly dressed U.S. government agents step out of their truck to meet a lone man. They were called in to investigate a large, unidentified object that was found by a research team in the Arctic, which was a job no one wanted to do. After all, it was a frozen wasteland out there. Though they couldn't just leave it, as it could be something important, like a Russian spy satellite or something. It could even be aliens.
Was it you who called it in?
One of the agents yells over the loud icy winds.
Yeah, I think it's a weather balloon or something.
The lone man answers.
All right, lead the way.
The other agent called out as they trudged through the wind and snow.
Whatever it is, it's buried halfway into the ice. We only found it a few days ago.
The man that was leading them explained as they walked.
How long before we can start craning it out?
One of the agents asks.
I don't think you quite understand.
What appears to be a very large airplane wing comes into view, peeking out of the icy floor.
You guys are going to need one hell of a crane. What the?
After getting over their shock, the agents worked with the research team to find a way into the airship, or whatever it was. Almost an hour later, while working in the freezing winds, they managed to thaw out a hatch that one of the researchers found. With it thawed, the agents cracked it open and rappelled down, entering the unknown object. The inside was dark and covered in thick layers of frosty ice. The agents had to use flashlights to see as they maneuvered around, exploring what they now could say for sure was an old-school bomber airplane. After only about 10 minutes of exploring, the 2 agents found the cockpit of the ship, which was huge with a giant glass window that was somehow still intact. Through the glass window, the agents could see the dark ocean under the ice they walked on moments earlier. While one agent was enraptured by the dark ocean view, the other turned his flashlight to investigate further. Sticking out of the ice by the control panel of the ship, the agent's light reflected off of a frosty red, white, and blue circular object.
Holy *T.
Moreg,
We're finally finished.
Tony says as he admires the metal base.
What do you mean, we?
Peter says with a bit of sass in his voice.
I did all of the work. You just sat around and did nothing the whole time. Hey, I helped with the door.
Tony tries to defend his laziness.
You handed me a screwdriver.
Peter gives Tony a deadpan look under his mask.
Whatever, let's explore now.
Tony changes the subject in an instant, ready to venture into an unknown planet.
I want to take some samples and see if there's any life on this rock. No, we're headed back for now.
Peter says as he just wants to rest after a long day's work.
Oh, come on, webhead.
Tony starts acting like a spoiled child.
There's a whole alien planet for us to explore.
Not all of us woke up an hour ago.
Peter says as he creates a portal next to Tony.
We can do everything you want tomorrow. But until then, I want to do nothing but stuff my face with food.
Fine.
Tony gave in as he wasn't brave enough to go off on his own, not that Peter would allow him to do so in the first place. As the 2 returned to Earth through the portal, Peter and Tony's phones instantly started going off like crazy. There was no service on Morag, so as soon as they arrived, every missed call and text message came in at the same exact time.
I can't go away for a single day, can I?
Peter complained as he checked his phone, expecting the usual problems.
Huh.
Every text and call he received was from Fury and Natasha, who were people that would never spam his phone like this. Usually, it's complaints from staff about the more problematic Avengers like Magneto's bunch. -9 missed calls. -17 text messages. Bald Pirate call me. Bald Pirate answer your phone. Bald Pirate call me, important. Natasha's texts were about the same, but hers made up the majority of them.
Same for you, huh?
Tony says as he snuck a look at Peter's phone. Moving his phone from Tony's sight, Peter ignores him and calls Fury. Ring, ring, ring.
Where have you been?
Fury asks angrily as he answers the call.
Off planet?
Peter says, knowing Fury wouldn't believe him.
Why have you been blowing up my phone like an angry girlfriend?
Fury could hear Tony laughing in the background, which annoyed him to no end. Fury ignores Peter's words and hangs up the phone.
He seems cranky today.
Isn't he always?
Arriving at the council room, Peter was surprised to find every council member in attendance.
What's going on?
Peter asked as he and Tony took their seats, waiting to hear what this was all about. Tapping a few buttons on the table, a holographic image of a giant airplane appeared above the table.
A team of SHIELD agents was deployed to the Arctic to investigate an unknown object in the ice. They found this.
Fury explains as he gestures to the hologram.
A Nazi Hydra bomber plane from World War II. Is it that time already?
Peter wondered as he instantly thought of the first superhero in this world's history.
Though it's what they found inside the plane that caused the need for this meeting.
Fury says as he hits another button, causing the floating image to change to a frozen figure in red, white, and blue clothing. Insert picture of Captain America here.
Yup, that's the capsule all right.
Peter confirmed instantly.
Is that who I think it is?
Professor Xavier asks in surprise.
Yes, we found Captain America.
Fury confirms as he switches to a close-up of Steve Rogers' frosty face.
I see the importance of this, but why are we here?
Magneto asks in annoyance, as he was in the middle of something before this meeting was called.
Give the guy a proper burial and call it a day. That's the thing.
Fury says as he hits another button, and a video plays of a sleeping Steve Rogers in a hospital bed.
He's still alive.
The room goes silent as everyone watches the video, spotting the active heartbeat monitor connected to Steve's hand. Not only that, but his chest would rise and fall ever so slightly as he breathed in and out.
That's impossible.
Charles mutters in disbelief.
No, the ice must have preserved him.
Tony says as he starts thinking of an explanation for this.
The super soldier experiment must have made it possible for him to survive for all this time.
Peter asks, knowing the answer to his own question already.
No idea. The doctors are still running tests.
Fury says with an unknowing shrug.
Once the tests are finished, I'll have him moved here. How should we handle him if he wakes up?
Charles raises the question everyone was thinking.
He's practically a time traveler. The world has changed significantly, and everyone he knew is most likely dead by now.
Let's worry about that later.
Peter says as he turns to Fury.
Have the doctors keep him sedated for the time being. We can't have him freaking out when he wakes up. He might accidentally kill a nurse or something.
It's always best to err on the side of caution when dealing with superpowered individuals.
Already done.
Fury says as his phone suddenly goes off. Checking his phone, Fury reads a quick text and stashes it away again.
The tests are finished. All vitals are normal, including brain activity, and transport is on the way to bring Rogers here as we speak.
Fury recounts the message he just received.
Well, then we should get ready to welcome our time traveler.
Chapter 126, C-131 Awakening. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 134. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
We'll send out rescue ships. We'll find you.
Peggy Carter's voice plays out over the radio.
I don't think there's going to be much left to find.
Steve tells her in a resigned tone as the Hydra bomber, he was currently in nosedives toward the icy ground. The love of his life, Peggy Carter, didn't reply. He knew she was using every bit of her brilliant mind to think of ways to save him. Insert picture of Peggy Carter here.
Peggy!
Steve calls her over the radio. Peggy answers with a shaky voice as if she were crying. Steve stares at a photo of Peggy as the nose of the plane grew closer and closer to the ground.
I'm going to need a rain check on that dance.
He says with a fond smile.
All right, next Saturday, the Stork Club.
She stutters, hiding her crying as best as she could.
Okay, you got it.
Steve agrees, ignoring his impending doom while enjoying his time with the woman he loves.
8:00 on the dot. If you're 3 minutes late, I'm leaving. Do you understand?
Peggy warns him jokingly.
I still don't know how to dance.
He laughs in self-deprecation.
I'll show you. I'll show you everything. Just be there.
She tells him pleadingly. Clouds whip past the windows as the plane plummets. Steve pockets the picture and slides his mask over his face as Arctic ice rushes up at the cockpit window.
Maybe the band could play something slow. I'd hate to step on your...
Boom! In a futuristic-looking hospital room, Steve Rogers could be seen shaking in his sleep. He tossed and turned for a few moments before shooting up out of the bed with a loud gasp for air. Heavy breathing.
Peggy!
Steve's first thought was for the woman he loves. While he was getting his breathing under control, Steve looked around the room for any sort of information.
Where am I?
He mutters as he sees the futuristic medical equipment and a flat-screen TV on the wall.
New York!
Jumping out of bed and to his feet, Captain America turns to see a masked red and blue man sitting in corner of the room with a glowing device in hand, smartphone.
Who are you?
Steve asks, ready to fight at any moment.
Spider-Man!
Peter answers as he points toward the window behind Steve.
You may want to be careful. Even in today's age, hospital gowns are rather revealing.
Freezing in place, Steve feels a cool breeze on his backside. The captain acts quickly and does his best to cover up, not taking his eyes off the strange masked man.
There are clothes on the nightstand by the bed.
Peter says as he stands, which causes Steve to fidget in anticipation of a fight.
I'll be waiting outside. I've seen enough of America's *S for the day.
Without waiting for a reply, Peter walks out of the room, leaving a very bewildered Captain America behind. As soon as the masked stranger left the room, Steve rushed to get dressed in an Avengers-branded sweatsuit and sneakers. With clothes to cover himself, the captain took a moment to search the room for clues of his whereabouts. Once again, the futuristic appliances and design of the room surprised him. Though what surprised him the most was the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Instantly, he knew the man from earlier wasn't lying. This was New York City for sure. He was too high up to see the people and cars below clearly, but the architecture of some of the buildings was somewhat recognizable. Some even had these neon lights which caused them to light up the night sky.
What's happening?
Steve muttered as he worked up the courage to walk out the door. As he stepped out into the hallway, Steve found the same stranger from earlier leaning against the wall across from him.
Welcome to Avengers Tower, Cap.
Peter says as he kicks off the wall and strolls down the hall.
Follow me. Look, I don't have time for whatever this is.
Steve says as he chases after Peter.
I have to get in touch with the military and debrief.
Peter says as he stops to look Steve in the eye.
Just follow me. It'll be easier if you see for yourself.
Steve reluctantly followed along into an elevator that went all the way to the ground floor. Due to Captain America's late awakening, the lower portion of the tower was empty, as the large majority of Stark Industries employees clocked out of work hours ago. Seeing that he was being taken to the ground floor, Steve was more at ease, as it would be easier for him to escape this way. As the elevators opened, Peter took Steve to the main entrance, where the security greeted Peter with the utmost respect, surprising Steve. After all, Peter looked like some sort of masked criminal to him.
Stark Industries.
Steve muttered as he saw the sign in the lobby.
Yep, the lower half of the tower is the headquarters for Stark Industries, while the upper half is the Avengers headquarters.
Peter explains as they step out of the building and into the sidewalk.
Avengers?
Steve thought in confusion. Although it was late, New York was known as the city that never sleeps, so the passing pedestrians instantly recognized Spider-Man and whipped out their phones to capture this rare moment.
What are they doing?
Steve asks in confusion.
I'm a bit famous, don't mind them.
Peter says as he motions to the waiting black car.
Hop in. What model is this?
Steve asks as he admires the modern car.
Did Howard start making cars?
Only a Stark could make something so futuristic after all.
No, now hurry up. If we stay for too long, a crowd will form and I'll be stuck here for days signing autographs and taking pictures.
Peter says as he pushes the captain into the back of the car and hops in behind him.
Get us out of here, Happy. You got it, Spider Boss.
Happy replies as he drives off.
Take us to Times Square.
Peter tells him as he sits back and watches Steve, who had his eyes glued to the window.
Are you going to tell me what's going on now, Spider Guy?
Steve turns to Peter and asks.
Spider-Man, and the fact that you haven't figured it out yet is worrying.
Peter says as he takes out his phone and pulls up the captain's medical report.
Maybe you do have brain damage. Hey!
Steve exclaims with a disgruntled look on his face.
I've been extremely patient with whatever this is. I will not. We're here.
Happy calls out from the front seat.
Look out of the window again.
Peter instructs. Modern cars honk and roar in the street. Towering plasma screen billboards play advertisements. New age people rush here and there with cell phones in hand. Futuristic architecture and art fill Steve's eyes, causing him to stagger in his seat. Peter answers as he points toward the window behind Steve. You may want to be careful. Even in today's age, hospital gowns are rather revealing.
The others wanted to put up a show and break it to you slowly, but I thought it best not to beat around the bush. Break what?
Steve asks pointedly.
You've been asleep for almost 70 years, Cap.
Peter reveals the truth. Steve turns back to the window, stunned by this realization.
70 years?
Steve mutters in dread.
What about the war?
Steve turns back to Peter.
Did we win? Yup, unconditional surrender.
Peter nods as he motions back out the window.
If we didn't then, you would be seeing a very different world right now. You played a very big part in securing that victory.
Steve didn't know how to react to all of this.
How am I alive?
He asks in confusion.
Dr. Erskine's formula combined with the extreme cold of the Arctic somehow preserved you. The second we thawed you out, your heart started beating again.
Peter explains.
I know it's a lot to swallow, but the world's not as different as it looks. There's still work to be done.
Peter says as he reaches into the front seat, pulling over Steve's battered shield.
The world could still use a man like you, if you're up for it, that is.
He would make a good director of the Avengers.
Aye.
Steve didn't know what to say as he barely knew what was happening.
Take your time, you've earned it.
Peter says with a shrug.
Just know that there's a place for you in the Avengers, if you're interested.
Of course, Steve had no idea what the Avengers were, but he would learn soon enough. The car goes silent as Happy starts driving them back to Avengers Tower.
Are you all right?
Peter asks.
Yeah, it's just.
Steve looked out of the window sadly.
I had a date.
Chapter 127, C-132 Steve's Gilf Fetish. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 135. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After dropping the truth bomb on Captain America, Happy drove them back to the tower, where Peter gave him a key card to get into and around the building.
You're not a prisoner.
Peter says as Steve took the card.
Feel free to come and go as you please.
Though before Steve could run off to explore the new world he has found himself in, Peter showed him to one of the Avengers' apartments.
This will be yours for the time being.
Peter says as he shows him around what is basically a penthouse apartment.
These apartments are for Avengers members, but an exception can be made for you.
Steve was blown away by the apartment.
No problem, feel free to stay here as long as you want.
Peter says with a shrug.
especially if you decide to join the Avengers. What is the Avengers?
Steve finally asks.
It's a team of superheroes.
Peter answers plainly.
It started with me here in New York City, stopping bank robberies and rescuing cats from trees. Now we protect the Earth from both foreign and domestic threats. Huh.
Steve was speechless for a moment as he looked Peter up and down.
Do you have superpowers?
Superhero comic books were fairly popular back in his day, so the idea of superheroes was familiar to him at the very least.
Yup, most people in the Avengers have their own superpowers.
Peter nods as Steve looks at him with a skeptical look.
Don't believe me. No.
Steve says, but Peter cuts him off.
You know what?
Peter says as he smiles under his mask.
You've been frozen for a long time, old man. Why don't we head to the training room and break in those brittle bones of yours?
A confident smile forms on Steve's lips as he nods in agreement.
Let's see what you got.
Escorting Steve to one of the many padded training rooms, Peter stood across from the man himself.
Do you want a shield or something?
Peter asks, knowing the captain's fighting style.
No, hand-to-hand is fine.
Steve shakes his head.
Okay, just let me know if you throw out a hip or your arthritis starts acting up.
Peter couldn't help but make old man jokes.
Kids these days.
Steve mutters in annoyance.
Who do you think will win?
Clint asks as every member of the Avengers watched through the cameras in the training room.
The captain.
Coulson answers as he holds his Captain America trading cards tenderly.
Your opinion doesn't count, fanboy.
Tony laughs from the side, pouring himself a drink.
Spidey will win.
Natasha says confidently.
I've trained him and can easily say that Rogers doesn't stand a chance.
Coulson ignored her as he continued to root for his hero, Captain America. Everyone else just looked on in curiosity, hoping to see a good fight.
Ladies and the elderly first, so make the first move.
Peter says as he stands casually, waiting for his opponent to start things off.
You asked for it.
Steve mutters as he kicks off the ground and rushes at Peter faster than Usain Bolt could ever dream of moving. Sadly, this was Spider-Man he was up against. As soon as Steve appeared in front of Peter, extending a fist toward his face, Peter merely twisted his body slightly. With the ease of handling a toddler, Peter dodged everything Steve threw at him. Punches, kicks, elbows. No matter what Steve did, every one of his attacks was expertly and easily avoided. Steve felt like he was having one of those bad dreams, where no matter how hard he punched his opponent, they were completely unaffected. Anyone else have those dreams?
You're pretty quick.
Peter comments as he dodges a Spartan kick to the chest.
All right, I'll stop dodging for you.
Thinking that Peter was underestimating him, Steve rushed forward and doubled his efforts. This time, instead of dodging, Peter met every attack thrown at him and parried them to the side. Punches were slapped away while kicks were punted to the side. This seemed to really put things into perspective for Steve, though he didn't bother slowing down as he had some aggression to work out, and this was the perfect opportunity to do so. Everyone he knew is most likely dead, and he missed the life that he was meant to lead with the woman he loved. The anger and resentment inside of Steve needed to be worked out, or else he would go crazy.
Ugh!
Steve exclaimed as he tried a new combination of attacks. Of course, they were all knocked away with relative ease.
I think it's time to end this.
Peter says as he drops down to the floor and spins, sweeping the captain off of his feet and onto his back. Heavy breathing.
Good fight, Cap.
Peter says genuinely, but Steve felt a sting in those words.
Good fight.
He says, still catching his breath on the ground.
I didn't even put up a fight. That's only because I have more training and superpowers than you.
Peter says with a shrug.
Now go get some rest. You have a date tomorrow. Oh.
Steve grunted in confusion as he picked himself up off the floor.
What do you?
Peter says as he walks out of the room, leaving a shocked Captain America behind.
Peggy's still alive.
In a bedroom with a hospital bed in place of a normal bed, an aged white-haired Peggy Carter lays in bed, smiling at the handsome young man sitting at her bedside. Insert picture of old Peggy Carter here.
You should be proud of yourself, Peggy.
Steve says as he eyes the many pictures at his old lover's bedside.
I have lived a life.
Peggy turns her head to the photos before looking at Steve sadly.
My only regret is that you didn't get to live yours.
Steve goes silent for a moment as he looks down at the floor.
What is it?
Peggy asks, reading him like an open book.
For as long as I can remember, I just wanted to do what was right.
Steve says as he stares off into the distance.
I guess I'm just not quite sure what that is anymore.
With the war long over and the world at relative peace, at least for the time being, Steve didn't know what to do with himself. He was engineered in a lab to fight the good fight, yet here he is in a peaceful future without a clue of what to do with himself.
You're always so dramatic.
Peggy laughs at her young lover.
Look, you saved the world.
Yeah, I've heard.
Steve smiled in her direction. Grabbing Steve's hand and pulling him closer, Peggy looks him straight in the eyes.
The world has changed, and none of us can go back.
Peggy says as regret and sadness fill both of their faces.
All we can do is our best, and sometimes the best we can do is stay over.
Cough, cough.
Steve,
She asks as her dementia starts showing, completely forgetting the whole conversation they just had.
you're alive.
Yeah.
Steve plays along as he was warned about this earlier.
You came back.
Peggy begins to cry and weep as she gripped his hand.
It's been so long.
Well, I couldn't leave my best girl, not when she owes me a dance.
Steve holds back his own tears as he smiles warmly in her direction. The conversation continued for a short while as the two reminisced, but soon Peggy's dementia started acting up again, causing her to forget who he was completely. At that point, Steve's presence seemed to make her uncomfortable, so he said his goodbyes and left, promising to visit again on his way out. Watching sadly from the window at her bedside, Peggy saw Steve get into the back of a black car which swiftly drove off.
That was a cruel thing you just did.
A voice appears in the room. Turning her head to her newest visitor, Peggy found none other than Spider-Man himself standing in her doorway.
Cruel but effective.
Peggy answers without an ounce of regret.
Steve needs to move on with his life, and he can't do that while chasing the skirt of a dying old woman. He deserves a happy life after all that he's done.
Peggy didn't have Alzheimer's or dementia. No, she just didn't want to be an anchor in the new life of the man she loved, so she did her best to scare him away.
What if I said that I could make you young again?
Chapter 128, C-133 Convinced. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 136. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
What if I said that I could make you young again?
Peter says as he strolls in and takes a seat at her bedside.
I would say prove it.
She eyes Peter with a skeptical, yet curious glare as the old Agent Carter comes out.
Well, you would be the first human test subject.
Peter admits as he leans back into the chair Steve was in only moments ago.
In a way, you would be the proof that it works.
How reassuring.
Peggy says with a heaping helping of sarcasm.
You're already dying.
Peter shrugs uncaringly.
Either you die during the process or die naturally a week or 2 from now. At least my option has a chance of survival, not to mention the perk of regaining your youth.
Why?
She asks.
Why what?
Peter asks back.
Why are you offering me this?
Peggy clarifies.
Well, if things go as I plan, Steve will become the director of the Avengers, running the day-to-day operations. But he isn't exactly the administrative type, is he?
Peter says, causing Peggy to unconsciously smile for a moment.
No, he isn't.
She admits fondly.
Though that doesn't mean he'll make a bad director. In fact, I think he would be the best person for the job.
Peter admits with a shrug.
What does this have to do with me?
Peggy asks with a raised eyebrow.
You want to make me young so that Steve can have a secretary.
Although she said that jokingly, Peter nodded in agreement.
Yup, though you would be the vice director, not a secretary.
He says, shocking her into a silent stupor.
You want to use me as a test subject so you can hire me.
Pretty much. You helped build S.H.I.E.L.D. and even became its director, a similar position to what I planned for Steve. I also happen to need a test subject as well, so it's a win-win situation.
Fine, how do we do this?
Peggy finally gives her answer.
I'm happy you agreed.
Peter smiles under his mask as he stands up and walks to the door.
I'll be here tomorrow night to pick you up. Make sure you're alone by 7:00.
What did I just get myself into?
As Peter portaled home, he grabbed all of his research for the resurrection elixir alongside the needed amount of crushed dragon bones and portaled to his old secret lair.
I haven't used this place since the Avengers Tower was finished.
Peter muttered as he admires his old makeshift extreme gym. The tower had better gym equipment, so Peter didn't need this old place anymore, though seeing it all dusty and abandoned gives him a sad, nostalgic feeling.
Maybe I should buy this place and turn it into my own base away from the Avengers.
Peter thought as this abandoned warehouse held a lot of fond memories from when he first started his hero work. Saving that thought for another time, Peter got to work. He only had until tomorrow night to put everything together after all. First, Peter needed a sealed coffin that wouldn't leak if it were filled to the brim with liquid. He already had plans for this, so at the corner of the room were materials and tools to build it himself. Peter ordered them a few weeks ago, when he figured out how to fix the blood problem for the elixir. The problem was simple. Peter needed fresh blood in large quantities and didn't want to hurt others to get it, so he went to Camertage to, hopefully, find a magical solution to his problem. Sadly, blood-related mystic arts seemed to be looked down upon by most of the sorcerers of Camertage, so he couldn't find anything in their library. Maybe some masters had helpful books in their private collections, but Peter didn't have access to those. Since that was the case, Peter scavenged the library for anything that could be useful, and eventually, he found something interesting. It was a simple spell that was built to infinity multiply the amount of water you had on hand. The spell would be placed on a jug or canteen, and the water inside would never run out. Masters use this spell when traveling to dimensions that don't have water, as they need water to survive like any other human being. Peter took this spell and spent a good amount of time studying and tweaking it. It only worked with water at the beginning, but after some fine-tuning, Peter was able to make separate spells that worked for different liquids. Not only did he make one that works on blood, but Peter has other spells like this that work for all of his favorite beverages. It's safe to say that the Parker residents don't pay for their drinks anymore. The fridge is filled with enchanted bottles filled with infinite soda, milk, juice, water, etc. Not only that, but the magic also keeps everything from spoiling, so it's always as fresh as the day it was bottled. This was something that was needed for the blood, as the resurrection elixir only worked with fresh blood. With his infinite source of fresh blood, Peter solved the only problem blocking him from utilizing the elixir. When he told Peggy that there was a chance of her dying in his little experiment, Peter was exaggerating by a lot. Based on his tests and the proof of success from the hand, Peter was about 99% sure of Peggy's survival. The remaining 1% was just there for the off chance that something went wrong, which wasn't likely. The only reason he said that to her was that he didn't want to reveal anything about the hand to Peggy. Without using the hand as a reference, then his little experiment seems extremely risky. As Peter built the metal coffin that would hold Peggy in her bath of resurrection elixir, he was undecided as to which blood to use for her. Peter has 3 sets of blood, which he could mix with the dragon bone powder for Peggy. First is normal human blood that Peter stole from a blood drive. With it, the elixir would have the same effect that it's always had: superhuman strength and endurance alongside a longer lifespan, possibly some correlated powers as well, but Peter would have to see about that. Second, Peter's own blood. Due to his enhancements, the effects of the elixir would most likely change dramatically. The possibility of minor spider-related powers emerging would be highly likely. Third, Steve's blood. Before taking the captain off of his sedatives, Peter took a sample of his fresh blood, which he immediately placed in a spelled jug. Once again, the effects of the elixir would most likely change. Minor super soldier-related powers would be likely to develop.
If she's going to be with Captain America, then why not use his blood?
Peter thought as he finished the coffin alongside a tube, where the elixir would pour in from a connected container. Once he was finished with that, Peter didn't have anything else to do for now. He couldn't make the elixir just yet, as it had to be fresh. That would have to wait until tomorrow.
If this works, I can finally give MJ and Ned their superpowers, though maybe I should wait and give them the super soldier serum first.
Peter muttered in thought. After all, the elixir might freeze them at their current age, which wouldn't be good.
I'll have to run some tests on Peggy after tomorrow.
Chapter 129, C-134 experiment begins. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 137. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Returning home that night, Peter didn't tell anyone about Peggy or his plan with the elixir. In fact, he has kept the elixir a secret from just about everyone for all this time. Peter didn't want to get his loved ones' hopes up, but mainly he wanted to keep the existence of the elixir as quiet as possible. Immortality is a dangerous thing to go around advertising after all. If tomorrow's experiment is a success, then Peter could tell his loved ones and possibly a select few in the Avengers, as Peggy may not be able to keep her mouth shut.
Hopefully, she's a good secret keeper, though I can expect Steve to know about it sooner or later.
Peter thought. Of course, Peter won't be telling anyone about the contents of the elixir, as not even Peggy will know. They'll only know that he has a way to reverse aging, prolong life, and give minor superpowers. Drifting off to sleep that night, Peter wondered whether he should tell his loved ones about the elixir or not. After all, he may not use it on them for a while.
Whatever, I'll just go with the flow.
Peter thought as he texted MJ goodnight and fell asleep. Waking up the next day, Peter attended school as usual, before rushing over to the Avengers Tower to pick up Tony for their Morag exploration. He still had a few hours before Peggy's experiment, and Peter promised Tony that they would explore today, so he couldn't just ditch. Before heading to Tony, Peter checked in on Steve and found him working out his inner feelings on a heavy punching bag. Bang, bang, bang.
Maybe he needs more alone time.
Peter thought as he slipped away. Sometimes people just need to be left alone to work out their feelings, so Peter would leave Steve be for the time being. Heading toward the elevator, Peter arrived just in time for Tony to step out with his Iron Man suit on and his face mask open.
Good you're here.
Tony says excitedly.
Quick, open a portal. I want to fly around and explore that planet. How did you know I was here?
Peter asks with a tilt of his head.
Jarvis told me.
Tony answers with a shrug.
Now let's go. I want to discover some alien life forms. Once again, Morag is an abandoned planet. There's nothing left on that rock, but you're welcome to try, I guess.
Peter says as he opens a portal. Without even acknowledging Peter's words, Tony shoots off into the portal, leaving Peter behind as he flies off into the distance to explore Morag.
At least he has his suit.
Ignoring Tony's behavior, Peter enters the metal base he built and starts running tests with the equipment he brought. He needed a lot of data in order to start understanding and predicting this world's ocean tides.
Why does it always turn out like this?
Peter muttered as he got to work.
Tony gets to run off and have all the fun while I do all of the work.
Sadly for Tony, their time on Morag was cut short, as Peter's alarm went off, letting him know that it was 6:30 p.m., only half an hour before he had to go and pick up Peggy for her procedure. After spending a good 10 minutes to find Tony, Peter had to drag him back to Earth kicking and screaming, which was annoying as hell to deal with. Leaving a disgruntled Tony Stark behind, Peter escaped before he could hear any more of his friends be asterisk teaching. Arriving at his warehouse lair, Peter got straight to work, mixing Captain America's blood and the dragon bone powder. He needed it to be ready for when Peggy arrived. Once the clock hit 7:00 p.m. on the dot, Peter portaled into Peggy's bedroom, though his sudden and magical appearance didn't seem to shock the elderly woman as he expected.
No fun.
Peter jokingly whined like a child.
You're supposed to be shocked by the portal.
Oh my God.
Peggy sarcastically pretends to be surprised from her hospital bed.
Okay, don't rub it in.
Peter whines some more.
If she knows about my portals, then Peggy must still have access to high-level SHIELD information.
Are you here to complain about my reactions or make me younger?
Peggy asks with a raised eyebrow.
That's right.
Peter says excitedly as he banished his former attitude.
The granny before me has a studly soldier with a well-rounded booty waiting for her arrival. We should hurry, as America's *S waits for nobody. Who knows how many harpies or succubi are eyeing him as we speak?
Succubi.
Peggy asks as her lips quirk upward involuntarily.
It's plural for a succubus.
Peter answers as the portal closes behind him.
Right.
Peggy says, giving up on this conversation.
Can we get going? I want to get this over with quickly. Either I die tonight or I start my life anew.
Sure, take this.
Peter says as he walks over and hands her a few pills.
What is it?
Peggy asks as she eyes them warily.
A sedative.
Peter says as he dumps the pills into her hand.
You'll be asleep for the entire procedure.
Is this necessary?
She looks up from her pills and asks.
Yes, you'll have to be asleep for the procedure anyway, but mostly, I'd like to keep the whole thing as secretive as possible.
Peter answers as he motions for her to take the pills. Sighing in defeat, Peggy pops the handful of pills into her mouth and grabs a nearby glass of water to wash them down.
I don't know why I'm trusting you.
Peggy mutters under her breath, but Peter heard her loud and clear.
Because I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Peter says with an exaggerated thumbs up.
Sure.
Peggy mutters as she starts to get drowsy and leans back into her soft pillows.
Just don't cut me open and sell my organs on the black market.
Yes, ma'am.
Peter says as her eyes slowly droop shut and her breathing becomes even and repetitive. Seeing that Peggy was fast asleep, Peter opened a portal to his warehouse lair and carefully carried the elderly woman inside. As the portal closed behind them, Peter walked over to the metal coffin he created yesterday and gently placed her inside. She's so old that this feels like a weird funeral.
Peter thought as he looked down at her sleeping figure, though she won't be old for long, I suppose.
Without further ado, Peter starts cutting off her clothes with a pair of sharp scissors, as he didn't know if clothing would affect the process whatsoever. Throughout the whole process, he did his best to be quick and not look at her old and wrinkled body, though that was easier said than done. In order to be as respectful as possible, Peter shut the lid on the coffin as soon as he was done stripping her naked.
I don't know if I can ever get the image of wrinkled, saggy, granny breasts out of my head.
Peter thought as he did his best to erase what he saw from his mind.
Maybe I can ask the Ancient One to erase my memories later.
Pushing all of these thoughts aside, Peter quickly gets to work. Connected to the coffin by a small pipe was a big metal oil drum, which was currently filled to the brim with a thick black liquid. This liquid is the resurrection elixir. Peter carefully mixed the elixir only moments before leaving to pick up Peggy, so everything was ready to go. All he has to do is turn the lever beside the pipe and the coffin would fill with the elixir, starting the process.
Good luck.
Peter muttered as he turned the lever. Instantly, black liquid from the oil drum flowed through the pipe and into the coffin, slowly covering Peggy's sleeping body. Within moments, the oil drum was empty and the coffin was full. Peggy's body was completely submerged, drowning in the thick viscous liquid.
It's nothing but waiting now.
Peter muttered as he found a place to sit and took out his phone.
Are there any new YouTube videos out today?
Chapter 130, C-135 Success. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 138. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After hours of watching YouTube videos beside Peggy's coffin, Peter started to get worried that she may not survive the process.
Maybe the reproduced blood doesn't work for some reason.
Peter muttered as he started pacing around the metal coffin. It was already morning, meaning Peggy spent the entire night submerged in the elixir. Peter wasn't sure if she was still alive or not. It's not like he had anyone that he could call and ask about this either. All of the people that knew the ins and outs of the resurrection elixir are nothing but little specks of ash in the ocean. The dragon bones had become a very rare and finite resource for the hand, so the only people that were allowed the use of them were the fingers, who are long gone.
I'm starting to regret killing all of them right about now.
Peter thought as he now knew that he should have at least kept one of them as a prisoner for information.
Though sacrificing them did stop a 1,000-year war with the chaste, so I don't regret it too much.
At this point, Peter started to second-guess himself and was thinking of opening the coffin to check on Peggy. Though, for all he knew, doing so could interrupt the process and mess everything up, possibly killing her along the way. Peter battled these thoughts up until midday when he couldn't take it anymore and gave up. Walking up to the metal coffin, Peter reached over and slowly lifted it open.
Just a peek won't hurt, right?
Peter thought as the lid fully opened, revealing a rectangular box full of thick black liquid. Just as Peter was leaning in to get a closer look, the black elixir rippled as if someone had dropped a stone inside and disturbed the calm liquid.
Oh,
Peter watched the elixir move in confusion.
does that mean it's working?
Just as Peter thought this, a black tar-covered Peggy Carter emerged as swift as a bolt of lightning, gasping for air. Heavy breathing,
OSH*T.
Peter exclaimed as he was jump-scared by the sudden occurrence. Peggy spoke in fright as she starts to catch her breath.
You should be able to see.
Peter says as he rushes to get her a nearby towel.
You're only having trouble because of the liquid.
Peter was careful not to use the word elixir, as he doesn't want Peggy to know anything more than she has to.
What?
Peggy asks as her ears were also clogged with the black substance. Giving up on speaking for the time being, Peter starts wiping her face with the towel, which she grabs from him out of instinct and takes over. After a few moments, Peggy's face was somewhat clean, but her eyesight was blurry and she still couldn't hear a thing. Though from what Peter could see, the process seemed to be a success. Peggy's face was far more youthful than it was before. Her skin was much tighter and without a single wrinkle in sight. Peter couldn't tell for sure, as there were still a few black smudges on her face, but Peggy looked to be in her mid to late 20s.
Okay, I didn't fully prepare for the cleanup portion of this, so let's just take you home so you can shower.
Peter says, but she didn't respond, as everything sounded like she was underwater.
Was it a success? I feel.
Peggy says loudly, as she can't hear her own voice either. As Peggy says this, she grabs the sides of the metal coffin with each hand in order to stand up. Tightening her hands on the coffin for stability, the metal instantly bends and twists in her grip, as if it were nothing but a thin piece of paper.
I was right about the power-up due to the blood.
Peter thought as he opened a portal straight into Peggy's shower back at her house. The second Peggy stood up, she slips and fell out of the coffin, hitting the concrete floor. Bang!
If you were still old, that fall would be life-ending.
Peter said as he reached over and helped her up. Thankfully, her entire body was covered in a thick layer of elixir, so he couldn't see any of her naughty bits. Peter is a taken man and Peggy is a taken woman after all. It was different when she was old and unappealing.
I guess it's just waiting now.
Peter muttered as he walked into her living room and turned on the TV. Peggy POV. Although her sight was blurry, Peggy knew where Peter brought her. It's hard not to recognize your own shower after all. Though Peggy has been on a strict sponge bath routine lately, as she didn't have the strength to leave her bed anymore, so it has been a while since she's been in her own bathroom.
Thank God I'll never have to do that again.
Peggy thought as she stood on her two legs without any signs of fatigue. She couldn't remember the last time her body felt so young and spry. Speaking of sponge baths, as a 90-year-old adult woman that has lived through war, having another person wash you in bed because you couldn't do it yourself is downright degrading. Due to the black liquid infesting every crevice of her body, Peggy took almost an hour in the shower before finally turning it off and stepping out. While in the shower, she saw the youthful appearance of her body, but she hadn't gotten a look at her face just yet. Walking over to the sink, Peggy wipes the steam off of the mirror above and froze in shock. It's one thing to look down and see a pair of arms and legs, but it's a whole other to see the face you once had 70 years ago. Insert picture of young Peggy Carter again.
I am young again.
Peggy exclaims as her eyes go wide, and she clasps a hand over her mouth.
I sound so different.
Before, Peggy had the shaky and broken voice of a dying 90-year-old woman, but now she looked and even sounded young again. After staring at her naked form in the mirror for a long while, Peggy grabbed a nearby towel and covered herself as she rushed out of the bathroom. Peter POV. As Peter was watching Looney Tunes in Peggy's living room, he suddenly heard the sounds of wet feet pacing his way. Lowering the volume and standing up, Peter turned just in time to see Peggy rush in with nothing but a towel on.
It worked.
She practically screamed as she ran over to Peter and wrapped him in a hug.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Peter says as he keeps his arms at his sides.
As I said before, this is a win-win for both of us. I just hope that you accept my job offer.
Yes, of course.
Peggy nods as she releases Peter and straightens her towel.
I would be more than happy to become the vice director of the Avengers. Anything beats laying in a hospital bed every day until my eventual death.
Soon, an awkward silence fills the room as Peggy looks down and realizes that she was only wearing a towel.
I'll be right back.
She blurts out and rushes toward her bedroom. A few minutes later, Peggy returned in clothes that would only fit the style of a 90-year-old granny.
How do I look?
Peggy asks, unsure of her current wardrobe.
Like you spent the night at your grandmother's house and had to borrow her clothes.
Peter answers truthfully.
But all of my old clothes are in storage back in the UK.
She says with a defeated sigh.
Well, you can't go meeting the love of your life dressed as an old granny.
Peter says as he came to the only logical conclusion.
You need to go shopping.
Chapter 131, C-136 Lovers Reunited. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 139. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Since Peggy was far too excited to meet Steve again as her younger self, she rushed to the nearest store and bought the first outfit that looked good on her. Meanwhile, Peter hid in the car as he didn't feel like being swarmed by Spider-Man fans. If he went in with her, then soon enough they would be stuck in a sea of people asking him for autographs and pictures. Although Peter liked interacting with his fans, it can easily get very overwhelming. Even in a small clothing store, if he stayed long enough, word would spread and thousands of people will converge on his location, with all of them hoping to meet Spider-Man. It just wasn't worth the hassle. After waiting for only 10 minutes, Peggy came walking out in a much more modern outfit. She wore a slim black women's pants suit with black high heels. The little swing in her hip along with the pep in her step said it all. Peggy felt young and beautiful again, which boosted her confidence far above what it's been lately.
It's been so long since I've been able to wear heels.
Peggy says with a smile as she gets into the driver's seat.
Well, I'm just happy that I could make that possible for you again.
Peter says as he enjoyed her happy mood. He felt a strong sense of accomplishment for helping Peggy. Yesterday she was a dying old woman, and now she was on her way to living a long and happy life.
Find an empty road, and I'll open a portal into the underground parking lot in Avengers Tower.
Peter says as she starts driving. As they drive through traffic, Peter explains some things to her.
All right, I know we're kind of rushed, so let me explain a bit about your new body.
He says as she listens carefully while keeping her eyes on the road.
First, you should have a much longer lifespan than a normal human. It's not infinite, but you'll live for a long time.
How long is a long time?
Peggy asks curiously.
I'm not sure.
Peter says with a shrug.
I'll have to run some tests to find out, but that can wait for another day.
Okay, anything else?
She asks as they stop at a red light.
Yes, you may not have noticed it yet, but you have super strength.
Peter says, causing her to turn to him with a raised eyebrow.
Really?
Peggy asks with a small hint of excitement in her voice.
Yup, you should have more than just super strength as well.
Peter says as he explains her earlier destruction of the thick metal coffin.
You should have other powers too, but I would have to run some tests to find out exactly what they are.
Peggy got quiet as she looks down at the steering wheel and gripped it tightly. Instantly, the wheel started to bend and crack. Before it could break and ruin their current mode of transport, Peggy released the wheel and stared at her own hand in shock. Beep, beep, beep. The sounds of car horns break Peggy from her stunned silence. The light turned green and the drivers behind them were getting P***s said that they were blocking a lane. Pressing the accelerator, Peggy starts driving as she contemplated the fact that she now had superpowers.
Not only did he give me my youth back, but superpowers as well.
Peggy thought as she glanced at Peter through the rearview mirror. Peggy would never be able to repay him. The car remained silent until Peggy found an empty road where Peter opened a portal big enough for her to drive through. When they passed through it and entered the underground parking lot, the portal snapped shut behind them.
I don't know if I can do this.
Peggy mutters nervously as she parked the car.
I've waited 70 years for him. What if my stunt the other day ruined everything?
What happened to the confident Agent Carter?
Peter taunts with a tilt of his head. Peggy got quiet as she looks down at the steering wheel and gripped it tightly. Instantly, the wheel started to bend and crack. Before it could break and ruin their current mode of transport, Peggy released the wheel and stared at her own hand in shock. Beep, beep, beep. The sounds of car horns break Peggy from her stunned silence. The light turned green and the drivers behind them were getting P***s said that they were blocking a lane. Pressing the accelerator, Peggy starts driving as she contemplated the fact that she now had superpowers. Not only did he give me my youth back, but superpowers as well.
You're right. Good, let's go.
Peter says as they get out of the car and walk over to a nearby elevator. Putting in his security code, Peter presses the floor number that Steve is staying on.
No turning back now.
He says as the elevator doors close. Steve POV. Pow pow pow.
Could have.
And
Should have.
filled his mind constantly. All of these thoughts lead to the same outcome. Steve makes it back in time to take Peggy out on their planned date, but thoughts of what could have and should have can't change the past. No, the past is set in stone. He is stuck with the stupid decisions that he made, and the punishment for that is the loss of the love of his life. Steve may not be the brightest mind in the world, but he could see that Peggy didn't have much time left. The fact that she made it all the way to her 90s is already impressive. So, how does an angry super soldier deal with all of these emotions and realizations? He trains until the equipment can't handle his strength anymore. Hence the pile of 5 broken punching bags in the corner of the room. With another punching bag destroyed, Steve decided to call it a day and started walking back to his apartment. Along the way, his mind continued formulating alternate plans that would have reunited him with the love of his life 70 years sooner.
It's all my fault.
Steve muttered as he walked with his gaze sullenly pointed downward.
What's your fault, Captain?
A familiar female voice filled the hall.
Oh.
Steve grunted in confusion as he looked up to see a very familiar woman, which shocked him into a frozen stupor. It wasn't the arrival of the woman that shocked him, but the fact that she didn't look as he remembered seeing her only a couple of days ago.
What's the matter, soldier?
She says with a teasing smile.
Cat got your tongue.
I.
Steve stuttered as he was lost for words. Standing before him is the spitting image of the Peggy Carter he remembered from 70 years ago. His heart pounded as he took in her image with his mouth hung open in shock.
Let me help you with that.
Peggy says as she walks up and takes Peter's earlier advice. Grabbing Steve by the scruff of his shirt, Peggy pulls him down and smashes her lips onto his. The already shocked Captain America was clueless as his eyebrows shot upward. Before he had the time to reciprocate the kiss, Peggy pulled back and admired the stupid look on Steve's face.
God, I miss that look.
She says with a fond smile.
How?
Steve finally gets a word out.
Spider-Man helped me.
Peggy replies as he pulls her into a tight hug.
It's a long story.
Well, I have all the time in the world.
Steve says as he refused to let her out of his grasp.
You're sweaty.
Peggy mutters as she notices his wet clothes.
Yeah, I've been in the gym all day.
Steve explains, still refusing to let her out of his hug. Suddenly, Peggy shoved him backward with a bit more strength than he was prepared for, which caused him to release her and stumble back a few steps.
How did you do that?
Steve asks as no normal human could do that to him with a simple shove.
I'll tell you after you get cleaned up.
Peggy says as she grabs his hand.
You still owe me a date after all.
Chapter 132, C-137 Fury finds out. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 140. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Peter watched from down the hall as Peggy revealed herself to Steve. As soon as they started to kiss, he knew that they should have some alone time and walked away. Peggy has already been told to keep the details of her youthful reemergence a secret, though Peter said that she could tell Steve as long as he keeps it quiet as well. Of course, Peter allowed them to say that it was his doing, as the building's cameras have already seen them enter together. Anyone who looks into it would see that he was the one to bring Peggy into the building in the first place. Peter also instructed her to contact him or have Steve contact him in case of any emergencies related to the procedure. You can never be too careful. Truthfully, she should be under a sort of house arrest right now, so that Peter could study her body and make sure everything went smoothly, but he knew that wasn't going to happen. Peggy is a very headstrong woman. Nothing would keep her away from Steve right now, which is why Peter allowed her some time directly after the procedure. She better enjoy it too, because as soon as the next day arrives, her life will be nothing but medical tests for at least a week. Blood tests, x-rays, CT scans, biopsies, etc. Peter would run every test he could dream of in order to understand what the elixir actually did to her body. Thankfully, as Peggy was an old and dying woman, her medical history is filled with such tests, so he would have a good reference to see what changed. Leaving the 2 lovebirds in the tower, Peter returned to his warehouse lair and started cleaning up. There were small pools and trails of black blood elixir alongside an open coffin full of the stuff. Of course, he did keep some samples of the used elixir for testing, though he already knew that the Kai was completely gone by now, as it was absorbed into Peggy's body. Once the place was completely clean, Peter could finally return home to get some sleep. After all, he spent the whole night watching over Peggy throughout the whole process. Peter may have superpowers and could go days without sleep, but those days wouldn't be very happy for him and especially those around him. A tired Peter Parker is a moody mess of a man. Just as Peter laid his head onto the soft pillow of his bed, ready to close his eyes and go into a 12-hour-long coma, his phone started ringing. Ring, ring, ring.
Mother of asterisk seeker.
Peter cursed as he grabbed his phone and answered it with his eyes still closed.
What?
Someone's cranky today.
The voice of his beautiful girlfriend was heard over the phone, which woke Peter from his tired stupor.
Sorry, I spent the whole night working on something for someone, and now I'm trying to sleep.
Peter says truthfully, but doesn't go into detail.
I can explain more later if you want, but I'm too tired for that right now.
Truthfully, he expected it to be Tony or Fury calling him about Peggy, not his girlfriend.
Okay, I'll let you sleep then.
MJ says understandingly.
You could come over and sleep with me.
Peter offers but soon realizes the innuendo in his words.
Well, not that kind of sleeping.
MJ couldn't contain herself anymore and broke out in a fit of laughter. She loved the way Peter could go from the smartest person she knew to a blabbering idiot like flipping a switch.
Hey, don't laugh at me.
Peter protests as he turns in his bed.
I've been awake for like 40 hours.
Sorry, you're just so cute.
She says, completely ruining his manly image.
Hey, never call a man.
Peter says seriously, though he could hear her laughing again.
I'm handsome, rugged, or dashing, never cute.
Whatever you say, cutie. I'll be there after I have dinner with my mom.
MJ says and hangs up before Peter could say anything.
I'm not cute.
Peter muttered as he put down his phone and closed his eyes to sleep for a second time. Ring, ring, ring.
Is she calling again?
Peter thought in annoyance as he grabs his phone once again.
My love, stop calling me. I'm trying to sleep.
Well, sorry, darling.
A surprisingly manly and sarcastic voice answers back, shocking Peter out of his bed.
I was just sitting here wondering what you did to the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Peggy Carter. Fury, what do you want?
Peter asks as he feels a bit embarrassed.
What about her? Don't play dumb with me.
Fury wasn't in the mood to beat around the bush.
She's young again, explain. Maybe she started a new skin routine.
Peter may be tired, but he's always happy to annoy Fury.
She told me that you were responsible, though she refused to go into detail.
Fury says suspiciously.
Well, she is 90 years old. Who knows what delusions are going on in that head of hers?
Peter says it gets ready to hang up.
Anyway, I'm heading off to bed. Have a good night, Baldy. Don't you dare.
Just as Fury started to yell, Peter hit the red phone symbol, cutting the call.
Hee hee, messing with Fury never gets old.
Peter muttered as he put his phone on.
Do not disturb.
And finally was able to sleep. Peter cursed as he grabbed his phone and answered it with his eyes still closed. What? Someone's cranky today.
I told you he wouldn't say anything.
Peggy knew calling Peter would be a waste of time.
Just give me something.
Fury was practically begging at this point.
Truthfully, I don't know much.
Peggy reveals and receives a skeptical eyebrow raised from both Steve and Fury.
It's true, he was very secretive about the whole process. I was asleep before even leaving the house.
Why though?
Fury asks.
Yeah, he doesn't even know you. He barely even knows me.
Steve joins in on the questioning.
He said that I would be the vice director of the Avengers.
Peggy explains with a shrug.
That's it.
Fury asks with some heavy skepticism.
We don't even have any director candidates yet.
Hearing this, Peggy looked over at Steve. This action didn't go unnoticed by Fury either.
I see.
Fury nods, confusing Steve, who didn't notice Peggy's look.
It's not the best reason, but at least things are starting to make sense. Right.
Peggy stands from her chair, pulling Steve up to his feet with her.
Steve and I have an overdue date, so if you'll excuse us.
Dragging Steve to the door, Peggy didn't want to wait any longer.
Wait, we need to run some tests.
Fury tries to stop them, but a very pointed glare from his former boss stops him in his tracks.
I was a dying old woman yesterday. Do you know what's the worst part about that situation?
Peggy asks out of nowhere. Fury didn't answer.
It's the regret.
She answers her own question.
My biggest regret was missing my date with this big idiot. I've already wasted my precious time here, and I refuse to waste a single second more.
Chapter 133, C138 Sexy Time. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 141. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. R18 warning. While Peggy and Steve went out for their long-awaited date, and Fury was wondering how to explain this to the World Security Council, as they would find out about Peggy sooner or later, Peter slept like an oversized baby. As a busy person, sleep is one of the most important aspects of his life. Well, that and eating. It's hard to find the time to eat and sleep when you have a million things to do, especially when you enjoy those things so much as well. Speaking of eating, Peter didn't eat a single thing for about 17 hours before going to sleep either. Thankfully, he has superpowers to help tide him over, otherwise, Peter would have been dead a long time ago. An hour after dinner time came and went, a dark female figure skulked into Peter's bedroom. As this figure tiptoed through the room and arrived at Peter's bedside, they froze and seemed reluctant for a moment. After almost a minute of frozen silence, the figure began taking off their clothes, starting with her shoes and working up from her pants to her jacket, shirt, and bra. Within seconds, the figure ran out of clothes to remove and stood completely and totally nude. As she stood there naked as the day she was born, the clouds in the night sky parted, revealing a bright full moon. The light from the moon shone through the window, brightening the room only slightly. Instantly, the naked intruder was revealed. Michelle Jones Watson stood beside her sleeping boyfriend's bedside. The moon's lights illuminated her previously hidden body, as well as the nervous look on her face. MJ has been working up the courage to sleep with her boyfriend for a while now. Not the same sleeping that Peter so eloquently explained on the phone earlier today either. Taking a deep breath in order to steel her resolve, MJ crawled into bed and under the covers, throwing one leg over her boyfriend's sleeping body, draping herself over him.
I just want to be clear that if you don't stop, I'm not going to be able to control myself.
Peter suddenly speaks with his eyes closed.
You were awake.
MJ squeaked in surprise.
I have super senses. Even the stealthiest ninja couldn't sneak up on me.
Peter opens his eyes and wraps his arms around her waist, doing his best not to grab a handful of her perky.
Calm down, I'm stronger than this. Be gone, dirty thoughts.
MJ didn't know what to say or do, as she just lay there with her naked body melded closely to his.
Okay, it seems like we've found ourselves in a predicament.
Peter says as he smiles down at her.
I'll give you 10 seconds to get dressed. Otherwise, we'll continue what you started.
Reluctantly removing his arms from his beautiful girlfriend's waist, Peter slowly counts to 10 in his head, waiting for her to make the decision. Peter voiced the last 3 numbers, yet MJ hasn't moved a muscle.
I see you've made your decision.
Nodding up to Peter, MJ just lay there, hoping that Peter knew what to do. Yeah, she's watched porn before, but her mother said that most porn was acting and unrealistic. Especially when it comes to the size of her future partner's genitalia, though MJ has seen Peter's.
Little.
Okay, give me a second.
Peter says as he waves his hand. Instantly, a spell circle appears and covers the whole room before fading away as if it were never there in the first place. With that, Aunt May wouldn't be able to hear anything that happens inside the room. Before MJ could comprehend what happened, he created yet another spell circle, but this one shot toward MJ, causing her to squeeze Peter in fright. This spell circle shrunk and attached itself onto MJ like a small tattoo on her lower stomach, before fading into her skin and disappearing as well.
What was that?
She asks in worry as she felt around her stomach, forgetting about the other spell.
Contraceptive.
Peter explains easily.
There's no doubt in my mind that you'd make a wonderful mother, but I'd rather not have any children this early in life. I'm on birth control, and you could have just wore a condom.
MJ looks up at him and says as if it were obvious. MJ didn't know what to say or do as she just lay there with her naked body melded closely to his. Okay, it seems like we've found ourselves in a predicament, Peter says as he smiles down at her, I'll give you 10 seconds to get dressed, otherwise we'll continue what you started. Reluctantly removing his arms from his beautiful girlfriend's waist, Peter slowly counts to 10 in his head, waiting for her to make the decision. 8.
Uh,
MJ screamed as Peter flipped her over onto her back, looming over her naked body with a hungry look.
Last chance to stop this.
Peter says, but MJ doesn't reply and merely looks to the side in embarrassment.
Hee hee, no turning back then.
Leaning downward, Peter captured MJ's lips, poking his tongue forward to part her lips just enough for him to pass through. Seeing as he didn't have to hold himself back anymore, Peter's hands wandered all over her body, caressing along her waist-smooth, thin waist, fondling her perky breasts, squeezing her tight little *S. Peter held himself back for so long, and now his built-up sexual needs would finally be satisfied. As this was going on, MJ could feel something poking her midsection. Looking down, she could see the large tent in Peter's boxer briefs poking and prodding below her belly button. Acting without thought, she reached out and grabbed it.
Huh.
Peter grunted in surprise, not expecting that his shy girlfriend would do such a thing.
Getting confident, are we?
and no.
MJ stuttered in denial as she started rubbing his clothed member through his underwear.
Hee hee.
Peter chuckled as he started removing all of his clothes in front of her. MJ swallowed her built-up saliva as she watched Peter get naked, taking in his toned yet muscular body. She could feel herself growing moist just from the sight of him. Especially when he peeled off his boxer briefs, releasing the towering monster hidden inside.
God damn.
MJ thought in shock as his erection slapped down onto her unsuspecting stomach. MJ didn't know what to say or do as she just lay there with her naked body melded closely to his. Okay, it seems like we've found ourselves in a predicament, Peter says as he smiles down at her. I'll give you 10 seconds to get dressed, otherwise we'll continue what you started. Reluctantly removing his arms from his beautiful girlfriend's waist, Peter slowly counts to 10 in his head, waiting for her to make the decision. 8.
Whoa.
Peter muttered in surprise once again.
You're pretty handsy, huh?
Shut up.
She stutters as her grip tightens on his manhood. Laughing inwardly, Peter slides downward, kissing and licking his way down MJ's body. Starting from her neck, he made his way to her heaving chest, giving her nipple a quick suck as he quickly moves to her toned stomach. Lovingly caressing her stomach with his lips and tongue, Peter slid down to MJ's hairless pubic mound. Moving even lower between his ministrations, which were causing MJ to fill his bedroom with sweet, breathless moans, Peter opened his mouth and wrapped it around her hooded clitoris. MJ became a lot more vocal as Peter's tongue went to work on her clit. Peter, being the smart head-first type of person, knew that he was inexperienced when it came to sex, so he did a bunch of research. One of the major things he learned was that a very small percentage of women are actually able to orgasm from penetration alone. Their pleasure receptors are more in the outer clitoris and labia areas of the vagina. Seeing as this was most likely the case with MJ, Peter would give her a few orgasms with his tongue and hands before moving on to the main event.
Maybe I should buy a vibrator and use it on her while we have sex. That way we can both come together.
Peter thought as MJ's body tensed for a moment and her legs began to shake. MJ yelled as she ran her fingers through Peter's hair, grinding her hips into his face. Heavy breathing.
That was amazing.
MJ muttered breathlessly.
Good, because I think it's my turn now. I'm at an end.
MJ moans with him still in her mouth, adding a whole new experience to her amateur blowjob. Due to the newly added sensation, it didn't take Peter long before he released the floodgates and shot into her mouth without warning. Chapter 134, C-139 Embarrassing Morning. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 142. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord GG/JHVZN5. R18 warning warning AN. Also happy Halloween ghost. Watching MJ swallow his release without any hesitation was a sight to behold. Many women wouldn't do such a thing without a second thought, especially someone so inexperienced. Pulling it out of her mouth, MJ drank the last of it and immediately started filling her lungs with air.
Some warning, next time would be appreciated.
She says while glaring at Peter.
Sorry.
Peter says with a laugh as he started getting hard again, which certainly didn't go unnoticed by MJ.
I thought men had cooldowns.
MJ says as Peter was already back to his peak.
Well, I'm Spiderman.
Peter says with a shrug.
What does that have to do with your D***CK?
MJ asks as she pokes it.
It means I have superhuman stamina. You should feel lucky. I'm like a 24 out of 7 sex toy, always ready to go.
Peter says as he moves between her legs and rests the tip of his member on her wet entrance.
In fact, I'm ready right now.
MJ asks as she spreads her legs with a nervous expression. After all, she was about to lose her virginity, which could be a scary thing for a young woman, especially when she heard that it could be painful, though that depends on her hymen, as every person indifferent.
Of course.
Smiles down at her and slowly pushed inside. As the whole tip was swallowed inside, Peter felt a barrier blocking his way. Looking down at MJ for permission, he received a shaky nod and pushed a bit harder, breaking past her hymen in a single thrust.
Oh,
MJ grunts in discomfort, which subsided almost instantly.
That wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
good, but I'm having a hard time keeping still.
Peter says as every fiber of his being was screaming at him to start swinging his hips.
I can move right.
Go for it, tiger.
MJ says, finding his predicament entertaining.
Thank God.
Peter exclaimed as he started thrusting his hips back and forth.
Oh,
Peter grunted as he felt her tight walls wrap around him as he slid in and out over and over.
this is better than I imagined.
Looking down as he was throwing his hips back and forth, Peter could see that MJ wasn't reacting as much as before. Knowing the reason for this, Peter moved his hand to MJ's hairless pubic mound and used his thumb to rub her hidden clit. Instantly, MJ started moaning more, and it was even louder than last time. MJ involuntarily moved her hips up and down, feeling her second orgasm coming along.
I don't think I will.
Peter says as an evil smile forms on his face. Doubling his efforts, Peter speeds up the movement of his hips and tries his best to move his thumb over her clit, and thanks to his enhanced body, he was able to get close to what he wanted.
Asa.
MJ shrieked as her legs shook and her toes curled. Instantly, her mind went blank as the strongest orgasm she has ever felt flowed through her body like a wave. Her legs shook as MJ turned her head into the pillow and clawed the sheets beneath them.
Did her eyes just roll back a little?
Peter watched from above in shock.
I thought that was just a hentai thing.
Though Peter didn't have a lot of time to admire this as he could feel MJ get tighter, probably due to her climax.
OF***CK.
Peter muttered as he got a few more pumps in before releasing his second load of the night. As Peter released everything, the spell below MJ's belly button appeared, working its magic. The energy from the spell moved through her body and began to neutralize every bit of sperm that it could find. Heavy breathing. Once he was done, Peter rolled over and lay beside MJ, who was glistening with a light sheen of sweat as she did her best to catch her breath.
So, how was your first time?
Peter asks with a smile as he traces his finger over the spell on her stomach.
I have no words.
MJ states as she was still coming down from the high of the best orgasm of her life.
I'd say that I did a good job then.
Peter smirked as he started getting hard again.
Ready to go again.
MJ turned to look at Peter in horror as she felt him poking her side.
This isn't fair.
R18 end. The morning sun shot through the bedside window, shining a golden spotlight on two sleeping lovers. Peter and MJ stayed up for most of the night.
I should have closed the blinds.
Peter thought as he turned to see MJ sleeping with her head in his chest and her arms locking his arm in place.
Cute.
After admiring his morning view, Peter maneuvered his way out of MJ's grip without waking her. Lovingly covering her in his blanket and closing the blinds so she wouldn't be rudely awakened as he was, Peter got dressed and left the room. Taking care of his morning rituals, Peter walked downstairs and found his Aunt May in the kitchen cooking breakfast. As soon as she saw the smile plastered on Peter's face, May knew something happened. She just needed to figure out what that was.
Good morning.
May says as she flips a pancake and studies her nephew's face.
Where's MJ? Usually, you two come down together.
How'd you know she's here?
Peter asks as he pours himself a big glass of orange juice and downs it within seconds.
Is breakfast almost done?
After all, he worked up quite the appetite last night.
Soon, will MJ be joining us?
May asks as she starts to put the pieces together.
Probably not.
Peter says as he didn't know what to say.
Sorry, I F***ed her into oblivion last night, and she probably won't be awake until noon.
Yeah, no. Even if Peter said that MJ was up late or that she didn't get much sleep, it would still sound bad, so he decided to just keep his mouth shut.
Why not?
Though May wouldn't let up.
Because she's sleeping.
Peter answered back, acting like May's question was dumb.
Well, go wake her up.
May says as the puzzle pieces were coming together.
I'm sure she doesn't want to miss breakfast.
No, let her sleep.
Peter says dismissively. Ding dong. Just as May was about to start grilling Peter like a detective, the doorbell rang and an image from the front door camera appeared on the TV in the living room. Turning to look across the kitchen and into the living room, Peter saw the image of MJ's mother, Grace, standing at the front door.
OSH*T.
Peter muttered with a shocked look. As soon as May heard those words exit Peter's mouth, she knew exactly what was going on. Her little boy lost his virginity.
I'll get the door.
May says as she tosses aside her spatula and walks off.
Make sure the eggs don't burn.
Peter says as he mindlessly got to work. A minute later, both Grace and May came walking into the kitchen. May was smirking while Grace had a curious look on her face, though she did her best to hide it.
Hey, Peter.
Grace says as she looks him up and down.
Is MJ upstairs? I'll go and see her.
Without giving Peter a chance to reply, she paced across the kitchen and down the hall to the stairs, eager to hear about her daughter's first time.
Wait!
Peter tries to salvage the situation at the last minute, but May grabs his arm.
It's too late.
She says with a chuckle as she shook her head from side to side.
Go set the table. The food's almost done.
Peter gave up and listened to his aunt. MJ wouldn't mind anyway. She and Grace are more than just mother and daughter. They're best friends, so Grace would know soon enough either way. Feeling someone shaking her arm, MJ turned in her sleep and muttered incoherently.
Peter.
She practically moaned in her sleep.
He was that good, huh?
Grace asks, which causes her daughter to stiffen under the blankets.
Mom.
Chapter 135, C140 Foreshadowing. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 143. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After sitting through an awkward breakfast, to say the absolute least, Peter retreated and left MJ to the wolves. He would never forget her honorable sacrifice.
Explain everything.
Peter could hear the questioning begin as he flees out of the house. Arriving at the Avengers Tower wearing his spider suit, Peter made his way straight to Steve's apartment and knocked on the door. Knock knock. Soon enough, he heard some shuffling on the other side of the door before it swung open, revealing a disheveled-looking Captain America. Steve asks awkwardly as if he was hiding something.
Where's Peggy?
Peter asks as he slips past Steve and strolls into the living room.
She's not here.
Steve says as he quickly catches up.
I escorted her home last night. Right.
Peter says sarcastically.
Do you think I'm an idiot? What?
Steve replies in confusion.
Cap, your hair is messy, your shirt's on backwards, and your zipper is down.
Peter lists off as he points to the closet by the door.
If that wasn't enough, I can hear someone in the closet over there. I don't know what.
Steve decides to double down on his lie, but he was interrupted by the closet door swinging open.
Gigs up, huh?
Peggy says as she exits the closet wearing nothing but one of Steve's dress shirts.
Yup, go and get dressed. We have a lot of tests to run.
Peter says as he wanted to get this day's tests done before Tony woke up, as they would be heading off to Morag.
Yes, sir.
Peggy gives a mocking salute and walked off to the bedroom. Turning back to Steve, who fixed his shirt and zipped his pants closed, Peter saw an embarrassed look on his face.
Have a fun night.
Peter asked as he smirked under his mask. Peter needed to pass on the embarrassment he felt this morning to someone else. Thankfully, Steve offered himself as the perfect target. Steve answered as he looked away.
First time.
Peter asked as he leaned on a nearby wall.
That's a bit personal, don't you think?
Steve stutters.
I mean, was it your first date?
Peter clarifies, though that obviously wasn't what he was asking.
Oh yeah, it was our first date.
Steve answered as his embarrassment increased.
What did you think I meant?
Peter asked, enjoying this almost as much as he enjoys annoying Fury. Steve stuttered and was about to answer, but luckily for him, Peggy came back wearing the same clothes as yesterday.
All right, I'm here. You can stop embarrassing my soldier now.
Peggy says as she pecks Steve on the cheek and confidently walks out of the door.
I'll be back when we're done.
Well, see you later, Cap.
Peter said as he pats Steve on the shoulder and follows her out.
So where to?
Peggy asks as they walk the halls of the tower with Peter taking the lead. The tower has a sort of hospital floor dedicated to medical testing, so we don't have to go far, Peter says as they get into an elevator and go up.
That's convenient.
Peggy states as she looks at Peter eagerly.
How long until today's tests are over? I want to spend as much time with Steve before the other shoe drops.
Why, you know something I don't?
Peter asks with a raised eyebrow.
No, but I do know the cycle of life, or at least the cycle of my life.
Peggy says as the elevator stops and the doors open.
When good things happen, the bad will always follow sooner or later.
So what? You and Steve are young and together, so now we're about to get invaded by aliens or something.
Peter says, jokingly dropping a hint about the next event he thinks will happen.
No, it doesn't have to be aliens, but soon enough something will happen that'll break up our current calm life.
Peggy says as if she were some sort of psychic.
Sure, and you can read my palm later.
Peter says jokingly as he leads her up to an MRI machine.
This thing is as magnetic as it gets, so remove any and all metal jewelry, clothing, etc. before hopping in.
I want to be clear that I'm not psychic.
Peggy says with a roll of her eyes as she takes off all of her jewelry.
I guess we'll see, won't we?
Standing on an asteroid floating through space, a blue man in all black hooded clothing with purple eyes and black face paint looked upward respectfully. He held a large war hammer in hand, resting the butt of it on the asteroid below. Insert picture of Roman the Accuser here. Ronan the Accuser, a radical Kree warlord and former member of the Accusers, which were a high-level specialized military force of the Kree army. They would take the missions that normal soldiers wouldn't be able to complete or return home from. Although Ronan kept his title as an Accuser, he defected from the Accusers and the Kree Empire as a whole after the end of the Kree Nova War, as he disagreed with the peace treaty signed by the Kree Emperor and the Nova Empire. Though it didn't take him long to find another cause to serve. Floating above Ronan is a throne that held a giant purple man garbed in gold armor. He sat above Ronan like a bored king looking down on a lowly peasant. Insert picture of Thanos here. Thanos the Mad Titan. Thanos is a genocidal warlord from the planet Titan, whose objective is to bring stability to the universe by wiping out half of all life at every level, as he believed its massive population would inevitably use up the universe's entire supply of resources and perish. Although this goal of his may be a bit outlandish and extreme, his belief comes from personal experience. Titan, Thanos' home world, was plagued by overpopulation, which caused a drain on its resources and sent the Titan race hurtling toward an inevitable demise. Thanos saw this problem early and proposed an extreme but necessary solution. By randomly killing half the planet's population, they would preserve their finite resources and save the remaining half. Of course, his plan was rejected as being too extreme, and Thanos was cast out as nothing but a raving madman. Soon enough, the predicted catastrophe hit Titan, causing the mass extinction of most of the planet's life forms, with Thanos being one of the few remaining survivors. One of the last Titans alive in the whole universe.
I only ask that you take this matter seriously.
Ronan projects his voice up to Thanos.
The only matter that I do not take seriously is you, boy.
Thanos looks down at his newest subordinate in utter annoyance.
Your politics bore me, and your demeanor is that of a pouty child.
Ronan tightened his hands into tight fists as he held his tongue, afraid that any thoughtless reply would get him killed.
Who cares whether some weak empires form a treaty?
Thanos said, as if the Nova and Kree empires were two ant hills joining together. At the end of the day, they were just more ants.
You wish for the destruction of your enemy's home world, yes.
Thanos says, breaking Ronan from his self-imposed silence.
Yes, Xander must be turned into nothing, but a cloud of dust floating along the void of space.
Ronan answers as his blood starts to boil in hatred.
And I can do that.
Thanos offers as if he were the devil.
What do you want?
Ronan asks, ready to pay as long as he was able.
You will lead one of my armies as well as your own to a certain planet.
Thanos explains as a small smile appears on his face.
Conquer the planet, kill half of its population, and bring me a certain item. What's the combat level of this planet?
Ronan asks as he needed to know what to expect.
They've barely left their own atmosphere.
Thanos says with a dismissive look.
If you're unable to conquer the planet in a single day, then you aren't worth the air you breathe. I won't disappoint.
Ronan declares with conviction.
Good, my daughter Nebula will be accompanying you.
Thanos declares without any room for argument.
When she returns, you will set out. She'll be given all the information you'll need.
Chapter 136, C141 AID. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 144. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Time skip 2 weeks. 2 weeks passed as Peter's life became peaceful once again, and a rough schedule was formed. After school, Peter went to the tower where he would run tests and collect data on Peggy. She and Steve were practically living together at this point, as he would always find her at his apartment in the tower. During one of his many visits, Peter offered Steve a job as a member of the Avengers, where he would be groomed for the position of director, but Steve seemed unsure of what to do with his life. He was alive and had his girl by his side, so the war hero part of him was currently put on the sidelines.
That will change soon enough.
Peter thought as he knew that something would happen to trigger his involvement. Whether it be the possible invasion, the remnants of Hydra, or some other villain's appearance, Peter knew that Steve would join the Avengers sooner or later. Once Peter was done running his tests, he would go meet Tony, who would usually be getting out of bed by that point. The man either spends the whole night partying or crafting something in his workshop. After Tony eats his breakfast, which is usually a glass of some fancy liquor and a Pop-Tart, the two would head over to Morag, where Tony would ditch him to explore the wasteland of an abandoned alien planet. Since Peter would usually be left behind due to the needed research to find the orb's location, he decided to make use of Tony and ask Jarvis to scan the planet as his adventurous creator flew around. With this, Peter was able to get a complete and accurate map of the entire planet, which Jarvis turned into a convenient hologram. Thanks to this, Peter's time on this planet was virtually cut in half, speeding up his search for the Power Stone by a large margin.
Who knew that Tony's slacking would actually pay off for once?
Peter thought as he studied the holographic replica of Morag.
Sadly, the scans don't go below sea level.
If they did, then Peter would have found the orb already, though he should have everything he needs to find it within another week or two. Other than that one bit of helpfulness, Tony didn't really get involved much in Peter's study of Morag and its tides. He wasn't exactly motivated, as Peter made it very clear that he wouldn't be sharing the treasure he was searching for.
Whatever, he helped more than enough.
Peter thought as he swung through the skyscrapers of New York City at night. After his daily research on Morag, Peter usually had some free time where he would either relax or go out on patrol as he is now. Due to the knowledge that New York was protected by Spider-Man, a lot of the professional criminals left for other more defenseless places to work. Of course, not everyone left as people like Wilson Fisk smartened up and started doing their dirty work behind closed doors, shrouding their crimes behind the guise of legitimate business. Though Peter was far too busy to investigate the smarter criminals, so he planned to create a division for that in the Avengers. AID, Avengers Investigation Division. He would recruit some of the less powerful heroes and saddle them with detectives from the NYPD, as they had experience in these sorts of investigations. A council meeting has already taken place on this subject, and the votes were unanimously in Peter's favor, which is why Peter was out tonight. Yes, he planned to stop any crime that he may run into, but his destination was the NYPD headquarters. AID would expand past just New York, but that would take time and the existence of more Avengers.
I could also use AID as a way to absorb the Hand into the Avengers.
Arriving at his destination after stopping a mugging and an illegal street fight, Peter swung down and landed at the entrance to the NYPD headquarters. A few beat cops were outside smoking cigarettes when he landed right in front of them and waved hello.
Yo, good to see you guys again.
Peter says as he remembered them from the bombing incident.
As Spider-Man.
One of them jumped in surprise. Another officer asked respectfully,
Yeah, can you take me to your boss? I'm here on Avenger business.
Peter said as he points to the door. One of them says and they lead Peter inside, surprising the police inside with their entrance.
What happened, Richards?
The desk sergeant calls out in a joking manner.
You catch a Spider-Man wannabe.
Hearing this, many of the officers laugh, as no one expected the real Spider-Man to show up at their door. Before the men leading Peter inside could explain, a bald, mustached man in a highly decorated police uniform came stomping out of his office.
Quit playing around and get back to work.
He yelled in anger, as this wasn't the first time they were slacking off today.
Hey there, Chief.
Peter says as he strolls over.
It's good to see you again. I see why they were messing around now.
He says, not believing it was the actual Spider-Man either.
Someone get this clown out of here or into a cell. We don't have time for this. There's work to be done.
Under the horrified gazes of the few officers that knew the truth, two nearby cops rushed over to Peter, ready to throw him out so they could earn a couple brownie points from their boss. Sadly for them, they didn't get very far before their legs and arms were entangled with webs, causing them to fall face first into the hardwood floor. Bang!
That's not a very nice way to greet a guest.
Peter says a bit menacingly, as the chief's face goes pale in realization.
I didn't.
He stuttered as he tried to explain himself, but Peter started laughing out of nowhere.
I'm just messing with you.
Peter says as he walks past the chief and into his open office.
Come inside, I have a proposition for you.
Hastily following Peter into his office, the chief closed the door behind him and shut the blinds as well.
I apologize for that.
He says as he takes a seat and offers Peter one on the opposite side of his desk.
They've been messing around all day, so I thought someone called in a Spider-Man lookalike as a joke. Don't worry, I don't mind.
Peter says as he shrugs uncaringly and takes a seat.
Good.
The chief sighed, relieved that he didn't make an enemy out of the most influential and powerful man in the world.
Now, what can I do for you? Well,
Peter says as he explains the general idea of AID. The chief mutters as he takes everything in.
Not that I mind, of course. We could use the extra help with criminals like Fisk walking around freely. Yes, some Avengers aren't as strong as others, so they wouldn't be called for any higher level stuff, as you said. Of course, that doesn't mean they can't be put to work, which is why I'm putting together this division. I'm on board 100%, though I'll have to run it by the commissioner before anything can happen on my end.
The chief explains powerlessly.
That's fine.
Peter says as he stands up and walks to a nearby open window.
This is all in the early stages of development, and I have to get some things moving on my end as well. In the meantime, you should get approval from your higher-ups and start putting together files on the detective that you think are worth applying.
Yes, I'll get right on that.
The chief nods in agreement as Peter dives out of the windows and swings away. Returning to the tower, Peter takes out his phone and makes a call.
Yes.
The feminine voice of Mystique answers.
Get to the tower. I have another mission for you.
Chapter 137, C-142 Secret Identity. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 145. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. While waiting for Mystique's arrival, Peter started going over all of the data that he collected from Peggy. They just had their last day of testing yesterday, which means Peggy is now free to spend her days in leisure, cuddled up with Captain America. At least until the other shoe drops, as she so eloquently stated a couple of weeks ago. As Peter just started to go over everything, Tony saunters into the room wearing a Gucci robe. He looked to be completely naked underneath as he sipped a glass of brown liquid.
Spidey!
Tony calls out as he walks over.
Just the man I was looking for. What's up?
Peter says as he looks up from his reading material to see his tipsy friend's appearance.
You thought that you could hide it from me, did you?
Tony says as he points at Peter accusingly.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Peter says as he leans back in his chair.
Did he figure out my identity or something? Don't play dumb.
Tony says as he takes another sip of his alcohol.
You made that woman young again. How? Huh, I thought you knew that already.
Peter says as he internally sighs in relief.
How'd you find out?
Peter never thought to tell Tony or anyone else for that matter, as he thought Fury would do that for him.
I saw the tests you were running on her and asked around. Fury was happy to explain everything.
Tony reveals as he took a seat across from Peter.
Well, what about it?
Peter asked.
I want to know why you keep hiding things from me.
Tony says as he finishes his drink and slams it down onto the table between them.
First, it was the thing you're looking for on that planet, and now you experimented on someone without me. Am I not your best friend? Of course you are.
Peter couldn't help but smile at Tony's inebriated state.
Then why do you keep hiding things from me?
Tony asks as he pouts like a petulant child.
Because I, like everyone else in the world, have a few secrets that I'm not ready or willing to reveal at the moment.
Peter says with a shrug.
Mine just so happen to be a bit out of the norm compared to others. Sigh, you're insufferable, you know that.
Tony sighs heavily as he stares at his best friend.
Why can't you just trust me a bit? I do trust you.
Peter raises an eyebrow under his mask.
You're one of the handful of people that know I use magic. Yeah, but that's because I would have blown myself up studying runes otherwise.
Tony rebuts. The room goes silent as Peter stares at Tony in contemplation.
AF*CK it.
Peter thought as he resolved himself.
Okay, how about I share a secret with you? Will that make you feel better? Yes.
Tony's former depressing drunk mood disappeared as he agreed happily.
All right, follow me.
Peter says as he waves his hand and opens a portal to the mirror dimension.
Where the hell is this?
Tony muttered as he followed Peter through the portal.
The mirror dimension.
Peter reveals as the portal closes behind them.
A parallel dimension to our own. Cool.
Tony says as he turns in place, admiring the view.
Is this the secret? No, this is.
Peter shakes his head as he reaches his thumb under his mask and pulls it off. Tony's eyes go wide as Spider-Man's real face is revealed before his very eyes. Peter's hair falls messily without the mask holding it in place.
Ugh, I hate mask hair.
Peter grunts in annoyance as he runs his fingers through his hair, fixing it as best as he could. Though Tony didn't give a sh*t about that, he was too busy staring at Peter's face reveal with his mouth wide open.
You're...
Tony blurted out. The man that he became such good friends with was either a natural baby face or just really young.
Yup, I'm 16.
Peter nods without much care for his age.
S16.
Tony exclaims in bewilderment.
What, are you in middle school?
Tony's image of the man below the mask was completely ruined. He thought that Spider-Man was around his age, but that idea turned out to be completely and utterly incorrect.
High school, but I only still attend because of my friends.
Peter shrugs uncaringly. Tony freezes for a moment and studies Peter's face.
Wait!
A look of realization appears on his face as Tony points at Peter, accusingly once again.
You snuck backstage with your girlfriend. What was her name?
He says, trying to remember the names they gave him.
Yup, Peter Parker and MJ.
Pete says with a smile.
She wanted to meet my best friend, so we snuck in and played the part of your adoring fans.
But...
Tony still couldn't get over Peter's age.
We've been following a child.
Tony realizes that the leader of the Avengers was more than half the age of everyone on the council the whole time.
I wouldn't say I'm a child. That's a bit harsh.
Peter says as it was his turn to pout this time.
I may be young, but I'm very mature. That can easily be seen by how shocked you are right now. That's...
Tony mutters as he goes silent.
Well, now you know, I guess.
Peter says to break the awkward silence.
Don't tell anyone, and don't leave any trails if you look me up. I have loved ones that would be in a lot of danger should certain people learn of my identity. Yeah, I get it.
Tony waves off Peter's warnings.
I'm not an idiot. No, but you can be on occasion.
Peter smirks as he puts his mask back on.
This is good though, now you can meet my girlfriend. She's a bit of a Tony Stark fan, so maybe I can bring her over for dinner sometime or something. We'd have to be careful though. Why?
Tony asks.
Well, other than the fact that my identity could be tracked if she's seen with me, MJ happens to be Fury's daughter. Though that's another secret you'll have to keep.
Peter reveals yet another shocking piece of information.
Wait, did you just say what I think you said?
Tony didn't know whether to laugh like a madman or be afraid for his friend's life.
You're Fury's daughters.
Peter says with an awkward smile under his mask.
You're so dead.
Tony states as if he was already planning Peter's funeral.
I think I'll be fine.
Peter shrugs.
That depends. Have you had sex with her yet?
Tony asks as he stops to think for a moment.
Because maybe then, he'll only maim you a little before letting you go.
Peter didn't know what to say to that, which spoke for itself.
Oh my God, you're dead.
After swearing Tony to secrecy, Peter returned to the meeting room in the tower, where he continued waiting for Mystique to show up. Tony may have been making jokes about his relationship, but Peter could tell that he felt a bit odd about the whole age thing. Having a best friend that's more than half your age is probably a bit weird, so Peter understood. Hopefully he gets over it soon.
What's the mission this time, boss?
Raven asks as she stands across the large table with a hand resting on her hip.
This one is especially secret, and a bit more dangerous than the last.
Peter says as he turns on the surveillance jammer just in case.
I'm talking completely off the books.
Well, tell me about it.
She says confidently and curiously.
All right, but I want to be clear.
Peter says as he leans forward and stares directly into Mystique's eyes.
No one should know about this, not even Eric. If you can't accept that, I understand and will.
Fine, just explain already.
Raven cuts Peter off, eager to know what this is all about.
I don't really mind Eric knowing, as long as he keeps quiet, of course.
Opening a folder, Peter pulls out a picture of a glowing blue cube and pushes it across the table.
That is an artifact known as the Tesseract.
Peter explains as she looks down at the picture curiously.
It was used in World War II by Hydra to supply the Nazi war effort with futuristic weaponry, among other things.
You want me to get the cube?
Mystique asks.
Yes and no.
Peter says as he slides the whole folder across.
I want you to go undercover as you usually do and find the exact location of the Tesseract. Once you've found it, you'll alert me and we'll steal it together.
How so?
She asks.
Something like the Tesseract will be locked up under a crazy level of surveillance and security. All that I need you to do is be in place to shut down the surveillance. Without cameras, all I have to do is open 2 portals, one for you and another to grab the Tesseract.
Peter explains the plan.
And no one would know who took the cube.
Raven was impressed.
That would be the point, yes.
Peter nods.
Who has the Tesseract?
She asks. Reaching over the table, Peter opens the folder, revealing many classified papers with the SHIELD logo. The folder contained everything that Peter has managed to find about the Tesseract since he started working with SHIELD. It's not much, as Peter has been busy, but it should be enough to find the thing, especially with Raven's help.
SHIELD.
Mystique was certainly surprised.
Yup, will that be a problem?
Peter asks questioningly.
No, but I want something in exchange for my silent services.
She gives Peter an ultimatum.
Sure, as long as it's doable and doesn't go against my morals.
Peter agrees easily.
That'll do.
Mystique nods as she takes the folder and walks to the door.
Wait, you didn't say what you wanted.
Peter called out, but she merely waved over her shoulder.
You can pay upon completion of the mission.
Chapter 138, C-143 Research Complete. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 146. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Time skip 2 weeks. Another 2 weeks passed while Peter was waiting for Mystique to contact him about the mission that he gave her. Throughout these 2 weeks, Peter has stuck to a very similar schedule, except now his time after school was open since Peggy didn't require any more tests. Speaking of her test results, Peter was finally able to go over them without interruption, and boy did he learn a lot. First, the physical enhancement to her muscles, organs, tendons, bones, etc. is on a level a bit below Captain America. Peter didn't think that her body would reach that level of power, but the combination of dragon bones and super soldier blood seemed to do the trick.
I wonder how powerful she would have been if I used my blood instead.
Peter wondered as he looked over the results. After all, Peter is far stronger than Steve. Secondly, the results also allowed Peter to see the longevity effects of the elixir, which was amazing, to say the least. The human body is composed of trillions of cells. They provide structure for the body, take in nutrients from food, convert those nutrients into energy, and carry out specialized functions. Cells go through a natural life cycle that includes growth, maturity, and death. This natural life cycle is regulated by a number of factors, but that doesn't matter right now. As cells age, they function less well. Eventually, old cells must die, which is a normal part of the body's functioning. New cells take their place with time, but the capacity to continue replacing cells with fresh ones reduces over time. This causes aging and inevitable death. Peggy's cells seem to be moving through that same cycle, but at a much slower pace. So slow, in fact, that she may be able to live for 300–400 years before either dying or needing another dose of the elixir.
I wonder what Steve's lifespan is.
Peter wondered if the super soldier serum affected Steve's aging at all.
I'll have to give him the elixir otherwise.
After all, 2 lovers being separated by death is a pretty sad reality. Peggy has already had to live 70 years without Steve, so adding to that already large number seemed cruel.
I'll worry about that when I have a larger stockpile of dragon bones, or possibly a more viable replacement for them.
Peter thought dismissively, as Steve is still fairly young. Next, Peter covertly scanned Peggy with a spell that tested her body for traces of Kai energy, which was said to enhance due to the elixir's use. Everyone has Kai in their bodies, but only those that were trained to harness it could wield their inner energy. Since every living human had Kai, Peter cross-referenced Peggy's Kai levels compared to some random people, which he stealthily tested during his patrols. If he could give a ranging number for the normal human Kai level, Peter would place that around 2337. Meanwhile, Peter had a whopping 186, and he hasn't taken the elixir yet. As for Peggy, she had a Kai level of 153, which was only a little less than Peter, so it had to be good. Of course, Peter didn't know the average Kai level of someone from K-Unlun, so for all he knows, this could be a very meager amount.
Maybe I can test one of the Kai masters from Camertage.
Peter thought, hoping that they wouldn't find it disrespectful or something. Although Peggy had all of this usable Kai, Peter battled with the idea of telling her or not. Revealing this to her will open up a whole new world, as Peggy would no doubt search for someone to teach her how to harness her energy. On the other hand, Peggy already has super soldier powers, and Peter didn't want to deal with the questions that would follow.
No doubt, everyone would want the elixir even more than they already do.
Peter thought as he remembered Tony asking if he could get the
Immortality
drug next. Thanks to Jarvis, who runs everything in the tower, Tony saw every test that Peggy went through, especially the tests on her cells.
When Tony learns that the elixir also gives energy powers as well, he would become even more annoying and insistent than he already is.
Peter lamented over the decision to tell her or not. After thinking for a good while, Peter concluded that he would play it by ear. If the Ancient One reveals herself fully and joins the Avengers, then Peter would offer Peggy's name to one of the Kai Masters of Camertage as a possible disciple or something. As Peter was thinking this,
What the?
Peggy muttered as she didn't use enough power to do that. Yes, as a super soldier, Peggy could do such a thing with raw strength alone, but she was especially careful not to ruin any of the equipment. Unlike Steve, who breaks at least one piece of gym equipment a day. Looking at her hand in confusion, Peggy found a tiny speck of golden light coming from under her fingernail, though it disappeared so quickly that she wasn't sure if it was real or not.
Maybe I'm just seeing things.
Peggy thought but wasn't convinced. Looking between the damaged wall and the destroyed training dummy, Peggy didn't know what to do. Peter's POV. Other than going over Peggy's test results, Peter has officially studied planet Morag and its neighboring moons and sun enough to predict the tides fairly accurately. That combined with the very in-depth map of the planet was all Peter needed to find the orb. Through all of his research, Peter learned one very important thing. Every 300 years, which just so happens to be when the tides recede enough to reveal the temple that holds the orb, an odd event occurs in Morag's solar system. The sun, moons, and Morag itself become completely aligned. Obviously, this alignment affects the tides heavily and causes them to recede for a short while, before coming back full force and covering the whole planet in water for some time. Thanks to this revelation, Peter took all of the research he gathered and made a simulation of this event. Jarvis was very helpful in this step as well. Once the simulation was complete, Peter pressed a button and a big hologram of Morag appeared. The planet was about 97% ocean, with the only piece above water being the area he built his base.
Run it, Jarvis.
Peter calls out.
Yes, sir, running simulation now.
Jarvis responded, and the hologram began to move. Immediately, the tides receded and the planet went from 97% water to 91%. Not a huge change, but it was certainly enough.
We did it!
Peter exclaimed to Jarvis, who helped him a lot during this expedition.
Congratulations, sir.
Jarvis replied normally.
Now all we have to do is search the coasts based on this simulation.
Peter says happily. With this, Peter narrowed down the search for the orb by a lot. Before knowing this, Peter would have searched a much larger part of the ocean, wasting tons of valuable time. Especially since a few islands appeared in the simulation as well, which Peter wouldn't have thought to search as they weren't there beforehand. Now all he has to do is search the simulation's receded areas.
I'll have the orb within the week.
Chapter 139, C144 Mystique POV. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 147. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Weeks before Peter started his search through the coastlines of Morag, alongside the few islands that appeared in the simulations, only days away from possessing one of the Infinity Stones, Mystique disappeared without a word to anyone. This wasn't very normal for her either. Usually, when Raven disappears for a mission or something, she would at least inform Eric, but even he was left in the dark this time. Mystique promised Peter secrecy and would do her best to deliver on that, especially since her stipulation was at stake. Using the information that Peter provided, Raven did what she does best and infiltrated multiple SHIELD bases. Kidnapping her victims, she would impersonate them and slowly dig up any information on the cube that Peter was looking for. 2 weeks passed since receiving the mission, and Mystique infiltrated 5 different SHIELD bases, yet information about the Tesseract was few and far between. One after another, Raven followed the tiniest crumbs that barely kept her hunt going. Moving from base to base, she learned that the cube was on the move for a while before settling down in one place. The World Security Council decided to restart something called Project Pegasus, but all other information wasn't available. Raven had no idea what the World Security Council or Project Pegasus was, but at least she knew that the cube wouldn't be on the move anymore, which was good for thieves like her. With this newfound knowledge, Mystique knew that she had to impersonate someone really high up on the food chain if she ever wanted to learn the Tesseract's location.
He's going to be P*, S said, if he finds out.
Mystique thought as she walked into a SHIELD facility in perfect disguise. As she passed SHIELD employees, they would stop and make way, saluting respectfully as she walked by. Raven already infiltrated this SHIELD base, so she knew the layout like the back of her hand. The reason that she chose this one out of all 5 bases she visited in the past 2 weeks was quite simple. When looking into the Tesseract here, Mystique learned that the security clearance of the man she was impersonating wasn't high enough. The computer prompted that the information she was looking for was level 10 restricted. This was something that she didn't see at any of the other SHIELD facilities. She didn't know how she would find a SHIELD member with level 10 clearance, so Raven took the riskier, more dangerous path and impersonated someone with the highest clearance. Nick Fury. Taking the elevator up, Mystique was surprised to find a group of high-level SHIELD agents waiting for her as the doors opened. At the front of them was the commander of the base she was currently infiltrating as well.
Director Fury, we didn't expect your visit, sir.
The leading man said nervously. S going to be P*, S said if he finds out.
Him.
The group of men and women start asking questions.
What do you need, sir?
One asks. Says as he steps out of the elevator confidently and starts walking down the hall. Jumping into step behind him, the group of men and women start asking questions. What do you need, sir? One asks. Classified, Fury answers, keeping a fast walking pace through the halls.
Do you need our assistance?
The commander asks. Says as he steps out of the elevator confidently and starts walking down the hall. Jumping into step behind him, the group of men and women start asking questions. What do you need, sir? One asks. Classified, Fury answers, keeping a fast walking pace through the halls. Do you need our assistance? The commander asks. No, just return to your duties, I won't be here long, Fury tells them as they arrive at a metal vault-like door. Thankfully, the door in front of Mystique didn't require any codes, as she had no idea what Nick Fury's access codes would be. No, at the side of the door was a retinal scanner. The group of SHIELD agents stopped in their tracks and watched suspiciously as Fury walked up and bent over, aligning.
His.
Eye with the scanner. The only reason they were suspicious was one thing. Director Fury never visited their base before. Some of them have never even met the director, so they thought he might be an imposter wearing a prosthetic mask or some other possible disguise. As the light of the scanner waved over Fury's singular eye, the men and woman waited with bated breaths, ready to draw their weapons should the scan reject access. Chime asterisk.
Access granted.
A mechanical voice called out from the scanner as the vault door started slowly opening.
Welcome, Director Fury.
Eye with the scanner. The only reason they were suspicious was one thing. Director Fury never visited their base before. Some of them have never even met the director, so they thought he might be an imposter wearing a prosthetic mask or some other possible disguise. As the light of the scanner waved over Fury's singular eye, the men and woman waited with bated breaths, ready to draw their weapons should the scan reject access. Chime asterisk. Access granted. A mechanical voice called out from the scanner as the vault door started slowly opening. Welcome, Director Fury.
I thought I said to get back to your duties. Yes, sir.
The commander kept a cool head as he shuffled away along with the others.
Idiots.
Mystique thought in disdain as she walked into the vault. As the doors closed and locked behind her, one by one rows of lights illuminated a giant warehouse-sized room. Long aisles of shelves were filled with boxes and crates. Each box or crate was either evidence from a SHIELD operation or some sort of high-level confiscated materials. Mystique didn't even bother looking at the shelves in these aisles as she walked to the back of the warehouse. On the way, she passed many interestingly labeled boxes and crates. JFK, Jimmy Hoffa, ARG, Tubag, Dyatlov Pass. Each of these boxes represented a possible unsolved mystery. Assassinations, mysterious deaths, a disappearance, an ancient treasure, and they certainly weren't the only interesting things in lockup. Although any normal person would stop and take a look out of curiosity, Mystique wasn't your average person. She was on a mission and nothing else mattered at the moment. Arriving at the back of the room, Mystique found a wooden door. Opening it up, Raven walked inside and saw a small room with a wooden desk and an old-school desktop computer.
Time to see if all of this was worth it.
She thought. Taking a seat at the desk, Mystique searched for information on the Tesseract. At this point, scavenging for information on SHIELD servers has become second nature for her. Instantly, a prompt appears on the screen. Level 10 restriction. As the pop-up filled the screen, the drawer beside her opened on its own, revealing a device with the imprint of a hand indented into it. Handprint required. Surprised by this, as she never had access to lockup on her last visit, Raven smirked triumphantly as she placed her hand on the scanner.
I thought they would use a passcode.
Mystique thought as she planned to call Spiderman if that situation arose. After all, there weren't any cameras in this room, so he could easily portal over and put his smarts to use. If he could work with Stark and understand the nonsense that comes out of that man's mouth, then he could get past some measly password protection. Thankfully, it looks like she won't need any help though. Access granted.
Now what do we have here?
Mystique thought as the screen changed to a file filled with a bunch of other files. Though one stood out more than the rest. Project Pegasus V2. Knowing that this was the project that was using the Tesseract, she clicked the file and many classified papers filled the screen. Reading through everything as fast as possible, Mystique learned a bit more about what Project Pegasus really was. Project Potential Energy Group Alternate Sources United States, abbreviated as Project Pegasus, was the name of the joint project between SHIELD, NASA, and the United States Air Force to study the Tesseract and harness its power. In the 1980s, project leader Wendy Lawson used the Tesseract's energy to create a light-speed engine. Following Wendy Lawson's death in 1989, the project was terminated. At least until the project was reopened and moved to the Joint Dark Energy Mission facility in the Mojave Desert.
Finally, a location.
Raven thought as she closed everything, turned off the computer, and took her leave.
Sorry.
One of the men from earlier calls out as he rushes into an office.
Yes.
The commander of the SHIELD base asks as he looks up from his desk full of paperwork.
We have a problem.
The rushed subordinate says as he places a laptop on the desk.
Director Fury said he needed something from lockup.
The commander nods confusedly. The watching crowd internally sighed as they saw the door open. Huh, you're still here? Fury turns to send a glare at his subordinates. I thought I said to get back to your duties. Yes, sir, the commander kept a cool head as he shuffled away along with the others. Idiots.
Connect me to the director.
He yells over the phone and waits a moment.
What?
An angry voice answers.
Sir, did you get what you needed from lockup?
The commander asks.
Lockup.
The confusion in Fury's voice set off alarm bells in his head. Says as he steps out of the elevator confidently and starts walking down the hall. Jumping into step behind him, the group of men and women start asking questions. What do you need, sir? One asks. Classified, Fury answers, keeping a fast walking pace through the halls. Do you need our assistance? The commander asks. No, just return to your duties. I won't be here long. Fury tells them as they arrive at a metal vault-like door. Thankfully, the door in front of Mystique didn't require any codes, as she had no idea what Nick Fury's access codes would be. No, at the side of the door was a retinal scanner. The group of SHIELD agents stopped in their tracks and watched suspiciously as Fury walked up and bent over, aligning.
His
eye with the scanner. The only reason they were suspicious was one thing. Director Fury never visited their base before. Some of them have never even met the director, so they thought he might be an imposter wearing a prosthetic mask or some other possible disguise. As the light of the scanner waved over Fury's singular eye, the men and women waited with bated breaths, ready to draw their weapons should the scan reject access. Chime asterisk. Access granted, a mechanical voice called out from the scanner as the vault door started slowly opening. Welcome, Director Fury.
Too late.
Chapter 140, see 145 buy one, get one free. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 148. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Following the results of the simulation, Peter started his search for the underwater temple on Morag. Starting his search with the coasts surrounding Morag's only current landmass, Peter looked down at this planet's dark, murky ocean water. Even the smell coming from the water reminded him of a garbage dump.
That doesn't seem safe.
Peter muttered to himself.
That's because it isn't.
A metallic voice said. Turning to the side, Peter saw Tony use his suit's thrusters to land beside him. His face mask snapped open as he exposed his nose to putrid waters, causing him to scrunching his face in disgust.
While you were studying this solar system's orbit and solving Morag's mysteries, I was exploring and taking samples from everything.
Tony said haughtily, as if he accomplished something amazing.
The water here is almost the exact equivalent to the juice you can find at the bottom of a New York City dumpster. Mix in a little bit of flesh-eating bacteria and you have Morag's ocean. I think I'm going to throw up.
Peter says as a strong wind blows the ocean breeze in his direction.
Feel free to let it out in the ocean. It's not like it'll make a difference.
Tony quips as he looks out at the dirty water.
The people that abandoned this planet left it in a disgusting mess. Talk about a bunch of slobs. Do you think this was all caused by pollution?
Peter asks curiously.
Probably.
Tony nods as he closed his mask to block the smell.
Maybe we should work on a fix for that on Earth.
Peter solemnly thought out loud.
Yeah.
Tony agreed as he pats Peter on the shoulder.
Well, have fun swimming in that mess. I'm heading home. There's nothing left on this planet worth exploring, and since you're not sharing your treasure, exploring the dumpster juice ocean doesn't sound very appealing. I just hope that I don't catch anything here.
Peter says as he waves his hand and opens a portal back to Earth.
I'll be back sooner or later.
After saying their goodbyes, Tony left and Peter got to work. In order to search the ocean floor without catching some sort of alien HIV or COVID, Peter created a bubble of eldritch energy around himself. Thanks to the copious amounts of tedious training and practice, he was able to control the ball of energy to fly or roll. But in this case, it would act as a sort of submarine for his undersea exploration. Descending into the black poison water, Peter took out his phone and opened the GPS app. Thanks to the scans that Jarvis took during Tony's exploration, which mapped out the whole planet, and a few makeshift satellites that he built and launched into orbit, Peter could use the ghost phone's GPS as if he were traversing on Earth. With this, Peter marked off the areas he had to search, making this whole underwater expedition about 1,000,000 times easier. Dropping into the water with a loud splash, Peter couldn't see a damn thing as the water was far too dark. He could only see about 6 feet in front of him, which certainly wasn't enough for his needs. Peter thought as he waved his hands, and 2 fairly simple spell circles were drawn in front of him. As the spells finished forming, they began to shrink to the size of a quarter before launching back at Peter and into his eyes. Peter grunted in discomfort as he felt a burning sensation on his eyeballs.
The book didn't say anything about pain.
Opening his reddening eyes, Peter found that he could see much better than before. Instead of the measly 6 feet, he could see around 150 yards all around him. Though with this new enhanced night vision came a constant burning pain in Peter's eyes.
I'll just have to live with it.
Peter thought as his eyes started to water.
For now, at least.
Not wanting to waste any more precious time, Peter looked at his GPS and started his search. Controlling the eldritch bubble with a thought, he swept across the underwater coastline at a swift pace. Like this, 2 days passed and Peter searched the entire coastline, finding nothing but some crumbed ruins. Of course, that was exactly what Peter was looking for, but these ruins weren't anything special like the temple. They were just a few corroded homes left over from long-forgotten cities and towns.
I knew that I should have started with the islands.
Peter thought as he traversed through the open ocean and toward the closest underwater island marked on the GPS. Time skip 3 days. After 5 full days of searching the rocky ocean floor of planet Morag, Peter was starting to lose hope that the damn temple even existed in the first place.
Where the F***ck is this stupid thing?
Peter internally groaned as he continued following the GPS. As he continued his tedious search, Peter caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a toppled-over pillar. Eager to finally leave this damn ocean, Peter floats the eldritch bubble toward the pillar. As he got closer and closer, his excitement grew as a crumbling, decayed building appeared in his sight. The building looked exactly like the one from the beginning of the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie. It was surrounded by pillars on the outside and covered with some underwater vines, which had to be extremely resilient to survive in this hell of an ocean.
This has to be it.
Peter felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Circling the corroded stone temple, Peter looked for a viable entrance. The place was full of holes, but he needed one big enough to fit through with his bubble. After all, he didn't want to cause this place to collapse. That would only delay him even further. Finding the front entrance, which was big enough for him to fit, Peter was reminded of Star-Lord's entrance in the movie.
Come and get your love.
Peter sang in his head as he entered the temple and started looking around. The place was even more dilapidated on the inside than it was on the outside. There was even a very deep ravine that divided the temple in half between front and back.
If I recall correctly, the vault that held the orb was on the other side of the ravine.
Peter thought as he floated over to the backside of the temple. At the back wall of the temple, the only thing that hadn't eroded away was a huge double door, which was locked shut. Tapping the bubble into the door, Peter hoped the corrosion from the water would have weakened it enough to break, but sadly it didn't. Inspecting the door for a second, Peter found a circular keyhole in the center, but sadly he didn't know how to pick open an ancient alien door.
I guess force is the only option.
Peter thought as he backed up a few yards and began to tweak his mode of transport. Instantly, a long point appeared at the front of the bubble.
Hopefully this place doesn't collapse.
Peter thought as he launched the eldritch bubble point first into the door's lock. Bang! With only a single ram, the point pierced through the door's lock. Expanding the point, the doors began to crack and crumble into pieces as Peter made his own entrance. Within seconds, the door was nothing but rubble that floated to the floor, leaving a hole big enough for Peter to float through. Though the vault didn't seem to have any water inside, so as soon as an opening was made, water was sucked in like a vacuum, filling the small space in no time at all. As the water settled, Peter floated inside and found a small room covered in odd glyphs with a pillar in the middle. This pillar had its own carvings as well, but the most attractive part of it was the softball-sized metal orb that was floating, suspended behind some sort of force field that seemed to keep the water at bay. Insert picture of the orb here. Floating up to the pillar that held his prize, Peter took a moment to admire it.
Finally, my first infinity stone.
Peter thought as a smile bloomed on his face. After basking in his accomplishment, Peter now had to figure out how to get the thing out, as it was locked behind the force field.
Didn't Star-Lord use some sort of overpowered magnet to pull it out?
Peter thought as he tried to remember the movie.
Let's give it a try.
Peter muttered as he waved his hand, and a spell circle wrote itself onto the outside of the bubble he was in.
If this doesn't work, I'll go with the forceful approach. After all, it hasn't failed me yet.
As the spell finished its formation, Peter moved closer to the pillar as it activated. Immediately, the orb jerked toward Peter as it strained against the force field. Only seconds later, it broke through multiple barriers and smacked into Peter's bubble, sticking to the magnetic spell on its surface.
Ho-ho!
Peter laughed as he eagerly exited the temple and returned to the surface. Breaking through the ocean's surface and back into the open air, Peter morphed the bubble into a platform to stand on as he deactivated the magnetic spell. As the spell disappeared, the metal orb fell into Peter's waiting hand.
I have it!
Peter smiled as he gripped the orb tightly. Sadly, his moment of accomplishment is ruined by the toxic perfume of Morag's ocean breeze.
I never want to come back to this planet again.
Peter thought as he opened a portal to his bedroom and left Morag for, hopefully, the last time. Standing in his bedroom with the orb in hand, Peter couldn't escape the dirty ocean smell that clung to his body.
Maybe a shower is in order.
Peter muttered as his phone started to go off. Ring, ring, ring.
Is it the ancient one?
Peter thought as he expected an earful from her about messing with her timeline.
Hello.
Peter answers without looking at the caller ID.
I found the cube.
A familiar female voice replies. Looking at his phone, Peter confirmed who he was talking to.
2 stones in 1 day.
Chapter 141, C-146 Mystique's Desire. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 149. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
I found the cube.
Mystique says over the phone.
2 stones in 1 day.
Peter thought hopefully.
Where is it?
Walking out of his room with one hand gripping the orb, refusing to let it out of his grasp, Peter entered the bathroom.
In some place, called the Joint Dark Energy Mission Facility, in the Mojave Desert.
Mystique answers as Peter turns on the shower.
I have the exact coordinates for the facility.
Good work.
Peter congratulates her as he starts getting undressed.
Did you run into any trouble? No, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is most likely aware of my meddling.
Mystique reveals as she explains how she obtained this information.
I'm sure Fury wasn't happy with someone impersonating him.
Peter muttered with a laugh as he sat on the toilet, waiting for the call to end before hopping into the shower.
They don't know it was you though, right?
No, but Fury may be suspicious of me.
Mystique guesses thoughtfully.
I'm probably among the top of the list when it comes to suspects.
You should be fine.
Peter says with a shrug.
Just don't say anything and cooperate with any investigation Fury brings to you. We can come up with a good alibi later on as well.
I agree, but that isn't the real problem.
Raven says as Peter's bathroom starts to steam up.
It's only a matter of time before S.H.I.E.L.D. looks into what I was doing. If we don't act quickly, they may move the Tesseract, and finding it again will be far more challenging, I'm sure.
Okay, so we need to speed up our heist.
Peter mutters as the gears in his mind start turning.
Where are you right now?
California.
Mystique answers swiftly.
Text me your exact location, and I'll portal over in about 20 minutes.
Peter says as he hangs up the phone before she could reply and hops into the shower. Throughout his hot shower, Peter was trying to think of the best way to steal the Tesseract. His original plan required some allotted time for Mystique to infiltrate the facility and shut down the surveillance cameras, but that may not be viable anymore.
I'll just wing it, I guess.
As Peter was about to leave to see Mystique, he was left with a very glaring problem.
What should I do with this?
Peter thought as he looked down at the orb on his computer desk.
A fancy paperweight, perhaps.
Of course, Peter was joking. The Power Stone may be contained, but it's far too dangerous to be left behind on his desk, holding some papers in place. It could either get stolen, which wasn't likely with the magic Peter has protected his house, or one of his loved ones could misplace it or accidentally cause some sort of catastrophe by messing with it.
I need a place to safely store it.
Peter didn't think this far, as he set all of his attention on finding the damn thing.
That might work for now.
After a few moments of thought, Peter came to decision and walked down to the basement. The last people to live in this house left behind a big safe in the basement, which just so happened to be bolted to the floor. The realtor that sold Peter and May the house said that the former owner didn't want to pay to have it moved and left it behind. Now the safe belonged to them, and May used it to hold some of her more expensive jewelry and sensitive documents. Peter's social security number and birth certificate were in there as well. Cracking open the safe, Peter takes everything out and starts working his magic. Spell after spell, Peter enchanted the metal safe with every defensive and offensive enchantment that he could think of. After all, he was protecting one of the most powerful objects in the world, so he made sure to use everything he knew.
I feel bad for any thieves that somehow get in.
Peter thought as he put everything back into the safe, including the orb, and locked it up. Keeping his eyes on the now very dangerous safe, Peter slowly backed away until he was out of range of the defenses.
Peter!
May's voice calls as he hears the sound of footsteps moving down the stairs.
Are you down here? Yes, don't come any closer.
Peter exclaims, stopping his aunt from leaving the stairs.
What?
May looks at Peter in confusion as she stops at the bottom step.
Why?
I may have enchanted the safe to obliterate the souls of any would-be thieves, among other gruesome defenses.
Peter explains horribly. Looking across the basement with a horrified look, May stared at the safe warily.
W.I.
May asked, even more confused than before.
I needed somewhere to store something dangerous.
Peter answers vaguely.
This is only temporary. I'll remove the enchantments in a few days. Just stay away from the safe until I say otherwise, okay? Sure.
May nods as she retreats upstairs with Peter following closely behind.
I'll keep the basement door locked, just in case. That's probably smart.
Peter nods as he watches her shakily lock the door.
You should tell MJ and Ned. They visit a lot. Especially MJ, who practically lives here now.
May says teasingly, momentarily forgetting about the death trap in her basement.
She does not live here.
Peter says, causing his aunt to roll her eyes at him.
She spends almost every night in your bed, has 2 drawers in your room for clothes, and let's not forget her shelf in the bathroom cabinet.
May says as her smirk grows with every word.
Fine.
Peter reluctantly gives in to her logic.
Is that a problem?
No, of course not.
May says genuinely.
I love MJ. If you two broke up, I don't know what I'd do.
That's good to know, I guess.
Peter says, unsure how to feel about her confession. After dealing with the orb's momentary security, as Peter planned to move it to a better location with much more intricate protections, Peter called M, J, and Ned and made it very clear that his basement is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. At first, they thought that he was joking, as Peter was quoting Dumbledore for some reason, but they soon realized that he was being deadly serious. Once they fully understood the danger, Peter donned his suit, turned it black, and teleported over to Mystique, who was impatiently waiting for his arrival in an empty parking garage.
What took you so long?
Raven glares as Peter walked through the portal.
You said 20 minutes.
Sorry, I was dealing with something.
Peter says vaguely as the portal closes behind him.
Do you have the coordinates?
Yeah, in here.
Mystique taps a finger on her forehead.
Good, let's go.
Peter says as he takes out his phone.
Not so fast.
What?
May looks at Peter in confusion as she stops at the bottom step. Why? I may have enchanted the safe to obliterate the souls of any would-be thieves, among other gruesome defenses, Peter explains horribly. Looking across the basement with a horrified look, May stared at the safe warily. "Why?" May asked, even more confused than before. "I needed somewhere to store something dangerous," Peter answers vaguely. "This is only temporary. I'll remove the enchantments in a few days. Just stay away from the safe until I say otherwise, okay?" "Sure."
I believe now is a good time to reveal my payment.
Mystique says with a smile as she leans on the trunk of a car she stole to get here.
Can this wait?
Peter asks with an annoyed sigh.
I'd rather take the Tesseract before Fury figures anything out.
No, I need to know that you can deliver what I want.
Raven says with a shake of her head.
As long as you agree, then it shouldn't take long.
Fine, lay it on me.
Peter says as he leans on a nearby pillar.
I've lived a long life, and will continue to live far longer.
Mystique reveals as she morphs from a brunette woman to her blue original form.
It's a part of my mutation.
Her metamorphic powers and low-level healing factor have slowed the degenerative effects of her aging process, allowing her to biologically stay in the prime of her life for a long while.
Okay, what does that have to do with your request?
Peter asks, ready to leave already. Ignoring his rushed attitude, Mystique continues.
Due to this, many people I've grown to care about over the years have aged and passed before me.
She says, and Peter started to understand where this was going.
I would like for that to stop.
You want me to extend the life of everyone you care about?
Peter asks incredulously.
I should have figured out a different way to perform Peggy's tests. Now everyone in the Avengers knows about the elixir's effects.
Though, getting access to all of the medical equipment the tower has without leaving any traces would have been a challenge of its own, and they would have figured it out sooner or later anyway. Especially when they found out that Peggy used to be a granny.
No,
Mystique denies and holds up 2 fingers.
only Charles and Eric.
After running away from her own family, Mystique became an adopted sibling to Charles, so they have a loving brother and sister relationship. As for Eric, the feelings in her heart were anything but brotherly love. Raven loved Eric as a man, which is why she made the reluctant choice to abandon her adopted brother and his ideology all those years ago and take the side of the man she loved.
Are 2 sets of elixirs worth an infinity stone?
Peter thought jokingly.
Of course they are.
With enough of the infinity stones, Peter could make an ocean of resurrection elixir with a snap of his fingers. The trade was heavily in his favor. Not to mention the fact that Peter didn't mind helping his fellow Avengers. Watching Peter with a calm face, Mystique's inner emotions were turbulent as she hoped for an affirming answer.
Sure, but the resources needed for such an operation are beyond rare. They'll have to wait until I can collect everything.
Peter mixes the truth with lies. Yes, the dragon bones were a rare resource, but he had enough to make the elixir for 4 people at the moment. Those 4 people are himself, MJ, May, and Ned. Peter also needed to get some for Tony as well. He wouldn't waste the stash that he set aside for his loved ones on anyone, so Raven would have to wait. Peter planned to hunt for more dragon bones in the future, while looking into alternative ingredients along the way, but she didn't need to know all of this.
As long as you promise that they'll get the same treatment as Miss Carter when the time comes.
Mystique looks to Peter for affirmation.
Of course, you have my word.
Chapter 142, C147 dropping major hints. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 150. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After closing the deal with Mystique, Peter was finally given the coordinates, which he swiftly put into his ghost phone's GPS.
The map shows nothing but empty desert, but I'm sure that's S.H.I.E.L.D. doing.
Peter comments as he studies the terrain through his phone.
Their secret base wouldn't be very secret if anyone can just pull it up on Google Maps.
Raven comments with a roll of her eyes.
True.
Peter said absent-mindedly as he looked over what little the GPS showed.
I wouldn't put it past Fury to change the terrain on the GPS as well, so this is likely a waste of time.
Stuffing his phone away, Peter looked toward Mystique with an undecided expression under his mask.
Should I do the rest myself?
Peter wondered. On one hand, Raven's powers would be useful, as she can easily impersonate a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Though, on the other hand, that plan was scrapped the second S.H.I.E.L.D. was alerted to Mystique's snooping. Now the plan is to basically storm the base and take the Tesseract.
So how are we stealing the cube?
She asks, ready to fulfill her end of the bargain.
You can head back home.
Peter says after a second of thought.
I'll take it from here.
What about our deal?
Raven asks worriedly, thinking Peter was backing out of their agreement.
You did enough already, so don't worry.
Peter says with a shrug.
It's just that the new plan is a bit more forceful, which isn't really your strong suit.
I see.
Mystique sighed in relief. She was more than happy to ditch the dangerous base rating and still get her agreed-upon payment after all.
Are you sure?
Walking to her car door, Mystique turns back to ask.
You could cause a distraction, and I can slip in and out.
Mystique didn't know why she was asking this, as it would give her more work, but for some reason, she felt obligated to earn her payment. Peter says with a shake of his head.
You may get caught on camera or something. It'll be easier if I just do it, thanks though. All right.
Mystique shrugs and gets into the car. As she drives away, her body morphed into a random woman.
Now, who should I impersonate for this heist?
Peter thought as a light bulb goes off in his head.
That's a good idea.
Ronan the accuser stood in the observation deck of his flagship, all of space spread out before him as he stared off into the distance.
Are you sure your father said planet C53?
Ronan looks over his shoulder and asks specifically.
Yes, why do you keep asking that?
A gruff female voice answers. Standing across the room, a beautiful, bald, blue-skinned woman crossed her arms in utter annoyance. She wore a tight black and purple combat suit with many weapons strapped to her, from the tiniest of knives to the large blaster rifle across her back. Insert picture of Nebula here. Nebula's many cybernetic enhancements were hard to miss, and so was her prickly personality, which Ronan has had to deal with ever since their armies departed. Before their journey started, Ronan had his men look into Nebula's background. She was a former Luphamoid assassin, an adopted daughter of Thanos as well as the adopted sister of Gamora, the Mad Titan's favored daughter. She would serve as the right-hand woman of Ronan the accuser during his quest to retrieve the Tesseract, which angered her to no end.
Why must he be in charge? I'm supposed to be your daughter.
Nebula lamented the lack of trust her father had in her. Always the failure, which is shown by the countless cybernetic changes Thanos has forced on her body.
Vers shouldn't be on planet.
Ronan has visited planet C-53 before, and he barely made it out alive. A very pesky woman destroyed many of his warships. He watched her glowing form do so from the very spot he stood now. Of course, he swore vengeance for such actions, but achieving such a feat at his current strength would be almost impossible.
How much longer until we arrive?
Ronan asks without looking back this time.
37 hours. Though we can half that if we increase speed and leave behind some of the slower Chitauri ships.
Nebula answers as she tightens her fists.
I hate this man.
Nebula hated being treated as a subordinate but would act her part. Otherwise, her father may schedule another surgery when she returns.
Do it.
Ronan commands after a moment of thought.
What?
Nebula didn't expect him to agree.
Increase every ship's speed to maximum.
Ronan turns and walks to the door, passing Nebula along the way.
Half of our army will arrive late, but that won't change the outcome. Okay.
Nebula agrees in confusion.
Fetch me when we arrive.
Ronan commands as he walks out of the room.
We have to strike quickly before Vers is notified.
In the middle of the Mojave Desert, a purple-skinned giant of a man walked along the hard, rocky floor toward a mountain in the distance. Insert picture of Thanos here. At the bottom of this mountain was a huge compound, surrounded by gates and tall towers. On top of these towers were SHIELD personnel, who held rifles in hand as they guarded the surroundings. Inside the compound, multiple buildings were erected. One for the research facility that held the Tesseract, another for the soldiers, and a few others for other employees.
Director, I'll guard this place with my life.
An aged military man in an office of the barracks swears resolutely over the phone.
Good, reinforcements will arrive soon. Just keep a close eye on the cube.
Fury's voice could be heard over the phone.
Yes, sir.
The man steels his resolve. As the call ended, the military man had only a moment of silence before the compound's alarms started blaring.
It's happening already.
He thought as he looked out of the window beside him, only to see a huge purple human crash land past the walls and guard towers.
What the hell is that?
As soon as the dust cleared, revealing a tall, muscular purple alien, the sounds of gunfire filled the desert air. Usually, the soldiers were trained to try and peacefully detain any trespassers, but that didn't happen today. A few jumpy operatives opened fire out of fear, which triggered everyone else to join in as well, though something odd happened. As the guns started to go off, the giant purple man started to move at a speed far faster than his size would suggest was possible. With the grace and skills of an Olympian acrobat, the alien, metahuman, or whatever he was expertly dodged everything thrown his way.
Lock down the research facility.
Breaking from his shock, the aged military man grabbed his radio and started barking orders.
I want every door leading to the containment room sealed and barricaded.
While the orders were given out, Thanos rushed toward the research facility and barreled through the front door, knocking it off its hinges with ease. As soon as he appeared, more soldiers were waiting on the other side and opened fire in his direction. As the bullets flew by, men and women in lab coats huddled in the corner like frightened rats. They were just getting ready to clock out and head home before this happened. Standing still this time, each bullet hit the giant monster, but sadly they couldn't break through his skin. As the bullets impacted Thanos and dropped to the floor with light clinking noises, the soldiers ran out of ammo.
Weak!
Thanos muttered in disgust as he marched forward and threw the guards across the room with a swipe of his hand. Similar situations unfolded as the purple giant invaded deeper and deeper into the research building. Blocked door, break them down, deal with those inside, and move on to the next. Though this routine changed as he broke yet another door, and the sound of something rolling across the concrete floor was heard. Looking downward, 5 grenades slid along the floor and stopped perfectly around his feet. Resisting the urge to kick them back at the soldiers ahead, Thanos did nothing as they exploded in a big fiery blast.
Did we get him?
One man asks as he looks into the smoke with his assault rifle lowered.
Finally changing tactics.
A voice says from the smoke as the sound of footsteps head their way.
I commend you for your effort.
Walking out of the smoke, the purple giant was completely intact. Not even his armored clothes were damaged.
Now step aside.
He towers over the humans and orders menacingly. One of them squeaks out as they shuffle out of his way. Behind them was a big vault door with a keypad on the wall to the side. Turning back to the frightened soldiers, Thanos gives them an offer.
Open this door, and I'll spare your lives when my army arrives to cull this planet.
Thanos says, but no one steps forward to do so. Either they didn't have the access codes, or they're very loyal soldiers.
I'll do it myself.
Thanos tusked in disdain as he reached back and slams his monstrous fist into the metal door. Bang crunch.
Who are you?
Eric Selvig, a scientist that S.H.I.E.L.D. found during the whole Thor debacle, asked in shock.
I'm inevitable.
He replies but goes quiet and marches toward the cube at the center of the room.
Maybe I laid that one on a bit too thick.
Plucking the cube from the metal table with his giant hand, Thanos admired it for a moment before turning to the people and cameras inside the room.
2 down, 4 more to go.
Peter thought as he spoke in his Thanos voice.
I'll be back.
Leaving those words behind, he kicked off the floor and crashed into the ceiling, breaking through and disappearing. Only seconds after he left, a heavily armed team of soldiers breached the room, followed by a very angry-looking Nick Fury.
The F***CK just happened.
Chapter 143, C-148 Tony and May. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 151. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Retreating to the desert mountain beside the Joint Dark Energy Mission facility, Peter kept up the illusion that covered himself as he looks for a cave. After a minute of leaping around the mountain, Peter found a cave and slipped inside, away from the onlookers as well as any spying satellites. As soon as he was alone in the cave, Peter dropped the illusion. Instantly, the figure of the towering Mad Titan faded away, leaving Peter in his blacked-out spider suit. Smiling down at the cube in his hand, Peter now had 2 of the 3 Infinity Stones that were currently on Earth.
I wonder how I'll convince the Ancient One to hand over the Time Stone.
Peter thought as that was the only one left on the planet. While admiring the glowing cube, Peter's super hearing picked up the sounds of armed search parties making their way up the mountain.
They're acting quick, huh?
Peter thought as he opened a portal to his bedroom and stepped inside. By the time the armed soldiers made it to his cave, they would find nothing but the oversized footprints left behind by Peter's illusion. The second Peter got home, he went down to the basement and disarmed the safe so that he could admire the 2 Infinity Stones together. Also, for the safety of his loved ones and anyone that enters his house, though Peter wasn't thinking about that at the moment.
This is so cool.
Peter muttered as he sat on the basement floor with the shining tesseract and the metal orb in his lap.
My precious.
Peter felt his inner Smeagol coming out.
You've changed a lot today.
A familiar voice appears in the dark basement. Jumping in fright as he didn't expect the Ancient One's arrival, Peter holds both of the Infinity Stones behind his back.
I won't let you lay your dirty hands on my precious collectibles.
Peter blurts out without thought.
Dangerous objects. That's right, I won't let these dangerous objects fall into the wrong hands.
His teacher just stared at him as if he were an idiot.
If I wanted your precious collectibles, I would have taken the orb while you were out. Impressive enchantments, by the way. I could have broken them in seconds, but other masters would have risked their lives disarming that safe.
Thanks, I plan to create a better hiding spot for them.
Peter said, happy to hear her praise, which isn't given lightly.
You can give them to me.
She offers a helping hand.
I'll take good care of them for you.
No, you'd most likely just return them.
Peter says as he guards his collectibles closely.
Well, would you blame me?
The Ancient One says with a sigh.
The Tesseract isn't that big of a deal, since you already screwed up the invasion timeline, but Peter Quill and his team can still be formed if the orb is returned.
She gives her student a pleading look, hoping that he would see things her way.
That's what you're worried about.
Peter mutters incredulously.
Just create a replica of the orb's casing and put it in the temple. The Power Stone isn't needed for them to come together. All interested parties only have to think that the stone is inside.
Fine, I'll have a copy put in its place.
I have no problem with that.
Peter smiles in her direction.
See, we can work together.
No, you messed up a good part of the future, and I'm cleaning up your mess.
She rebuts with a roll of her eyes.
I like to think about it a bit differently. I took a very powerful weapon away from our enemy before he could take it, and you agree with my decision and wanted to help.
Peter twists her words into a better light.
Yeah,
She says flatly.
They say denial is the first step.
Peter says in a know-it-all tone.
I'm not in grief.
The ancient was starting to get annoyed with her student.
Oh, is that anger?
Peter continues messing with her.
That's the second step, I think. Okay, enough messing around.
Peter turns much more serious when he was left alone.
Time to make a portable container for these.
First, Peter didn't want to leave the Infinity Stones in a single location. He would much prefer to always have them on his person, which would add an extra level of security. Though this would also add a level of risk as well. If Peter were to lose a fight, then the stones could be stolen from his body. Or he could misplace the container, but that's unlikely and can be solved with a tracking enchantment. Either way, Peter would stick to this idea, as the alternative is something like the safe, which he didn't like very much. Spending the rest of the day working on this, it didn't take Peter long to make the perfect container for his valuables. Standing over his desk tiredly, Peter admired a silver necklace with a small leather pouch that hung from it like a pendant. The pouch itself is something that Peter found in Camertage and tweaked to fit his needs. It's pretty much a tiny bag of holding. The inside was expanded to about 4 cubic meters, which is more than Peter needed, so he didn't change that at all. What he did change, however, was the runes that covered the spacious inside. These runes are multiple energy containment spells that are there to keep the Tesseract from being tracked. Peter knew that the Tesseract could be tracked by its energy signature, as Tony and Banner did so in the Avengers movie. Knowing this, Peter has already placed similar runes around his house, as Fury is no doubt doing everything he can to find his stolen property. Other than the energy containment spells, Peter did his best to make the bag as sturdy and resilient as possible. As for the security, that comes from the silver chain, which has so many security and defensive spells that it isn't even funny. Using a magnifying glass, Peter could see the tiny etched enchantments he placed along the individual chains of the necklace. Each small chain is one singular enchantment that is all connected to protect the pouch.
I went a bit overboard with this, didn't I?
Peter thought as he cut his finger and placed a drop of blood on the chain. A dim light pulses through the chain as the blood is absorbed and disappears.
Now that I'm registered as the owner.
Peter reaches out and grasps the chain, hoping that he did everything right and it doesn't explode or something. Nothing.
Done!
Peter smiles as he puts the necklace on.
I'll need to change this when I get the other stones, though.
The power and space stones could be stored in the pouch, thanks to the fact that their power is already contained by their respective vessels. The orb and tesseract. The pouch would likely disintegrate over time if he placed any loose infinity stone inside.
I'll worry about that later.
He thought with a shrug. Admiring the look of his new jewelry in the mirror, Peter noticed how tired he looked and started getting ready for bed. As he laid his head onto his pillow after a warm shower, Peter checked his phone and found a bunch of calls from Fury, alongside texts that pretty much spelled out one thing. Avengers assemble. Of course, Peter wouldn't be answering that call right now. He knew what the calls were about. After all, he was the cause. His little stunt as Thanos probably sent the bald pirate into overdrive, but that was a problem for the morning.
At least the Avengers will be wary of Thanos.
Peter thought as his eyes began to droop sleepily. Bang! Just as he was about to fall asleep, someone slammed Peter's bedroom door open.
What the?
Peter sat up and found a smirking Tony Stark standing at his door.
Why are you here? Fury's freaking out about some sort of Barney the dinosaur alien, and you weren't picking up your phone.
He says as he strolls in and sits in Peter's computer chair.
So I thought that since I know your super duper secret identity, I could stop by and see what's up. Who let you in?
Peter asks as the house has protections for unwanted visitors. Only someone keyed in can grant other people access.
Mr. Stark.
May's voice yells up the stairs.
Do you take milk and sugar in your coffee?
That would be your sexy aunt.
Tony says teasingly.
Yes, please. Oh God.
Peter mutters as he puts a pillow over his face and groans.
This has to be a bad dream. Hee hee, I love knowing who you are.
Tony enjoys the moment. His teacher just stared at him as if he were an idiot. If I wanted your precious collectibles, I would have taken the orb while you were out. Impressive enchantments, by the way. I could have broken them in seconds, but other masters would have risked their lives disarming that safe. Thanks, I plan to create a better hiding spot for them, Peter said, happy to hear her praise, which isn't given lightly. You can give them to me, she offers a helping hand. I'll take good care of them for you. No, you'd most likely just return them, Peter says as he guards his collectibles closely. Well, would you blame me? The Ancient One says with a sigh. The Tesseract isn't that big of a deal since you already screwed up the invasion timeline, but Peter Quill and his team can still be formed if the orb is returned. She gives her student a pleading look, hoping that he would see things her way. That's what you're worried about? Peter mutters incredulously. Just create a replica of the orb's casing and put it in the temple. The Power Stone isn't needed for them to come together. All interested parties only have to think that the stone is inside.
Hey.
May's voice yells up the stairs. Do you take milk and sugar in your coffee? That would be your sexy aunt, Tony says teasingly. Yes, please. Oh God.
I hope it's good. I recently started using a French press.
As I said downstairs, just call me Tony.
Taking a sip, Tony smiles up at her from his seat.
It's wonderful.
Tony sends her a flirtatious smile as Peter glares into the side of his head, annoyed with this entire situation. Knock knock.
Quit that incessant banging.
Ronan commands.
You.
Nebula wipes some blood from the corner of her mouth and draws her blaster rifle on him.
You were the one who ordered me to get you when we arrived.
Not only was she acting as a servant, but she was struck for her efforts as well. Nebula was really starting to hate her father's newest subordinate.
We're here.
Ronan asks as he ignores the gun pointed at his chest and walks down the hall, turning his back to Nebula. He knew she wouldn't fire.
Alag.
Chapter 144, C-149 Visitors. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 152. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwar. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Are you sure you're Peter's aunt?
Tony starts flirting with May right in front of Peter.
Because you don't look a day over 25.
Oh,
May says abashedly as she looks away for a moment.
I've come to terms with being an old lady.
Oh,
Peter groans quietly as he forces himself out of his warm and enticing bed.
May, you're 36. That's hardly an old lady.
Gasp asterisk.
Peter, you should never reveal a woman's age like that.
Tony fake gasps as he admonishes Peter.
You shut up and stop trying to seduce my aunt.
Peter says crankily as he pointed an accusing finger at Tony.
What?
May questions as Peter starts getting dressed.
I would never.
Tony denies swiftly, but Peter just scoffed at him.
I wouldn't mind.
May squeaks out as the plot of her favorite Korean drama show plays in her mind.
I could date a handsome and cold CEO too.
While May was off in her own imagination, the room froze as Peter and Tony stared at her in shock. Neither of them expected to hear that. Suddenly, Peter's computer screen lights up with a red message as a beeping sound starts playing through the speakers. Not only that, but a similar sound starts coming from Tony's phone as well. Turning to the computer screen, Peter and Tony instantly forgot all about what May just admitted. Visitors.
Visitors? What does that mean?
May was pulled from her daydreams.
This is earlier than expected.
Peter thought as he and Tony turned to look seriously at one another. During the summer, Peter and Tony both modified the Stark Industries satellites. They made it so the satellites would scan outward and notify them of any possible alien invasions. Peter was able to convince him to do this by mentioning the former Kree invasion that Fury told them about, which worked perfectly. Obviously, he did this to combat the New York invasion, as well as any other attacks on Earth that would follow.
It could be an asteroid.
Tony ignores May and offers up a viable excuse.
No, we already fixed that bug.
Peter replies negatively.
Besides, I doubt it's a coincidence that Fury is raving about a purple alien, and now our satellites pick up something headed towards the planet. Talk about perfect timing.
Peter thought.
Aliens are coming to Earth.
May says as she starts to freak out a little.
Maybe.
Peter says as he whips out his phone and dials a number.
Hey, Peter, I'm on the subway right now. I'll be there in a few minutes. I picked up some Chinese food from that place you like as well.
MJ answers the call.
Good, come directly here and be quick about it.
Peter doesn't clarify any further and hangs up the phone. With a wave of his hand, Peter opens a portal on the ceiling and out falls MJ's mother, Grace, who screamed in fright as she fell safely into Peter's computer chair.
Hi, W.
Grace stutters in shock as she looks around and realizes where she was.
Why am I?
Yes, hello, beautiful.
Tony takes the shocked woman's hand and lays a quick kiss on her knuckles like a true gentleman.
You can call me Tony. That's Fury's wife.
Peter states with a knowing smile. Instantly, Tony drops her hand as if it were a big hairy spider and backs away, wiping his mouth with his sleeve for good measure.
What's going on? Who's Fury?
Grace asks in utter confusion.
I'm really starting to regret keeping her in the dark.
Peter thought with an internal sigh.
That doesn't matter right now.
Peter says as he waves his hand, and a portal opens above his bed.
Ugh.
Ned falls through the portal with his phone in hand, which was playing a familiar hentai video. He lands in the bed and instantly figures out what happened as he locks his phone, hiding the porn and silencing the soft moans that played through the speakers.
Dude.
Ned stutters in embarrassment, though he was thankful that his pants were still on as he was only browsing.
A little warning next time would be appreciated. Can't, aliens are invading the planet.
Peter reveals as another portal opens underneath him.
Be right back.
Peter disappears and the portal closes, leaving the shocked group alone in his bedroom.
Did he say aliens?
Grace asks fearfully.
Is that Tony Stark?
Ned starts fanboying out of nowhere. Before he could pester Tony too much, another portal opened and Peter walked through with multiple people over his shoulders.
Is that my mom?
Ned forgot about Tony and rushed over to what appeared to be his entire family.
What happened to them?
They're unconscious.
Peter says as he lays them all on his bed carefully.
Why?
Ned asks in confusion.
Was I not clear when I said alien invasion?
Peter asks as he looks around the room.
We get that, but why are you gathering everyone here?
May asks.
Because I don't need to worry about any of your safety while I'm out there repelling an alien armada.
Peter explains as his spider suit appears on his body.
Why you're Spider-Man?
Grace exclaims in shock. Before Peter could answer her, he could hear the door downstairs slam shut and some angry footsteps walking up the stairs.
Peter Parker, you better have a good explanation for.
MJ stomped into the room expecting to give her boyfriend a piece of her mind after the way he spoke to her on the phone. Instantly, the wind was knocked out of her sails as she saw everyone in Peter's room, especially her mother who was currently looking at Peter in his Spider-Man suit.
Good, you're here. That should be everyone.
Peter says as he walks over to the wall by the door and touches it. As soon as his whole hand was on the wall, golden spell lines, and runes lit up and spread throughout the entire house.
What was that?
Grace asks as she admires the golden nonsense on the walls.
This house is now in lockdown.
Peter explains as he walks over to Tony and opens a portal beside them.
No one is allowed in or out until I return. Just keep the doors and windows shut and the enchantment will keep you safe. There's enough food in the fridge and pantry to last a few months, but I shouldn't be gone anywhere near that long. Wait!
MJ stopped Peter just as he was about to leave through the portal.
What's going on? Why are you locking down the house?
Smiling under his mask, Peter walked over and took MJ into his arms.
There's a possible alien invasion.
Peter says as he pulls up his mask and surprises her with a quick kiss.
This house is the safest place to be, so I brought everyone over.
That's why you were such a D***CK on the phone earlier.
MJ mutters in realization.
I wasn't a D***CK. I was rushed and I'm still rushed.
Peter says as he pulls his mask back down and separates from MJ.
Be safe.
MJ wanted to follow after him, but knew that she would only get in his way.
I always am.
Peter smirks as he follows Tony through the portal, and it begins to close.
May, if we all survive the aliens, I'll take you out to dinner.
Tony calls out through the portal before it is fully closed. Grace turns to her daughter and asks,
Yeah.
At the top of Avengers Tower. Tony says as a slap connects to the back of his head.
Ow! Stop hitting on my aunt.
Peter says as Tony rubs his head in pain.
She's like my mother, you sick F***CK. What? She's a beautiful woman.
Tony defends his actions.
Don't you have pepper?
Peter asks.
Yeah, but she hasn't really been reciprocating my advances lately.
Tony says embarrassingly.
Oh, the great Tony Stark can't pick up a woman, so he has to try and seduce my aunt.
Peter's words seem to hit a nerve.
I'll have you know that I can seduce any woman.
Tony says as a teasing smile adorns his face.
And I'll prove it with your aunt. I hate you so much.
Peter groans as he somehow lit a fire under Tony's desire for his aunt.
I love you too. Just remember to call me Uncle Tony from now on.
Tony says as he opens up the roof access door.
Now come along. I'm sure Fury will be happy to see you.
I may have to kill him.
Sir, we're in range for scans.
A Kree subordinate says from across the room.
Good, scan for the Tesseract's exact location.
Ronan orders, and his subordinates get to work at their stations.
Sir,
One of the more brave Kree broke the news of their failure.
do it again.
Ronan turns to glare at his subordinate and orders.
We've scanned for the Tesseract 10 times, sir.
Another reveals. Ronan goes quiet as he looks at Earth questioningly.
Did someone else take it already?
Nebula asks, hoping that wasn't the case as her father would probably blame her somehow.
They must have found a way to contain the cube's energy.
Ronan thought of the only other conclusion.
How will we find it then?
Nebula asks in annoyance.
Don't tell me we have to scour the entire planet. No, that would take too much time.
Ronan refused as he wanted to be off of C-53 as soon as possible.
Then what?
Nebula asks.
I have an idea.
Chapter 145, C-150 War. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead at chapter 153. I'll be writing 1 or 2 more chapters today. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
They aren't waking up.
Ned says as he walks into the living room, where May, MJ, and Grace were sitting. The TV showed a random news channel, though no one was watching at the moment.
It's probably one of Peter's spells. He must not want them knowing about the whole Spider-Man thing.
MJ says as Ned takes a seat on the couch.
Then why does your mom get to know?
Ned asks as he points toward Grace.
Well, other than the fact that we're together. My mother is married to a member of the Avengers Council. She would have learned about this sooner or later.
MJ explains, which caused Ned to huff a bit.
I just wish that I could tell them.
Ned says dejectedly, though he understood the reasoning behind it.
Your father is an Avenger.
Grace asks in disbelief.
That's not possible.
Yes, it is.
MJ says as she explains her father's background.
Nick Watson isn't even his real name. It's Nick Fury.
Grace goes silent for a moment as her mind processes all the lies she's been told up until now.
How long have you known this?
Her tone carried a hint of betrayal, as she felt that MJ should have told her this already. MJ didn't know what to say. Thankfully, they were interrupted before her mother's glare could do any more damage. Suddenly, the TV cut to a black and white mess as a loud static sound played through the speakers. Though this didn't last long. Before May could grab the control to fix the TV, the static disappeared and a picture of a blue-skinned man took its place. Behind him was a big window with the image of the Earth in the background.
Greetings, citizens of C-53.
The blue man spoke with an air of superiority.
I am Ronan the Accuser. I have come to this insignificant backwater planet in search of a cube known as the Tesseract. Bring me this object within the next 18 hours or my army will invade and I will take the Tesseract from the rubble of your barren home world. Your time starts now.
The same speech replayed over and over.
What the?
May mutters as she changes the channel, but no matter which one she chose, they were all playing the same thing.
We're going to be okay, right?
Grace asks worriedly.
Yeah, Peter will take care of them.
Ronan says as the live broadcast ended. Ronan chose that time frame specifically, as they left the Chitauri half of his army behind. Of course, he would rather just scare the planet into handing over the Tesseract, but if they don't give it up, he would rather attack with his whole army.
Do we just wait now?
Nebula asked from the side.
No, you will lead a stealth team to the planet.
Ronan says as he turns to her and waves, shooing her off.
Make yourself useful and find the cube. Yo!
Peter called Pudding with a wave.
What's the occasion? You'd know if you answered your damn phone.
Fury says angrily.
Well, I'm here now. What's up?
Peter asks as he takes a seat beside Mystique, who was looking at him funny.
Tony said something about Barney the dinosaur. What? I'm not allowed to joke.
Tony asks with a shrug.
No, now shut up.
Fury says as he starts explaining about Peter's heist of the Tesseract.
Banner and Beast have been trying to track its energy signature, but that hasn't been going well.
Fury's gaze immediately turns back to Tony as he glares in annoyance.
We could have had a breakthrough in this by now if someone didn't run off without informing anyone.
He says.
Sorry, I thought that having our venerable leader here would help morale.
Tony defends as he points toward Peter.
Who made him leader?
Sabretooth asks with a scoff.
Shut your mouth, Victor. If you two start fighting, I'll chain you both to a mountaintop for a month in the 69 position.
Peter's commanding voice fills the room.
Don't worry though, you'll never go thirsty. After all, you can drink each other's.
Instantly, the growling stops and the two look in the opposite direction. The room goes silent for a moment before Jarvis's voice appears out of nowhere. Sir, there's a foreign signal broadcasting across the world, the AI informs.
Show us.
Tony orders.
Yes, sir.
Jarvis says as a video plays on the large flat screen for all to see.
Greetings, citizens of C-53. I am Ronan the Accuser.
Ronan appears and explains his hunt for the Tesseract.
Bring me this object within the next 18 hours or my army will invade, and I will take the Tesseract from the rubble of your barren home world. Your time starts now.
Jarvis says as the video paused. This message is being played on a loop through every television channel and radio station.
What is Ronan doing here?
Peter thought in confusion.
Shouldn't he be after the Power Stone?
The ripples from the waves of Peter's actions have begun to really show themselves. Without Loki, Thanos was forced to send out Ronan the Accuser.
I wonder if Nebula is with him.
Peter thought as she was assigned to him during his search for the Power Stone in the movie. Nebula is one of the few characters that Peter felt bad for. Yeah, her sister Gamora was better than her in combat, but that doesn't mean Thanos had the right to do what he did to her.
Forcing cybernetic enhancements onto your own daughter is just sick, especially an adopted child.
Peter thought as he remembered the idiots from his past life that agreed with Thanos' cause and saw him as a good man.
A good man would never mistreat his family. Looks like our satellites were correct.
Tony says, drawing everyone's attention.
What do you mean by that?
Fury asks and Tony explain the alert that they received.
But this doesn't make any sense.
Professor X says,
Yes, if they already have the Tesseract, then why are they broadcasting this? We could be dealing with multiple enemies.
Peter says offhandedly. He is the reason for this confusion, so he should clear it up. Of course, he didn't think the day he impersonated Thanos, an alien invasion would take place.
One stole the Tesseract already, while the other was a bit late to the game.
Peter explains his thought-out lies.
Makes sense.
Mystique agrees as she tries to cover for Peter.
Yes, but how do we handle this?
Natasha asks next.
We don't have what they want. At this rate, we have 18 hours until an alien invasion starts.
17 hours, 53 minutes, and 22 seconds to be exact.
Jarvis informs them. The room went silent again as everyone tried to come up with a plan.
Why wait?
Peter was the first to speak.
What do you mean?
Storm asks from beside Charles.
Quickness is the essence of the war.
Peter quotes Sun Tzu.
Waiting for the enemy to attack is pointless. We should strike swiftly before they can even break into Earth's atmosphere. I love the art of war as much as the next guy, but I don't think old Sun Tzu was writing about an alien invasion.
Tony says with a laugh.
No, but he was writing about war, which this is.
Peter says matter-of-factly.
Just think of this as a foreign country at our border. A foreign country with blue soldiers and alien tech should be easy.
Tony says jokingly.
I never said it would be easy, but there isn't an alternative.
Peter says with a shrug.
Either we attack now or we wait for the timer to run out and they attack. Either option is war. We could give them the cube.
Charles offers his thoughts.
Okay, where is it?
Peter asks sarcastically.
Oh, that's right. We don't have it, and for all we know, it could already be off-planet with Barney the F***-seeking dinosaur. I know that we aren't soldiers, but this is war. A war that we are going to fight either way. It just so happens that my way will save a lot of innocent lives. If we can contain the fighting off the planet, that is.
Did I hear someone say war?
Peggy says as she walks in with Steve beside her.
Need any help?